the scene on the 8th floor became utterly chaotic. The dead zones and hurried, pounding footsteps seemed to quicken every breath. The soldiers marched solemnly behind Kazuki. Then he suddenly stopped and signaled for everyone to halt. Kazuki's serious expression announced, "Today we're here to do something unprecedented. Conquer the 8th floor guardian. Don't dawdle just because this is an alliance raid. If we can't clear this place, the 9th floor will remain a mystery." Suddenly, soldiers stepped aside on both sides, forming a clear path. Kazuki narrowed his eyes, watching someone approaching. Seeing the approaching group, Kazuki astutely recognized them as Lam Enhan, and one of the men among them wore a mask. He gave his trademark smile and stepped forward to speak. Subaru politely replied, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Kazuki smiled and shook his hand. "Waiting? You're the first one here." Subaru asked curiously, "I heard even the martial team joined today," he remarked. "After all, Narukami Subaru is leading. They're probably just trying to pick up any scraps you left behind." At that moment, Subaru gripped the sword hilt tightly and said, "If they're only here to pick up scraps," Subaru said with implication, then placed a glowing object into Kazuki's hand. A status panel suddenly appeared, "Blessing of the Archangel." Kazuki wondered. Subaru explained, "I plan to complete this raid flawlessly, but just in case, keep this with you." Kazuki hesitated, "But you need this more than I do." He interjected, "Besides, after this battle, do you want to return to Lam Enhan?" Subaru emphasized, "Then you can give it back to me then." Kazuki lowered his eyes, a wave of sadness rising within him. Subaru patted his shoulder reassuringly. "If you don't want to give it back, you can keep it forever." At that moment, a loud sound startled them both. Subaru warned, "It's here." Kazuki was surprised. It manifested itself this early. At the very moment they prepared for a historic battle, everyone gathered before the 8th floor guardian. He hurriedly shouted orders, bracing for the impact. The venomous dragon sea monster appeared with grotesque heads and began attacking. Subaru looked up, observed inside. A grotesque monster. Subaru's hands filled with black energy, making my skin prickle. The system's lightning notification raced through Subaru's entire body. His voice was icy cold. "Today will be the day you die." The venomous dragon sea monster's eyes flicked towards Subaru, and then all of them began to roar, coalescing into a blue orb. Kazuki panicked and shouted orders. "It's about to unleash its breath. Everyone fall back." But Subaru stood up to stop him. Looking at the rampaging monsters, Kazuki asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The venomous dragon sea monster combined its power, the roar reverberating through the space. At that moment, Subaru decisively touched the hilt and drew his sword. Finally, he sliced through the air in a stroke imbued with dark power. Two colossal forces of good and evil clashed directly. Kazuki glanced over and remarked, "Subaru, you never change." Chino skipped up praising, "Amazing, Subaru, your training really paid off." Sigurd touched his neck and complained, "Damn, I was a step slow. I wanted to make the opening strike." Rina looked up and asked, "What did you give Isuki just now?" Subaru replied enigmatically, "You'll find out soon enough." Then he asked, "Is everyone ready? We're going to kill this giant lizard and clear the 8th floor." Immediately, everyone charged forward to attack the monster, leaving only Kazuki standing and watching. He said indifferently, "Look how united they are." At that moment, someone approached from behind and said, "As planned, the hidden soldiers are in position." Kazuki turned, gave a cold smile. "Excellent, then let's begin." Another person added, "All right, hopefully luck will be on your side." Kazuki turned back, glancing at the battle before him with a detached attitude, her slender back and hair whipping in the storm. Then everyone surged forward in unison to attack the monster. The venom dragon monster opened its blazing red eyes and unleashed lightning from its massive maw. Its face was vicious, lined with sharp teeth. Rina moved in close. Sigun shouted to stop her. "Hey, don't just slash without warning like that." At that moment, she glanced back and saw a cold blade. Rina remarked, "You're really still not used to how I work." He barked back, "You should be more careful too." Yak leapt forward challenging, "Tashiya, want to see who can deal the most damage." A red light surged through the air along with the beast's roar. They each struck from different angles. The man huffed, "If that's the case, why reminded them, the loser has to buy dinner." He smiled confidently and unleashed a fierce sword strike. When the monster fell, Yak said, "Sorry, Chino." She concentrated and sent back her power. "Don't worry about me, keep attacking." Chino focused and formed a giant shield. "Leave the defense to me." Just then Kazuki stepped up and called, making her startle. "Chino, do you think you can defend against all of this?" Immediately after, she was struck by a sudden attack before she could brace herself. Kazuki's cold voice rang out, "Seriously, this is the price of being too arrogant." Sensing something wrong, Subaru turned when he heard a broken voice cry out, "Dubaru." Chino's body staggered and then collapsed to the ground. Moreover, Subaru saw with his own eyes Kazuki standing there with a cold smile. Veins bulged in Subaru's eyes instantly, a terrifying display of seething rage. Kazuki taunted, "Subaru, there's no time to look elsewhere." At that moment, the venom dragon monster lunged at him. Subaru cried out in pain, "Kazuki, why?" In the dark space, the system panel appeared. "You have been chosen by the tower. Climb the tower and prepare, the beginning will soon commence." A message was sent to all players. It was the first message from the tower. Was it a trial or perhaps a blessing? Even now, the true purpose of that message remains a mystery. We don't know who left it, nor for what reason. We simply followed that irresistible command, proceeding toward the top of the tower, somewhere no one had ever set foot before. Earth, Woolen, Runeterra, Alfred, Lucan, people from different dimensions, each bearing their own responsibilities. Today the climb continued. The sky was no longer clear, but choked with thick layers of dust and smoke. The corpses of the venom dragon beasts lay strewn across the cold ground. When the battle ended, it was also when heroes fell. Subaru panted wearily within the frigid space of the 8th floor boss. The Zai Long Hydra, his voice carried pain and reproach. I told you all to run, why didn't you listen? In the end, they managed to bring down the monster rumored to be undefeatable. Subaru looked at the fallen comrades and bitterly exclaimed, I don't remember giving you permission to die. Those who once fought shoulder to shoulder were gone now. He angrily cursed those fools in his heart. The system alarm kept sounding, your condition is poisoned. Natural recovery disabled. Fatigue, 94. If he could go back, Subaru knew exactly what they would say. The system coldly announced, you will die if fatigue reaches 100. Truly Subaru Narukami, Thunder King. Subaru looked at the ringleader before him and softly asked, why did you do this? Seeing his smile, Subaru screamed in rage. Answer me, Kazuki Kyojo. Kazuki stood, then sat down in front of him and slowly said, it's been 10 years, Subaru. I've run toward this day for a long 10 years. Surely you understand. This is the only way I can defeat you. If I don't draw your attention, your precious lamb Enhan would have stood in my way, right? His restrained voice continued, you have no idea how much the things you gave me have tormented me, so I chose this world over you. Everything could only end this way. It's a pity I had to go this far, but at last I see the end. Kazuki smiled faintly. That's right, I guess I don't need to return this anymore, do I? Lamb Enhan will vanish along with you anyway. Don't be sad, even if you die, you'll be recorded as a hero. Either way, you can't verify that. Subaru's voice sounded low. In the end, he only heard what he wanted to hear. Subaru struggled to restrain his emotions, his hands digging into the ground. He glanced at the scene before him and fell into thought. Like that, his gaze gradually grew tense. I can't survive. But that doesn't mean I'll die for nothing. At that moment, Kazuki turned his head, his eyes filled with horror, and he shouted, impossible. In that instant, the system panel appeared, Aeolus, legendary rank. Subaru lunged forward, shouting firmly, it still works, it still has uses left. He sneered coldly. I won't tell you, you piece of trash. System remaining uses 4. Subaru told himself he could use it 4 more times. At the same time, 4 Lamb Enhan members still survived. As he attacked, Subaru hoped at least some of them could return safely. Kazuki angrily shouted, chase them now, don't let any of them live. One of them quickly flicked his hand and commanded, go. A vast space with a giant magical fan at its center. Blood still stained the corner of Subaru's mouth as he shouted, no. He raised his hand high, energy erupting. You stay here with me. Status panel, extreme fatigue. Fatigue increased to 95. The Thunder King's endurance is limited. Subaru chose to unleash his power. Kazuki's irritated voice rang out. Subaru, you really are stubborn. Subaru's body was nearly at its limit. Fatigue rose to 96. His voice was cold. I don't know what Kyojo promised you to make you do this, but I hope you're prepared to pay for it with your lives. From this moment, no one leaves without my permission. The enemy froze at the sight, tensely charged. In the end, they decided to gamble all in. Swords were raised high, readying for battle. Subaru told himself he normally wouldn't lose to guys like these. But if Kazuki intervened, it was another matter. Right now, dealing with these men was exhausting. The biggest problem was his own fatigue. I can't hold on any longer. While he was distracted, Subaru was struck from behind. His face contorted in pain, blood spurting constantly from his mouth. System alert, fatigue increased to 98. Subaru forced himself to turn and counterattack. The scene grew chaotic, huge wounds appeared everywhere. Light gradually illuminated the anguished space. Subaru's legs trembled. His sword fell to the ground beside him. Kazuki shouted joyfully, we did it. We've killed Subaru Narukami. But at that moment, Subaru stood before him and coldly asked, you said, who did you kill? His body erupted in violent, thunderous electricity, and the other was immediately burned, eyes rolling white. When the lightning faded, that one collapsed to the ground. Subaru gripped the blade lodged in his body with his hand, then sank down. He had reached his final limit. Voices rose, he's down, have we taken him out? Kazuki melted into the crowd, coldly watching that monster. Subaru hadn't expected his end to be so simple. System alerts continued. Fatigue increased to 99. Danger, extreme fatigue. You will die if fatigue reaches 100. A thought rang in Subaru's mind. Kazuki, you should understand this better than anyone. His legs gradually could no longer support him. Then suddenly, Subaru shouted loudly, prepare to parry, I'll win. His eyes were dark with hatred. While Kazuki was already thinking of his condolences, the Archangel's blessing system, I will survive. At that instant, Kazuki's eyes widened in terror. Subaru's sword flew to the front of him in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Subaru reached his final conclusion. He would be the victor, no matter how pitiful he looked now. Kazuki, at the very least, he wanted to see him die before he left. The final thunder stab should have landed. But strangely, at the moment of death, Subaru thought of something else. Would he be stuck in this state forever? That alone would be torture. What is this? This scent, can I actually smell it? A loud noise rang out as a lid fell. Subaru discovered he was sitting in a rancid-smelling trash bin. He glanced around and asked bewilderedly, is this hell? An information panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Subaru Haas, affiliated with Earth, which only added to his confusion. Subaru Haas, what the hell is this? What kind of shitty status panel is this? At that, Subaru growled angrily, that name doesn't suit my face at all, and from Earth, there's nothing there but trash. Those around him murmured, what are you doing here? Just here to make us look better. He assessed correctly. Subaru Narukami was an anomaly, trying to be half of his former self from 20 years ago. Subaru Narukami had died 20 years ago, so this body is. Subaru staggered out of the trash bin. Are you kidding me? Is this a dream? Just then, he fell to the ground with a jarring thud. Subaru stared at the item before him, a feeling of doubt rising in his chest. He picked up the player's tool. Right, if I use this. Subaru quickly operated the device and searched. Lam Enhan. Information appeared. Lam Ku, the heir of Lam Enhan lacking strength. The secret behind the name Lam Ku. Lam Ku continues to grow, inheriting the will of Subaru Narukami and today's Lam Enhan. Guildmaster Kyojo, we will win the next tournament. Discussions about the Lam Enhan's spirit back then, 20 years ago. He couldn't believe it. No way. Subaru looked at the face in the picture in confusion. He's not dead. The person on the screen was familiar to him, Kazuki. Kazuki Kyojo. It turned out that from the beginning they were not enemies. Subaru recalled that conversation. What's up, calling me out at this hour? He replied. Subaru, I'm considering leaving Lam Enhan. He asked, hey, what, so sudden? Kazuki suggested. I want you to announce this to everyone for me. Friends, at least Subaru once thought Kazuki was that. He said, all right, you'll understand why soon. Don't worry, even if I leave, I'll still be your shadow. A few years later, Kazuki formed a guild and appeared before him once more. He used a name they had once joked about, Lam Ku. That was the shadow he spoke of. Yet he remained on the 9th floor, meaning for 20 years he hadn't achieved anything. Suddenly, Subaru's gaze went blank. The bulletin was crowded with visitors paying respects at the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall. Memories hadn't faded after 20 years, startling him. His memorial hall, Subaru stood before the entrance of the hall named Subaru Narukami, shocked and unable to believe it. Subaru judged the building to be even more impressive than he had expected. A mask was placed in a prominent position. Everyone present focused their gaze on Subaru, while he dazedly wondered, what are they remembering me for? He moved forward in heavy, confused steps, eyes scanning everywhere. Subaru wondered who and for what purpose did this. A voice rang in Subaru's head, giving him a headache. He is the model for all of us. Always the hero of the Lam Enhan Guild, the one who forged an undefeated legend, the man closest to the tower's summit, Subaru Narukami. And all his comrades to be remembered forever. Fear colored Subaru's gaze. Are you kidding me? Kazuki's voice echoed. We built this memorial hall. Subaru, furious with veins bulging in his neck, thought, Kazuki, aren't you even satisfied with just killing me? If that's the case, I'll have to meet your expectations. Kazuki continued his sermon. Narukami and Lam Enhan will never return. Subaru seethed. Just wait. Kazuki wore a false look. We will never forget them. His mind rebelled. That memory, I will rewrite it from scratch. Subaru looked up at the sky and reflected. I won't let him repeat that shitty thing again. I won't let this second chance be wasted. Suddenly, someone grabbed his leg. Subaru helped the person to their feet, shook them hard, and called, hey. When that person looked up, Subaru was horrified to recognize his own mask. Suddenly, two people ran over. I'm sorry, are you okay? Minato, are you all right? Don't worry, we just bumped into each other a bit. You're not hurt, are you? Subaru fell into panic, looking around in terror. What the hell? He rubbed his eyes with his hand and stared in astonishment, eyes wide. What the hell's? Everyone around him wore the mask he had in his past life. What on earth is happening? Kazuki's cold voice sounded. It's a pity things turned out like this. Don't be sad, even if you die, you will be regarded as a historical hero. Suddenly Subaru understood. Is this his intention? His eyes sharpened with hatred. Subaru stepped forward straight into the crowd. In front of him was his portrait framed among fresh flowers. Subaru wondered, all of this is just a way for him to monopolize Lam Enhan's glory. Suddenly his expression shifted from hatred to astonishment. Before him were white chrysanthemums emitting a blue light. Subaru's eyes rolled back, reflecting that sight. He was shoved violently as the crowd tried to avoid whatever was happening. People protested, shouting, hey, watch where you're going, wait your turn. Subaru, like a man in a daze, walked straight toward his portrait. He reached out and touched the beam of light. Subaru, stunned, wondered, is it you, Sigura Sajiri? Scene change. On the rooftop, someone stood looking down at the city. Sigura spoke, we've made it through this year's incident as well. The woman behind her replied, if we'd been a bit later, we would have run into Lam Ku. Besides, is it really necessary to do this at every anniversary? Just laying chrysanthemums would be enough. He gently removed his hat and replied, you never know what might happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers we bring. She wondered, do you really think that kid is still alive? Sigura answered, I haven't confirmed it with my own eyes yet. Rina reminded them, instead of us going to look for Subaru, Kazuki found our location faster. If Subaru were alive, we wouldn't have stood by and watched everything for 20 years, idiot. The sunset sky with birds circling. In a corner, Subaru wept like a child without stopping. His feet tense. He's really still alive. Subaru sank into thought, clutching the flower in his hand and softly calling, Sigurd. This was the room Subaru Haas once used. Turns out he was poor too. Searches for Lam and Han yielded no results. Subaru dropped the computer onto the bed, but remained convinced Sigurd was alive. She's still out there, yet forced to hide away. Kyojo, could he be the root of all this? Given his character, no one could stay safe if they learned the truth. Did Sigurd really survive on her own? Subaru wasn't sure that all four of them had been blown away back then. But as long as Kyojo is alive and well, contacting each other now would be tantamount to walking into death. Moreover, Subaru was powerless now. Pushing himself only made him an easier target. He looked at the mask and the flower on the table and told himself. First, Subaru looked at his hands. I need to get my strength back. Then he clenched his sword, relying on Subaru Hase's memories. 2 days later, the guidance to become a player would begin. He stroked his sword, slipping into thought, if I can survive. As long as we're alive, we can meet again anytime. Subaru's eyes hardened with resolve. The scene shifted to the guidance examination hall. Huger stood with his arms crossed, his gaze stern and resolute. A man exhausted from physical training. Approached and asked coldly, you passed. But do you want to continue to the next part? The other stammered the word next. Immediately after, he became tense, staring intently at the system board. System board, do you want to proceed to the next challenge? He shouted, never, I won't do that. Are you insane? There's no way I can beat 3 at once. Huger barked back, shut up, you're giving me a headache. I'll make you fail. As soon as the man faded away, he hurriedly asked, but I still passed, right? Huger complained, that kid only managed that far in the guidance. I can't believe I had to let that weakling through. Isaac, son of Reinhardt, aside from him passing stage 20, there are no promising candidates left. The standards for this guidance test are pathetic. Recruitment quality has hit rock bottom. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on the screen and saw someone approaching, dragging a sword across the ground. Huger warned, that's a name that must bear heavy responsibility. Yeah, but it only matters if he can get through it. At that moment, Subaru, expression ice cold, waited for the system to announce 2 goblins have spawned. Eliminate the goblins. He urged, begin this test now. Before Huger finished speaking, Subaru lunged forward like the wind. He glanced up in bewilderment. Did something just fly by? Before Huger could react, he watched Subaru dispatch the monsters. He smirked inwardly. Using 2 days to test this body's limits was the right call. The body I awakened to is truly excellent. System, do you want to proceed to the next challenge? He replied, of course. I don't have time for this, so make it as fast as possible. Huger, seeing that scene, shouted in astonishment. Right at his feet lay a monster's head. Huger was horrified at what unfolded before him. What the hell is going on? Huger stood still, observing Subaru's actions. Eyes stunned, he doesn't swing his sword wildly, but anticipates 2 or 3 moves ahead of his opponent. Subaru's hand gripped the sword tightly, the joints standing out. Huger assessed, that's not just the talent of a good swordsman. Even I don't have movements like that. Unless he's the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami. The sword in Subaru's hand struck powerfully, decisively slaying the monster. Subaru's gaze chilled as he glanced at the creatures. System, you have completed stage 49. Do you wish to challenge the final boss? He sighed once and urged, do it now. The space around Subaru trembled once again. The ground began to crack with strange white veins. A giant hand emerged from beneath the earth. Huger shouted anxiously, hey, idiot, wait, you're not Narukami. If you value your life, stop here. The monster roared. It was the Goblin King. System message, sensing a sacrificial entity at stage 49, the Goblin King has been enraged. Huger yelled, give up before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. It's suicide, don't be greedy. No matter how skilled you are, you can't close the stat gap. But Subaru's eyes were utterly resolute. I know that. With my stats, I can hardly deal any damage to him. He tightened his grip on the sword and declared firmly, I refuse. Suddenly, Subaru threw his sword to the ground, causing Huger to clutch his head and shout, why did he drop his weapon like that? Is he insane? I knew something was off about him from the start. Just then, the Goblin King lunged at Subaru. An arrow shot straight and struck its leg, making its face change color, while Subaru collapsed to his knees, hands clutching the poison arrows. The Goblin King still didn't understand what was happening. Subaru said, place your bet, see if you kill me first, or I turn you into a honeycomb first. Without further words, Subaru lunged forward once more. The Goblin King roared and charged at him swiftly. Its legs moved nimbly, its arm rose to strike, and the two collided in attack. With agile movements, Subaru continuously slipped past and dodged its blows. He remembered the times he had trained before, constantly throwing darts but missing the center. At that moment, a girl stepped forward and said, you mustn't throw like that, Koala. Anything? Rena stepped in to demonstrate. Throwing a dart as she instructed, just grasp the center of gravity. The dart can become a concealed weapon. Sure enough, she threw one and hit the bullseye. Using the technique Rena taught, Subaru threw and struck the monster's throat, then grabbed another dart and stuck it into its body. Subaru said smugly, power is proportional to rotational force, while accuracy is inversely proportional to hesitation. That's what Koala taught me. Huger, standing nearby, thought to himself, the goblin damage and poison won't vanish until the challenge ends. I never expected I'd have to use a mechanic I once dismissed. Not just swordsmanship to slash the goblin, but also throwing skills to pierce foes with concealed weapons. He admired inwardly. He's a genius. A genius, is that one word enough to say it all? By now, the Goblin King's body was riddled with wounds. He lost all ability to fight and collapsed. Subaru quickly picked up the sword and said, "I don't hate you." With that, he delivered a killing strike. Finally, the system board appeared. You have defeated the Goblin King. You have completed Guidance Stage 50 for the first time, but it's still just guidance. Don't throw a monster like that during training. Subaru leveled up, gaining reputation and achievement points, unlocking the guidance shop usable only during this phase. With his current points, what can he buy? Achievement points, 2,425. He was constantly surprised from one shock to the next. I've never seen the guidance shop open before. Item prices range from 5 to 200 points, so he'd have plenty of points left. Having just pressed the button, Subaru's eyes widened as he muttered, "I can actually buy items like this." The nameless demon sword costs 1,000 achievement points. Sword rank, weapon type, drains the user's HP and spirit to boost slashing power and physical ability. A failed work by the swordsmith Master Kinnell. It has no name. I didn't expect to find a Kinnell creation here. It's tempting, but to use it would consume one's life force. The Miranda sword costs 1,400 achievement points. Sword rank, weapon type, reduces the user's fatigue accumulation and increases combat duration. A Mitran sword blessed by the cathedral. Staring at the holy sword, Subaru was puzzled. I don't need a demonic sword, but a holy sword. Should I prioritize destructive power and choose the demon sword, or prioritize safety and choose the holy sword? He pondered. Both are fine. I need to choose carefully. But then Subaru realized he could still change his choice. System panel displayed. Greed Null cost 1,400 achievement points. Rank, suppression, skill type level 1 effect. Nullifies the side effects of skills and items used by the user. Skill rank and level can be upgraded. Required currency, 10,000 C. Subaru's eyes widened in amazement. I've never seen a skill with such an effect. With the demon sword, it might even cancel lethal drawbacks. System messages kept appearing. Purchased skill greed null minus 1,400 points. Purchased the nameless demon sword minus 1,000 points. Subaru was thoroughly pleased. Well worth it. He held the sword, tested a few moves, then marveled. Indeed, this skill and the demon sword pair perfectly rather than relying on a single skill. Choosing the demon sword from the start turned out to be the right choice. Huger stepped forward to comment, "Good choice. That skill and the item are highly compatible. However, as an invigilator, I can't comprehend it. I am Huger. Why did you choose that skill? I don't know if it's useful and you're not sure it will be effective." Hearing that, Subaru retorted, "You want me to explain every tiny detail?" Suddenly, Huger grew angry. "Explain yourself. Is that what you want to ask? Speaking politely is hard, huh? You must be tired after the test, so I'll let it slide this time. There's no special reason." Hyga thought to himself, so the snot-nosed brat from back then has become an invigilator. Recalling a young man of earlier days, "I'm a fan, may I have your autograph?" "An autograph? I don't have one." "Then just write your name, I'm Hiroto." After remembering, he began rambling. "In my day, to become a player, learning etiquette was the first step. Compared to that, young people today get arrogant over a little skill. I don't know how they're educated. They only demand their rights, hate being disadvantaged, and instead of respecting elders, they call us old-fashioned. Times have changed, just like the amount of hair on your head." Subaru replied, "Anyway, I don't intend to answer, so keep the test results secret." There it is again, rebellious talk based on shallow knowledge picked up online. Huger said smugly, all right. If that's the case, I'll personally train you in the manners you're missing from scratch. How about this? Do you intend to join the Knights Guild?" "No. Hey, it's rare for an invigilator to recruit personally to the second floor." "Move." "Wait, hold on, stop." Nevertheless, Subaru resolutely left and eventually vanished. Huger sighed wearily, "My goodness, I'm so disappointed in you." After a while, Subaru landed in another place. Around him, the voices were a chaotic mix. "Second floor, how about some fresh deep-sea fish from Junitora? Special dried meat, come and try a bit. Newbie land. We have everything from martial cloth to coats from Earth." I had returned to this place. "I hold an opportunity no one else has. This second attempt, because I've been through it once, I'll handle things better than before. For the teammates still waiting for me, and to avenge the horrific end we faced. A private training room for practice, self-study of new skills, equipment endurance tests, etc." Upon arrival, an old man asked, "Which floor did you come from?" Subaru replied quickly, "I just ascended. This is where all players frequent." He pointed the way. "Then you should use training room number 1. There's a straw dummy there." Subaru asked curiously, "I'll use number 5. Number 5. The grumpy old man scowled. "I'll be honest, don't do that. It's a waste of money. Just use number 1. I appreciate your concern. Give me 30 minutes, please. Acting like you're the lead in a K-drama, suit yourself, but don't expect a refund if you leave halfway. System notice, you have used 50 credits. remaining credits 10,050 C. The higher the number, the harder the training room. It's true, players without proper gear are naturally looked down on. But he still bravely stepped inside. Alright, let's begin. Subaru readied himself, gripping the sword tightly. A red light flared as the system panel appeared. The nameless magical sword has recognized its wielder. All skills temporarily increased. The sword absorbed the user's HP and mental energy. Greed Null Level 1 resisted the violent reaction of the nameless magical sword. A bit of HP and mental energy was restored. Greed Null Level 1 failed to fully repel the sword's reaction. Fatigue gradually rose. As expected, Level 1 was still too weak, but just barely. The nameless magical sword absorbed the user's HP, its power rising in proportion to the HP drain. The more the system read, the stronger the sword became. It radiated a blazing red light. But Subaru couldn't control it. Is this my limit? Still within expectations. You have spent 10,000 credits. Greed Null Skill Level 1 has increased. He plunged the sword into the ground, panting. System display, Greed Null Level E, secondary skill category, blocks side effects of skills and items used by the user. Credits required to level up, 20,000 C. Greed Null Level 2 resists the sword's violent reaction. Greed Null Level 2's resistance to the sword's violent reaction partially succeeded. The nameless magical sword continued to absorb HP, and its power increased further. Success. At this point, Subaru's expression hardened, with bloodshot eyes. Subaru resolved to charge forward. It was time to test his strength. He returned to the old man from before. The man looked bored and sighed when he saw Subaru's figure glide by. Am I still dreaming or hallucinating? Seeing Subaru covered in blood as he walked, the man seemed unable to believe his eyes. Is that the kid who went into room 5 earlier? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Then the old man knocked on the room and called, "Hey, daydreamer, are you still in there?" When there was no answer, he poked his head in to look, and was so shocked he gaped. What the hell happened here? The scene before him was utter devastation. Cut to Subaru. He was stretching awake. How long did I sleep? My body is still stiff. Then he sat up and thought, if it had been an ordinary cursed sword, I'd have gotten through that room much more easily. Physically, I'm definitely stronger now, and I also succeeded in drawing out the sword's power. Normally, in this state, Subaru Haas, Origin Earth, Level 10, Strength 17, Dexterity 17, Endurance 16, Focus 18, Magic 8, Fatigue 61, shouldn't even be able to lift a magical sword, let alone wield it. He recalled the battle and thought to himself, the harmony between Greed Null and the sword is perfect, meaning such a combination is possible, but the next issue is the skill level. The system panel appeared, Greed Null, Rank F, Secondary Skill Category. Credits required to upgrade, 20,000 C. Remaining credits, 50 C. Am I always this broke? Looking at the system panel, Subaru looked dejected. Now I even have a credit management problem. I'm really stuck. I mean, I died, so I guess this is understandable. Suddenly a blonde guy approached and asked, "Hey, what's going on, everyone? I came to explore the second floor to relive memories from when I was a newbie here. Today's topic is how much trendy youth items cost. Let's go." Alexander donated 1 commemorative credit. You received 1 credit point from Alexander. Then he poured a cup of water over his head and shouted, "That hurts, thanks a lot." Subaru looked down, puzzled. What's wrong with that guy? Is he crazy? His gaze grew suspicious. Then he took out his phone to check the news. How do you earn points? It's the age of PvP now. 1 of 3 players always live streams. Do people win fair credit lotteries to make millions on streams? As he watched, Subaru muttered, live streaming, collecting donations. So that's what that guy was doing. Suddenly, Isek stepped up and asked, "You came too? I didn't expect to see you here. Do you live nearby?" Seeing him, Subaru paled. "No, my body is reacting poorly on its own. Maybe we're not on good terms." The man continued, "Hey, your friend is talking. Don't ignore them. It feels like I'm talking to myself." This sent him into thought. No, it's not discomfort. He then stammered speechlessly. "I came here, huh? That's surprising." Hearing that, the man sat down, sneering. "I didn't expect someone as weak as you to pass the guidance test. I thought a goblin would have killed you. I remember now." At that moment, Subaru suddenly recalled begging him, "Ijak, why did you do that? Why don't make me calm down with that serious face of yours? Your name annoys me and you can't even follow basic directions. You can't even do what's assigned. You're trying to act like you had no parents raising you, your head's empty. Also, the credits you gave me aren't enough." Seeing Subaru's pitiful look, Yak kicked him straight in the gut and jibed, "Don't argue, you bastard, it suits you. Listen, from now on that box is your home. No matter what happens, don't leave it. If I find out you step out even once, you know what's going to happen." Remembering this, Subaru's expression hardened. What kind of idiot keeps getting beaten like that? So that's why you lived in that box. He kept rambling to Subaru, "I made it to stage 20, even beat my father's record. Instructor Huya praised me, said I'm truly Reinhardt's son. I even learned a skill, the highest you can get from the guidance test. I'm so thirsty, I think I'll have a drink. Go ahead, I'm leaving." "Oh, is that so? When you come back, remember to buy me a cup of coffee. Anything cheap will do, just pick one. Subaru asked in surprise. Huh? The man bowed his head, covering his face. I'm serious, still won't listen like before. What's wrong with you lately? You stare at people and argue all the time. Did your soul get swapped? Seeing that, Subaru was direct. I have no credits, buy your own coffee. When he saw Subaru about to stand, the man lowered his voice. Sit down. But Subaru insisted on leaving, thinking to himself, kid, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal problems. But if that guy gets in the way of my revenge, that's another story. Suddenly, Isaac grabbed Subaru's hand and wouldn't let go. His bloodshot eyes stared at him. Hey, do you really want to watch yourself get beaten? Subaru resolutely retorted, let go, if you still value your life. Isaac kept gripping Subaru's arm, making the atmosphere even tenser. He glared threateningly, don't be arrogant. His eyes, full of murderous intent, remained fixed on his opponent. Subaru thought to himself that he couldn't cause a scene in front of this crowd. Making it big would only make things worse. Suddenly, Isaac burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the space. Seeing him brooding seemed to make the guy misread the situation. Don't be afraid, I'm just teasing you a bit like last time, right? You're still as timid as before, huh? With your skill, you barely passed the guidance test. I know you're feeling proud of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Yak stepped closer to Subaru. His contemptuous eyes looked at him as if he were trash. Do you really think you can beat me? If I want, I can make you disappear. You know who my father is, don't you? Having said that, he turned and walked away, laughing loudly as he warned, be careful, buddy. Subaru remained calm and watched him go. Buddy, my foot. The system notified that there are two main ways for a player to develop. The system now guides step by step. First is clearing stages. By clearing the tower stages and receiving rewards, players can naturally grow stronger. To enter the tower stages, you must pay credits, but you are guaranteed safety within a digital space. Because the stages are created by the system, even if you die, all you lose are credits and your progress. The system's second method is hunting. By hunting monsters outside safe zones or clearing dungeons on each floor, you can also develop. Doing so speeds up growth compared to stages. However, because hunting occurs in the real world, there's always a survival risk. It's life or death. If you die there, you truly die. At that moment in the dungeons, people whisper that this is why players avoid hunting. No one wants to risk their life. But in the darkness, a slight yet resilient figure, Subaru, sat leisurely before the corpse of the monster he had just slain. The safer the method, the slower the progress. The monster was defeated miserably. The more dangerous, the faster the gains. He slowly took out a slim device and pondered the sensational news updates. An image of a mysterious masked figure. Subaru was surprised. Narukami Subaru, 80,000 viewers. The mysterious streamer cheered. Are you all watching? Today I'll challenge the third floor of the stage. Subaru Ryan was extremely annoyed. The name Narukami Subaru and that mask, how many people have used that name? The system displayed Narukami is an idiot who posts a 20,000 C task every time he completes it. The masked man continued, Narukami Subaru, I'll play the fool. Thanks for the 20,000 credits. Subaru was bewildered. There's even a 20,000 credit task. Many tasks were posted. Prank hobbies, lonely wallet, secure assets registered a task. The masked man rejoiced. Thanks everyone, I'll clear this stage for you. Narukami Subaru easily makes money through live streaming, while the real Subaru has to slave away fighting monsters with his life on the line. Meanwhile, his remaining credits were down to 50 C, prompting Subaru to grumble. He makes a lot. He watched intently on the screen, then slowly stood up and let out a long breath. Subaru jumped up determinedly. All right, one more job. A massive foot thudded forward with a roar, making the ground tremble violently. A pack of monsters appeared, snarling with fierce faces. System noticed, the orc warlord has appeared. Subaru nonchalantly, even without the poisonous fang like last time, I have something even better this time. System message, the nameless magic sword has absorbed the user's HP. All stats increase based on absorbed HP. Tier 2 resistance has resisted the recoil of the nameless magic sword. Subaru angrily drew his weapon. I'm busy, I don't have time for you trash. System message, the user's HP and mental health are temporarily restored. Subaru delivered a straight kick to the monster's face. What a waste. He flipped through the air, unleashing move after move to dispatch them one by one. The monsters could only stand below and stare motionless. Subaru then threw a powerful punch. System result, the Orc Nest dungeon whispers have been cleared. He briefly thought, so I have to wear this again. Subaru looked in the mirror and muttered, I get how streamers make money now. If I'm doing it, I'll do it with everything I'm good at. Then he put the mask on, well, at least I'm the real thing. Having said that, Subaru quietly stepped out of the room. A voice announced, Narukami Subaru has started a broadcast. In the office, the atmosphere was quiet, without a single person. In the office, only Hatsuka sat, brooding over something. She suddenly clenched her jaw, seeming extremely angry. Hatsuka suddenly shouted, what the hell is this? Idiots, scoundrels, trash. Even 5 people couldn't complete it, what the hell? Seonghyun entered and said, remember, if the self-moderation audio triggers first, it's 1,000 points, right? It was almost at the threshold. So what happened? Who was it this time? Hatsuka replied, Subikichi, you're surprised. Is Subikichi Narukami Subaru or an imposter? She snapped angrily. Who knows, maybe both, because the real Narukami Subaru hasn't shown up. If there's a match, the strongest one will be the real deal. Everyone and their mothers are impersonating Narukami Subaru to make money. Seriously, is live streaming dead? Seonghyun said, don't say such scary things, we're making money from this service. Hatsuka remained irritated, isn't it? They don't even know the rules. Players risking their lives to climb the tower are laughable. Songhyun worriedly hesitated. Hatsuka, why did you give up the tower and come to a place like this? She replied softly, because it's boring. Besides, you gave up too, didn't you? If I were free, I'd find other talents. Shut up. He was at a loss for words. No, I quit because I lacked skill. Seonghyun stood there and thought. Well, he climbed the tower just to see Narukami Subaru for a day. If he loses his purpose, he'll lose his passion too, right? Hatsuka suddenly shouted, there's an amazing kid here. He turned and asked, what, you found another weirdo? She panicked, a new Narukami Subaru cosplayer. Seonghyun was also stunned. This is terrible. Is this a talent audition? Ridiculous. He continued, why are you watching a stream from floor 2? And it has no viewers. Hatsuka also noticed something odd. Yes, that's true. But every time I see someone wearing this mask, I can't help but hope. And the 1,000 credits I just donated. Seonghyun heard that and immediately knelt, begging, please forgive me. The system repeatedly announced, start the second floor challenge, complete the beginner dungeon and escape. Completion points will be awarded based on the number of monsters handled. Subaru thought to himself, the second floor challenge isn't hard enough to confuse me. But the feeling of being watched still puts a bit of pressure on me. Suddenly someone sent a message, which floor is it? The stranger asked again, first time, he mumbled, yes, this is my first challenge. A flood of messages came, are you sure? Is streaming like this okay? If it's your first time, you won't know much about the surroundings. Just then, a monster with a fierce face suddenly appeared. Subaru quickly grabbed the monster's head and flung it, sending it flying far away. System notice, the poison-eyed droplet has been defeated, awarded 1 corresponding point. Subaru paused and murmured, is there a problem? System notice, first challenge started. Conquer the novice dungeon and escape. Achievement points will be granted based on the number of monsters defeated. A comment appeared, your reflexes are insane. Wait, people are streaming from floor 2 now. Yeah, I see them sometimes, but they give up quickly because views don't rise. It's better to wait for other members and move together. Subaru slowly replied, hey MNY class, thanks for the tip. But I prefer handling things on my own. A comment popped up, alone, you've studied this, he's dead meat, newbies these days. Subaru began moving inside. Just using the name Subaru Narukami draws viewers without doing anything else. Suddenly, a salamander appeared and lunged at Subaru. His hand quickly gripped the sword hilt, and in the blink of an eye easily defeated it. Now I'll see how far I can go. System notice, defeated Mudwater Serpent received 2 achievement points. Comments resurfaced. Did anyone see that? Was that a Mudwater Serpent? In an instant, the poison-eyed droplet attacked again, but Subaru's body moved with incredible grace, and now seemingly nothing could stop him. A comment appeared, what was that just now? Did something happen? Viewers were now at 10. System notice, defeated poison-eyed droplet X2 earned 2 achievement points. Defeated Mudwater Serpent X2 earned achievement points. Subaru spoke up. If you focus on the sounds, you'll know from which direction and how many are coming. Comment, yes, I know that. You're lying, you're not a newbie, I know that too, I can do that. Hey vote to you, what level are you? Subaru continued, if you all already know, I'll just say what I think. Comment, normally people can't do that. LOL, talent wins in the end, sticking to your content, I get it. LOL, trying to leech fame from Subaru Narukami is a bit much LOL. Subaru thought, not enough yet, I want to accumulate as many achievement points as possible before leaving here. Comment, have you been going straight this whole time? A real man will quietly move forward. Didn't you study it properly? You'll get into trouble if you just go straight like that. Suddenly, Subaru's foot halted inside the cavern. His face slowly looked up, and countless poison-eyed droplets clung to the walls. Their pupils glowed a blazing red. One after another, the others opened their eyes in unison. Comment, see, I told you. LOL, he's done for. See you at the gate. System notice, Mylany Stream has created a quest, 100 reputation points if you can kill them all. Subaru remained thoughtful. Comment, is this a trap? How rude, LOL, haha. Subaru said, hey Mylany Stream, thanks for the 100 reputation points. A hand clenched and angrily slammed the table. Seonghyun panicked and shouted, where did I go wrong? I was fine up to floor 6 and now I fail here. Give me my money back. Sorry, was I too loud? My bad. Hasuka was staring intently at her glowing phone. Seonghyun tilted his head and asked, what's up? What are you looking at? Her voice dropped, something's not right. Seonghyun was astonished. It's not a big amount, really, I can pay you back. If I get into gambling again then, Hasuka cut him off, it's not that. Her tone had a hint of surprise. Narukami Subaru, you're still watching the stream. Seonghyun glanced over, suddenly his face twisted as he looked down. Comment, oh my god. And he's a newbie on floor 2. What, joking? I'm starting to feel sorry for the droppers. LOL. Crazy. How many times has this been? Seonghyun continued. How many has he taken down by himself? The poison-eyed droplets lunged in fierce attacks, and Subaru's sharp blade easily felled each one. The poison-eyed droplets attacked fiercely. Subaru's sharp blade easily cut down each of them. A comment appeared. Your explanation explains nothing. Who said he's a newbie? Step up, something happened. Is that all you've got? I'm on the upper floor but was guided by a floor 2 newbie. That sounded like if you step forward you can proceed. Subaru sighed. Communication is hard. Comment, don't forget to claim the reputation points. Oh right, I forgot. Subaru's finger quickly tapped to claim the reputation points. Comment, what's up, is he lagging? Subaru awkwardly scratched his head. How do I claim this? Comment, besides skills, he's definitely a rookie bird. Pro, click the accept quest button at the top of the chat window. Quest completed. Received 100 reputation points from Milani Stream. Subaru quickly replied, thank you very much. He continued deeper inside. Well, the next place will be the last one. System notice, current reputation points, 150, current achievement points, 118. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed outside the building. Hasuki excitedly said, this is bad, it's just bad. Seonghyun grit his teeth and covered his ears. You're the one in trouble. She turned back. What? Well, have you seen anything like this before? Seonghyun grimaced and added, you're overreacting, it's still just floor 2. Hasuki widened her eyes and stood up. Yes, I'm overreacting, he panicked. Sorry. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Where are you from? Earth. I'm Subaru Narukami from Earth. Could this be fate? Could this be the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami? You've seen things like this in manga, the so-called isekai motif. Seon-hyun frowned and thought to herself that whenever Narukami is mentioned, this girl goes crazy. Hasuki continued, what should I do? I'm feeling dizzy. Hey Seon-hyun, if I close my eyes now, will you be startled? She asked in surprise. What? I can't. Seong-hyun hurriedly added, no, that's not it. Are you planning to probe him? Hasuki shouted angrily. Yes, he replied. He has some bright points, but he's still a newbie, just a lone streamer. Hasuki cut in immediately. I know that. Seong-hyun sighed in exasperation. What do you know? If we report it to the manager, we'll get scolded. Hasuki retorted angrily. You were just betting earlier and now you're serious. Her cheeks puffed and she grimaced. Just you wait and see. Hasuki's gaze remained fixed on Subaru. Suddenly the area around Subaru trembled, and he lightly placed his hand on the rock wall. Here it is, the dungeon's endpoint. The door slowly opened. Subaru stood firm, facing it with confidence. Inside, the Gatewolf was sitting in a deep sleep. Are you Gatewolf Greg? Comments appeared immediately. Every time I see him, I feel crazy pressure. Please keep it secret that I struggled with this guy for 8 tries. Him not letting me pass on the first try made me think it was a bug. System notice, received acknowledgement from the Gatewolf. Pass through the gate to continue the challenge. Subaru thought privately that the Gatewolf wasn't a hunting monster. It was a gatekeeper, judging the strength of players, conquering the novice dungeon, and deciding who may proceed. Subaru's eyes slowly glanced at the screen, and his expression froze. 3,000 reputation points. A comment appeared, another rude one, LOL. Maybe he doesn't intend to give them. Budget tightening was announced. Besides, this isn't a monster to slay, LOL. The Gatewolf's dark pupils slowly opened, and a deep scar appeared on its fur. The system quickly announced, Gatewolf Grat, gatekeeper of floor 2. It inhaled deeply and spoke, a single player. Subaru didn't answer. He swiftly drew his sword in front of him. Sigurd praised, Subaru, you're really good. Even when you changed the sword's angle mid-motion, your breath and gaze didn't waver. Subaru asked the sword's angle. He continued, from the start it looked like you intended to land the cut in a single strike. Did you calculate the enemy's movement and plan ahead? Subaru didn't answer, remaining silent in thought. Then suddenly pointed at his face, but I really didn't think that much. Sigurd frowned. What an annoying guy. Subaru continued calmly. Maybe it's better if I couldn't do it. Sigurd forced a smile. Usually you can't. Subaru resumed his thoughts. Sigurd also felt it odd, didn't he? The important thing in communication is the eyes and instantaneous transmission. When taking down a group of poison-eyed droplets at once, don't think about targeting each one individually. Poison-eyed droplets always charge forward when attacking, so the more there are, the larger the opening. System notice, let the Gatewolf acknowledge you. The Gatewolf's eyes widened, staring at Subaru in astonishment. Alone. It asked again, did you really come alone? Subaru replied coldly. Can't you tell by looking? The Gatewolf pressed its face close to his. You truly are an interesting one. I smell the aroma of a great warrior from you. A comment appeared, the aroma of a great warrior, and you told me I smelled bad. It said I smelled like a dead goblin. Subaru's eyes sharpened. Warrior wolves can send a special fragrance, not just body odor, but a person's essence. The Gatewolf spoke, you are qualified to pass this place. The test is over, you may go. Comments immediately erupted. What's wrong with this guy? Anti-discrimination, so there are cases like this. Subaru scratched his head, thinking silently that even in his previous life this never happened. Too bad, my target is human. The Gatewolf tilted its head. Me, isn't it the back door? Subaru quickly nodded. Yeah, someone told me to kill a person. The Gatewolf lifted its head and continued. Indeed, a man who possesses the soul of a great warrior. At that moment in his sunlit office, Hasuki and Seon Hyun were present. Someone's fingers tapped repeatedly, full of irritation. What's this? On entertainment, how many viewers does that Zo streamer manager have? Seon Hyun forced a smile, about 20. Hasuki interrupted, no. She beamed, it's over 30 now. Seong-hyun grimaced, thinking, I won't remind you, idiot. John suddenly picked up his glasses, his tone cold. Are you kidding me? Do you think I don't know you gamble on company time? I told you to find potential talent, and you bring back someone with only 20 viewers. Hasuki bowed her head, 30. John angrily cut in, that's not the point. Hasuki, why don't you stream yourself? You have the skills, you'd definitely get fans. Hasuki looked at the screen, I just checked, it's past 40. Ron frowned, hey, are you listening to me? Meanwhile, Subaru remained ready before the gatewolf. Suddenly, its sharp claws swung up. Subaru tightened his grip on the hilt. Don't think. System notice, the nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana. All stats increase according to stamina expended. Subaru steadied himself, keeping calm. Thamnairn level 2 neutralized the nameless demon sword's side effects. Your pupils illuminated, even if it's your first time. As the thought ended, the gatewolf lunged. Do it like you always do. Subaru's blade quickly parried the claw. The gatewolf did not stop, continuously swinging its claws in a frenzied assault. Subaru's feet struggled to hold ground. He pulled his sword back, panting, it's strong. Facing it with raw strength alone is impossible. The gatewolf's sharp gaze fixed on Subaru, truly a warrior. He closed in again, attacking without pause. The gatewolf said, but you are not on my level. Both of Subaru's hands stayed clenched on the hilt, not letting go. Comments appeared, defensive tactics are for hired blades, probably won't work, but still dangerous. He's unreal in strength. Maybe try 2 or 3 times. The one who issued this quest will regret it. Will he finish it? That will be hard. By now, Subaru's entire back had been pressed against the wall. He panted, thinking there are often more effective ways than brute force. The gatewolf continued, you have intrigued me, warrior. Its claw rose high, ended. Its powerful arm descended with terrifying force. Subaru quickly shifted direction, calling out, that's what I meant. Your attacks are too predictable. With that, he thrust his blade straight into the gatewolf. Die. Its whole body collapsed in pain, blood pouring out relentlessly. Subaru leapt up, gripping his sword tightly, and easily used his skills to defeat the gatewolf. He quickly sheathed his sword at his side. The gatewolf looked up and said, excellent warrior. System notice, gatewolf defeated. Leveled up to 12, +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 focus, +2 mana, gained 500 achievement points. Comments popped up, wait, he actually beat him. Did he die standing? This stream is awesome. Wasn't this a trial run? Maybe. Subaru exhaled and smiled softly. Comments continued, solo, hats off to whoever assigned this quest, lol. Perhaps they never thought he could do it. Viewers, 56. System notice, quest complete, received 3,000 reputation points from save asset. Subaru said, I'll use it for good, save asset. System notice, reputation now 3150, achievement 618. The gate opened. Subaru slowly stepped inside, into a place filled with light. Suddenly his gaze froze, sensing danger. A comment appeared, something is enraged. The system panels kept appearing before Subaru's eyes. Comments continued, 13, are you kidding? Isn't the known record 16 so far? Is this a record? System notice, the number of choices scales with a player's talent. Will you take the lightning challenge? Comments flooded in, now that's the spirit. Of course, if he doesn't pick lightning here, he should change his name. Subaru hesitated for a long moment, then spoke, I choose it. System notice, lightning challenge selected. Subaru's body was immediately enveloped by powerful electricity. Hasuki continued to watch the monitoring screen intently. Everyone laughed loudly in excitement, that's great. Hasuki pointed at the screen, he did it, 60 viewers now, how about that? Have you ever seen a streamer gain viewers that fast? Usually quests only offer 2 or 3 choices, but he had 13. John said in a low voice, it's really impressive to defeat a gatewolf. I hear he's never been beat. But the guy is still just a new streamer on floor 2. There's more to consider. Hasuki laughed excitedly. Manager, want to bet with me? He asked in surprise, a bet. Hasuki continued, if he fails the lightning trial, Segon and I will work on fixed salaries for 5 years. On the other hand, if he succeeds, you'll sign him without complaint. Seong-hyun wailed, what, why include me? Wait, I don't know this person. John smiled faintly, even if he reaches the trial, do you really think he has a chance? The only player to ever attain lightning is Subaru Narukami. Hasuki remained confident, you won't know unless you try, right? John folded his arms, alright, I'm in on that bet. Hasuki quickly covered Seon Hyun's mouth, I'm not in. System notice, lightning challenge begins. Just as Subaru was about to speak, a sound suddenly sliced through the air. Someone suddenly rushed forward and threw their arms around Subaru. Immediately after came a huge explosion from behind. Fiend gasped with massive debris scattered behind him. What are you staring at? Do you want to die? System notice, giant fragment defeated. Subaru was surprised, why is this guy here? Suddenly, the giant fragment gritted its teeth and looked down. Comments appeared. What is happening? Isn't this the lightning trial? Yes, that's a giant clan monster. Why has it appeared? Subaru thought to himself that a boss should have appeared in the second part of the trial. Did something change because I defeated Greg? The giant fragment quickly swung its weapon down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Subaru left his spot and advanced slowly. He sighed. Still, it's only large. Its build is far inferior to Greg. Good thing I knew that beforehand. Fiend hurried over. After I got into trouble saving you, run now. Subaru tightened his grip on the hilt. I should deal with this before someone else interferes. System notice. The nameless demon sword absorbs the user's blood. All stats increase proportional to blood consumed. Thamnairn level 2 nullifies the nameless sword's side effects. Subaru stood his ground, facing the giant fragment. His feet suddenly spread as he took a combat stance. The giant fragment's weapon descended with tremendous force. Subaru timed his foot placement for the landing. The giant fragment wouldn't stop and kept charging forward. Fiend looked up at the sky and saw Subaru suspended in midair, then quickly land on its head. The blade, without hesitation, drove straight in. With a single slash, the giant fragment screamed in agony. Subaru's gaze was pitch black as he coldly looked at it. You're noisy. His palm tightened on the hilt. Be silent for the rest of your life. The giant fragment's head lifted, blood pouring endlessly. Its pupils slowly closed, no longer able to resist. System notice. You have defeated the giant fragment. You have completed stage 4. System notice. You have defeated the giant fragment. You have completed stage 4. Leveled up to 13, plus 2 strength, plus 1 agility, plus 1 HP, plus 1 mana. Gained 4,000 achievement points. Received item. Giant's heart. Received item. Thunder light. Comments exploded. 4,000 points given from stage 1 to stage 4 at once. So generous. Killed a gate wolf. Perfectly cleared to stage 13. Fiend, astonished, stepped closer to Subaru. Comments continued. Isn't that Falcon? LOL. The tone turned politely serious. Anyone would be on guard if something like this suddenly appears at stage 4. Yeah, everyone would panic. LOL. Fiend asked in surprise, what kind of freak are you? Subaru replied coldly, his pupils dark as he looked down. Can't you tell? I came to defeat the giants. At that moment in a very quiet town, only a few townspeople and some scattered guards stood around. Subaru sat alone in the room, intently watching the screen. Comments appeared. Show us the items. Show us, show us. I bet it's at least magic grade, not just magic, but rare. Subaru's arm moved into the frame. I'm curious too. Well then, let's take a look. System notice. Giant's heart, rare grade, accessory type, plus 2 HP. A ring carved from a giant's heart that enhances HP and recovery. Subaru thought silently that this accessory is very valuable, boosts HP, and he likes that effect. He looked down at the floor, thinking he just so happened to need armor. System notice. Thunderlight, rare grade, defensive armor type, plus 5 defense. Imbued with the power of lightning, Thunderlight can be used once per day to remove adverse status effects. Remaining uses 3. A comment appeared. Nice. Despite equipment restrictions, it seems usable up to floor 5. Unlike the giant's heart, that's a lifetime item. Its base value is whatever you require. Subaru quickly donned the reinforced armor. System notice. Naru Kaminoa registered a quest, 5,000 reputation points. If you learn Thunder, do your best. Subaru replied quietly, thank you, Lord Naruami. The system continued. Imband registered a quest. I will award 5,000 points for a similar quest. Mission Villa in also registered a quest, 3,000 points for a similar quest. Sveet registered a quest, trust, and 7,000 reputation points. Subaru said, thank you all, I will definitely show you my strength. Are there that many people waiting for thunder magic? Maybe he could become a more important presence than he realizes. Suddenly there was a sound outside the door. Come in. A comment appeared. Perfect timing. LOL. Peeking behind the door. Ah, no doubt this guy also registered a quest. In front stood Falcon with Peleus beside him. Falcon smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the village's knight leader, Sir Peleus. Recently, giant attacks have been frequent. Our knights must stand guard 24 hours a day, fully equipped. For safety, we've asked villagers to limit unnecessary travel. We didn't expect to encounter an outsider at a time like this. Peleus continued, I heard you defended the village while I was away. On behalf of the villagers, thank you. Subaru interrupted, no, I only did what was right. Peleus went on, the face of this village is a brave knight who stands against the giant clan. Peleus said sternly, fortunately, during scouting we discovered the leader of the giant clan. We plan to risk everything to corner them, so forgive our roughness. I beg you to save our village. Subaru did not answer, only looked at Peleus's current demeanor. Comments appeared. Peleus, don't die Peleus. Huh, is he going to die? Don't spoil it yet. Subaru grimaced, thinking, based on my memories, Peleus will surely die in the next stage. His arm slowly reached forward, hold your head up. Subaru smiled confidently and continued to speak. Understood, I'll cooperate. Peleus smiled and quickly shook his hand, thank you very much. System notice, Stage 5 survival begins. Everyone set off together under the evening sunset. Subaru continued to watch the screen intently. He thought to himself, with viewers increasing, the comment stream is getting so fast it's impossible to interact. Suddenly, Peleus halted and raised his hand. Stop. Fiend's face darkened as he pointed forward. It was a monster with a body full of hardened scales, the leader of the giant clan. Peleus said, I'll draw its attention, so you benefactor attack it from behind. Suddenly, a hand quickly landed on his shoulder. Wait. Peleus gritted his teeth and turned to look at Subaru. That thing. The ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. Peleus and his comrades were thrown into panic. Subaru's eyes sharpened as he stared. Not human. At that moment, the giant chieftain's pupils slowly widened, and its gaze slowly glanced to the side. At the same time, a whole series of giant fragments appeared at once, and they charged forward in frenzied excitement. Peleus stared in surprise, trembling. Why? A giant fragment's massive palm struck down swiftly. Stop. Before them now stood a grave danger. Help! The giant fragment drew itself back within sightline, then suddenly grinned maliciously, its pupil a terrifying blank white. Everyone began to flee in panic. Head back to the mountain base quickly. The giant suddenly roared as if enraged. It pressed its hand hard down onto the person who had been sacrificed beneath it. Someone tried to rush forward crying but was held back by comrades. Stop. The monster raised its hand. He wailed and shouted, Jan. Peleus stood guarding the front, quickly turning to command. This is an order. Everyone run. He shouted, increasing their alarm. Think of your families and the village. This isn't the end. We'll start again. They immediately ran off. Peleus turned back to keep fighting. I'll leave leading the rear guard to you. As he turned to the side, he bumped into a shadowy figure. Peleus shouted instantly, You two run, please rebuild the knights and avenge us against the giants. Subaru drew his sword and replied, That's exactly what I'm going to do. He stepped forward and asked, Aren't you going to flee? Peleus asked back in surprise, What do you mean? Subaru made as if to push him away. If you're here, I can't move freely. If you insist on staying, we'll both die here. Peleus panicked as if about to scream, but still abandoned the outsider and fled. I can't. Subaru snapped immediately, Don't make me say it twice. He ran off at once. Peleus didn't forget to call back, I'll go gather the warriors, if you can hold out until then. Subaru fixed his gaze on the monsters and answered, Thank you. Peleus shouted, Survive this battle, I owe you my life, take care. The monsters suddenly opened their mouths wide and howled. Subaru, fearless, launched himself at them. A black aura enveloped the sword in his hand. I am your adversary. He immediately slashed up beneath the giant's leg. It was cut and lost its balance, nearly toppling over. The others glanced over at the sound of their comrade's cry. Subaru wiped sweat from his brow. A system notification appeared, traces of giants defeated. Double reward, gained 20 achievement points. Subaru's eyes glowed red as he hacked and said, Even if this is a test, I'm not used to being left alone. Elsewhere, Peleus was desperately sprinting deeper into the forest. He stopped abruptly, breathing heavily. Peleus anxiously turned to look back toward the place he'd just fled from. He said nothing, only clenched his jaw. Besides Subaru, a flurry of comments appeared. Looks like a big fight. That's definitely self-destruct. There are too many of them, just survive, right? Why did you send others away? Another comment. Scores change based on how many warriors survive. It's not just about living. Ugh, this is impossible. Subaru caught his breath and thought, even Peleus, who is fated to die, if I do this, I can save everyone. While Subaru was still calculating, the giants went berserk and charged at him. Subaru immediately delivered a finishing blow to one, traces of giants defeated. Gained 10 achievement points. He spun to the side and quickly took out another, traces of giants defeated. Gained 10 achievement points. Subaru pondered, the nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana and all stats increase proportionally to the mana consumed. If I take them out one by one, it shouldn't be hard. He raised the sword, gripping it tightly. The question is how long I can borrow the demon sword's power. I need to secure vision here and locate the boss. Subaru climbed onto the corpse of the giant he had just cut to broaden his view. The other giants saw this and turned their gazes toward him. Subaru hovered in the air. One of the giants below even opened its mouth as if waiting for him to fall. Suddenly one opened wide and raised both hands high as if to catch Subaru. He didn't attack but instead kicked it in the face. Then Subaru used the faces of the giants as a springboard to launch himself. Comments bubbled up again, one wrong move and you're dead. Melee should be Subaru Narukami's specialty. He ignored the comments and focused on finding a way to use the level 2 absorption to nullify the nameless demon sword's side effects. The user's stamina and mental strength had recovered. There was a change in stamina consumption. Equipment really makes a difference. His eyes widened as if he had seen something. I need to find the boss quickly before I reach the limit. Subaru spotted the boss in the distance. There he is. He saw him and laughed loudly with delight. Subaru rushed forward and it readied the weapon in its hand to strike. As he lunged, he thought, if I don't kill it in one blow, I'm done for. The giant solemnly raised the staff in its hand. Though outwardly calm, Subaru inwardly prayed, please let this work. He snapped his fingers, a cracking sound rang out. Golden light immediately enveloped him as he used Thunderlight. Thunder echoed across the battlefield. The giants writhed in pain, clutching their heads and covering their eyes. They wailed and screamed as they held their heads. Even the boss dropped its weapon and covered its eyes. It raised its head, opened its eyes toward him, and shouted, "Humans." Subaru dove down from above, the tip of his sword aimed at the center of its head. The nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana. His eyes blazed red. The sword also flashed with a beam of light. Subaru decisively thrust straight down. It was struck and its eyes widened in shock. Subaru held his position as blood sprayed everywhere. The huge giant stared at him in disbelief, then fell backwards. Its body gradually collapsed. All the others were clutching their heads and unaware the boss had been killed. Seed of the giant defeated. Immediately, a series of system panels appeared. Survival Stage 5 completed. Outstanding achievement attained. Leveled up. Strength +1, Agility +2, Stamina +2, Mana +1. In the live chat, comments flooded in excitedly. Has anyone ever beaten him? Impossible. How did you even beat him? That wasn't supposed to be that kind of stage from the start. When did the chance for a finishing blow appear? Beating something you weren't supposed to beat. What a troublemaker. I hate my weak body so much. Subaru breathed hard, continuously steadying his breath. If this were the protagonist, this would be a badass ending. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black and lightning flashed violently, lighting up the heavens. The giants finally calmed and slowly lowered their hands. He raised his sword and looked at it. Level 2 absorption had failed to nullify the nameless demon sword. Subaru staggered, struggling to keep his footing. At that moment, an image flashed across his mind. Even if I complete this stage, the monsters will not disappear until the trial ends. I never expected the mechanic I used to my advantage would now ruin me. A few drops of blood began to drip from under his mask. Subaru looked at the massive giants and thought to himself, this is bad, the power is gone. Suddenly, a few bolts of lightning split down from the sky. A golden lightning bolt flashed down from the heavens to the ground at incredible speed. His whole body was lit by the lightning's glow. Inside another forest, the sky was crystal clear, birds chirped, and golden light filtered through the leafy canopy. Deep within that forest stood a wooden house built beneath the foliage. In front of the house, a girl sat on a chair doing something. She was focused, staring down at something in her hands. Sigurd stepped out of the house, and his gaze immediately turned toward her. He approached and asked, "What are you doing in a place like this?" She didn't answer and switched topics. "Nice weather, isn't it? The air is so fresh too." Rina kept staring at the device in her hands. "It's something you can only enjoy right now." Sigurd stepped closer and looked up. "It's almost time, huh?" She thought for a moment, then replied, "At most once a year." He turned to Rina. "It's time to end this." At that, she fell silent and Sigurd sighed helplessly. "You're really strange, absent-minded when we're having a serious conversation." He leaned down toward the device in Ya's hands. "What are you looking at so intently?" She hesitated a little and said, this. Inside is an image of Subaru. Right now he's called Subaru Narukami. Sigurd lost his composure and shouted, "Subaru, did you just say Subaru?" Rina sighed and hurriedly replied, "Of course not, that Subaru." He only stole the name Subaru Narukami, a streamer currently doing the second challenge. Comments also appeared on the live. "His movements are extraordinary, and this guy is supposed to be a newbie." Rina stammered slightly then spoke clearly. "You know him too, right?" She raised her voice at Sigurd in anger. If Subaru survived that situation, Kazuki Kyojo would have been wiped from this tower long ago. He asked calmly, "What do you mean?" Rina's eyebrows dipped and her cheeks flushed with a few pink streaks. "Subaru is dead. You need to accept that fact." Hearing that, Sigurd immediately turned and walked away. "Don't bring that up again," she called out in alarm. Sigurd. Rina rose from her chair and shouted, "How long are you going to hide in that kid's shadow?" He irritably turned back and retorted, "And what about you?" Sigurd snatched the device from her hand. "This is why you get involved in things like this." She was about to explain when he took it and held it up to Rina's face. "I was just killing time." She looked at the device, the image inside reflected in Jana's eyes, making her cry out, "Huh." Sigurd took the device back, his expression a little annoyed as he asked, "Well." The moment his gaze met it, Sigurd froze instantly. It was. Subaru drove his foot into the ground to gather momentum. A vast amount of energy radiated from him, lighting up the space. The giant tribe were crushed by the pressure and couldn't move. A system notification appeared. "You have acquired the lightning skill and received 2,000 achievement points. 1. Continue the challenge. 2. Advance to the next week." The commenters erupted. "What, really? That's insane. So that's how you get it. The difficulty is totally broken. You ask how to get lightning? Just defeat the giant boss. Why Subaru Narukami didn't say anything makes sense. Even if I told you, you still couldn't do it." He looked down, thinking, normally this isn't something I could obtain here. The system panel displayed information about lightning. Rank A+, Tier 1 skill, consumes stamina and mana to wield Thunder's power. It can be upgraded by adding lightning fragments. Subaru looked at the panel and sighed, "At least I'm not dead. That's enough. The challenge stopping at this point really saved me. More notifications then appeared listing all the viewers who had sent him gifts. Subaru immediately spoke up, "Thank you, everyone." He glanced at his reputation points and continued, "Reputation points, 20,150. I said that when I receive gifts, I'll put on a performance to thank you. The challenge will continue." The giant stirred back into motion, lunged forward with growls. Subaru, his sharp eyes sweeping over them, said, "I'll show you what drained those 20,000 reputation points." The greed skill level 2 leveled up to greed level 3, nullifying lightning's side effects. He raised the hand, crackling with thunder. He wanted it to spread through his whole body now. As lightning flowed into his hand, Subaru's hand shone even brighter. "All of you." He stood ready to defend, while the monsters charged in like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Just as they raised their hands to attack, Subaru sneered, gripped the sheath sword with both hands, and channeled lightning into the nameless demon sword. Subaru's whole body emitted a deadly red light. "Should I cut them all down at once, like in the old days?" He swung down hard, his eyes flashed with light. Where the slash went, the giants were cleft in two. No monster could escape Subaru's deathly blade. With the finishing blow, his body began to fade along with the light. Subaru, a bit exhausted, panted, "Damn, I was trying to save my strength to come back." He planted the sword in the ground, forcing himself to stand. "I misjudged my power." Behind Subaru, a group of people was slowly approaching. They saw the scene before them, and each of them looked a little startled. Peleus looked up, his face clearly bewildered. "Huh." He suddenly dashed towards Subaru, our benefactor. "You're holding them off." Hearing the call, Subaru also turned his head. His vision blurred, he tried to breathe normally, but his sight grew hazy. He looked at Peleus, rushing over worriedly. "You idiot, honestly." The moment he reached out his arm, Subaru squeezed his eyes shut. "You really came." Inside a room, the device on the table buzzed. All three people in the room were worried and a bit panicked. Seong-hyun looked up and asked, "Did it really have to go this far?" John didn't know what to do. "Don't ask me. I don't understand women's minds." Hatsuka sat in her chair, bringing her hands to her face and murmuring, "This is bad." Her face flushed red, sweat pouring down. "What should I do?" Hatsuka rubbed her face with both hands. "Maybe I came off too cold. What if it was just a work message? I should have added more emojis." He crossed his arms and said, "Sorry, but to me it just looked like a work message." "Are you one of those obsessive fans?" John added, "Honestly, I thought you wanted to be a streamer's manager." Hatsuka put her hands down, speaking a bit loudly. "But before becoming a manager, I was a devoted fan. How could you blame me?" She suddenly stood up and stepped toward them both. "I told you, didn't I, boss?" Hatsuka placed her hand on her chest, her voice clear and commanding, lightning that only Subaru Narukami can obtain. Because of this, it has become a lightning unique to Subaru Narukami and his group. Seong-hyun sighed, "Somehow I managed to save my salary." He rubbed his chin and smiled. "No wonder no one else could obtain it. Definitely someone worth watching." The device in his hand suddenly received a signal. Hatsuka's eyes lit up. "Ah, boss." Seong-hyun's next words made her a bit anxious. It seems Subaru Narukami has read the message. But no sooner had he said that than Hatsuka froze into a statue. He's only viewing it. Both of them looked at her in alarm as she stood there stunned, motionless. At the same time, inside a room filled with figurines, an excited voice rang out. "Well then." A young man sat in a gaming chair in a modern room with an expensive PC, staring at a large LED screen, unable to hide his excitement. "Shall we get started?" A streamer who specializes in analyzing players' matches using sharp insight and knowledge. He had defeated countless opponents and built a solid reputation. A confident smile appeared. Hawkeye. Word spread that he showed keen analytical ability when reviewing footage of various players. Among them was Kurakawa Ammon, who had just joined the Blue District. The future of the Blue District, a comprehensive analysis of Kurakawa Ammon. Hawkeye pointed at the screen showing Ammon. A dark horse has appeared, scaling the tower at breakneck speed. Some even call him the second Narukami. It's time for Hawkeye to step in, including Kazuki Kyojo, a former member of Blue Eye. Can he become the strongest man? Kazuki Kyojo of the Blue District, Hawkeye analyzed. Kazuki Kyojo, now a player representing Earth, must carry immense pressure. But today, I want to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the cross-generational legend Narukami Subaru is no exception. No matter what people say, lightning still belongs to this man, Narukami Subaru, Hawkeye praised. When you think of a player who is on a level above the rest, who comes to mind? Most of you are probably thinking of this man right now. That's right, Subaru Narukami. Hawkeye started his livestream, excitedly introducing, "Hello, I'm Hawkeye. Thanks for tuning in today. Today we'll focus on and dissect the hottest player right now, Narukami Subaru." Comments immediately surged. "Narukami Subaru is back. Not the original. Isn't he still on floor 2? So soon." Turns out there are a lot of Narukami Subarus. New Subaru, out of ideas lol. Hawkeye is past his prime. Most comments were skeptical. But Hawkeye paid them little mind. He moved his mouse. Now don't ruin the mood from the start. Hawkeye began reviewing Subaru's battle. He could only marvel. "Oh, that's insane." The chat was excited too. "What's wrong with this guy lol? And he's a newbie? This is on a different level from Gacha Gods. Overrated? What floor are you on?" No one doubted Subaru's skill anymore. Hawkeye continued watching, hesitating. What's going on? He was at a loss for words while witnessing Subaru's performance, able to utter only one word. peak. Hawkeye began to analyze. There's no focus like that. No ordinary person could use a newly acquired skill that well. He lavished praise. He controlled the skill, channeling only exactly what was needed into his sword and wasting not a bit of power. The chat overflowed with compliments. What do you mean? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? Ah, I get it. One word, God. If this is real, then it's insane. Hawkeye continued. The finesse of control and concentrated technique, the focus that makes it possible, and the judgment to use it precisely when needed. Truly, he made no mistakes throughout this entire fight. He watched intently. Where did this monster come from? He thought to himself. I bet half of you don't even understand what you're watching. Before ending the stream, he promised, this guy will definitely become a major figure. I plan to keep following him in upcoming broadcasts. The comments below were still lively. I thought he was some kind of tanker. Are you planning to hunt with him? Isn't that your take? If he climbs a bit more, then teaming up would be fun, but honestly, he's simply extraordinary. One comment caught Hawkeye's eye. No verdict today, he thought for a moment. Alright, I forgot to give Hawkeye's one-line verdict. He pondered for a while, then decided to be blunt about the control. He may even surpass Narukami at his peak. Cut to Subaru asleep, suddenly jolting awake. As if something prevented him from continuing to sleep, Subaru sat up and the system announced, Stage 6 is imminent. Fatigue has been fully reduced. Do you want to postpone the challenge? Subaru recalled the two conditions required to temporarily suspend the challenge. You must have completed the previous stage, the next stage must not have started, and fatigue must be 0. In other words, you must be fully recovered. Subaru scratched his head and thought, my fatigue is 0, but I'm still mentally exhausted. Maybe I should pause the challenge for a bit. He picked up his phone to check and was surprised at the viewer count. He offered his final words before ending the stream. Thanks everyone for watching today. The chat suddenly became busier than usual. Ending the stream. Turns out he was just a bird going to sleep. More. He also noticed the change in viewer numbers. Since when did my viewer count get this high? Subaru said goodbye to the audience. Sorry, but the next stream will start the day before yesterday. I'll take a day off. The moment the system announced Subaru Narukami had ended the livestream, a flash of light appeared, opening a gateway. Subaru was suddenly teleported out of his room. The system displayed Stage Discovery. His phone buzzed with a notification. Subaru didn't rush off but stood to check it, and stared in bewilderment at the incoming message. It was an important letter from Azure Sky Entertainment to Subaru Narukami. Thank you for your efforts. I am Hatsuka from the management of Azure Sky Entertainment. Could you please confirm receipt of the message we sent? Our company fully supports streamers and guarantees the highest revenue share in the industry. Suspicious, Subaru removed his mask and read it again. A letter of invitation. Suddenly, he realized the sender was Azure Sky Entertainment. Cut to a small cafe scene. Subaru was still staring intently at the message that had been sent to him. He went online to research the company that sent the letter, Azure Sky Entertainment, a major MCN managing streamers, one of the rapidly growing companies thanks to heavy investment and streamer support. He thought to himself, the world has definitely changed. Now companies like this exist. Reading the information he had just found, Subaru frowned slightly and thought, it's one of the leading MCN companies in entertainment, really top tier. Subaru stumbled upon a post titled, Streamer Hawkeye links with Azure Sky Entertainment like a shooting star. Narukami has appeared and just in terms of control he may have surpassed the original. Below, contentious comments erupted. Hawkeye's next target LOL. This guy just spouts nonsense. Nonsense, as a commentator you're top tier too. People quickly forget their roots and start advertising everywhere. He seriously praised that person. Hawkeye is famous for being extremely strict. Reading the comments, Subaru recalled, so he's also a streamer for Seun, a commentator known for blunt, unfiltered style. The chat was buzzing. Subaru felt shy but excited to learn Hawkeye had praised his performance. I admit it, he has a good eye for talent. On the street, a pair of feet hurried toward the cafe where Subaru was sitting. A large man paused in front of the cafe, checking his phone. His phone was replaying Hawkeye's live stream. Hawkeye's commentary rang out. In terms of control, he may even surpass Narukami at his peak. Isaac angrily turned off his phone after hearing Hawkeye's comment. Don't joke with me, he just reached floor 2. He angrily cursed at the screen. What dogs, once I climb up there I'll gouge their eyes out. His anger hadn't subsided. Isaac stomped his foot. Damn it. He entered the cafe in a sour mood like a dog had chewed him up, already ruined his morning. Entering the cafe, he froze inside. His anger flared up again. Unfortunately, Subaru was already sitting in the cafe, which made Isaac even more irritable. He muttered, am I just unlucky today, everywhere I go? Subaru was oblivious to all this, still focused on reading the hot news on the screen. Isaac angrily walked over to Subaru, taking advantage of the fact he wasn't paying attention, and deliberately knocked over the steaming cup of coffee on the table. The coffee had just been brought and was still hot. Subaru jolted up from the burn, and froze when he realized who was in front of him. Isaac offered a perfunctory apology. Oh, sorry. He pretended not to know, then added, Subaru, We meet a lot lately, don't we? Floor 2 really is small. His tone was clearly hostile. Trouble so early in the morning. Subaru didn't bother to argue. He planned to ignore him and sit back down. But Isaac wasn't about to miss a chance to taunt him. Want me to pay for your coffee? Lucky you never have money, so that will be. Isaac kept on ranting as Subaru quietly brushed past him and left. Isaac hadn't finished his sentence before he felt deeply insulted, his eyes turning furious. He called after Subaru, "Hey." He angrily tried to pick a fight. "Last time I pretty much warned you, are you stupid or what?" Suddenly he lashed out and grabbed Subaru by the collar. "You bastard." He leaned in close to Subaru's face and threatened, "Drop that smug look of yours. You think I'll let this slide? If you want to get beaten that badly, you should have said so. I'll crush you again like before. Happy now?" Subaru looked at Isaac's tantrum with weary annoyance. He grabbed the man's wrist and gently replied, "Sorry, but I don't have time for this today." Subaru's grip wasn't light, leaving bruises on Isaac's wrist. The man was shocked, unbelieving. Has he always been this strong? Subaru walked away calmly. "Just assume you'll pay for my coffee. Thanks for the treat." He left, leaving Isaac dazed alone in the cafe, suddenly stuck paying for the coffee. The man shouted, "Hey, come back." Isaac's call didn't make Subaru turn back. The cafe door slammed shut like a slap in Isaac's face. He sighed, I was planning to climb the tower quietly." He angrily cracked his knuckles. He used to be Subaru Narukami, now he's Subaru Haas. He didn't bother with his coffee anymore and walked out, still annoyed. "They all keep poking me." Meanwhile, Subaru was strolling down the street when he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. He typed a message and sent it to someone. Cut to a bathroom scene. Hatsuko was relaxing in the bathtub when her phone buzzed with a new message notification. The screen displayed, "From Narukami Subaru, let's meet sometime." Inside the dungeon, a beam of light shone down, revealing the scene below clearly, with monster corpses strewn everywhere. The battle had just ended, and the sword in Subaru's hand was still glowing red. Subaru stood before the door to the boss room. A notification appeared. Entering the dungeon boss room, the exiled salamander god's refuge. Another notification appeared. Tier 3 infusion nullifies the side effects of the nameless demon sword. Subaru thought seriously before entering the battle. I'm gradually getting used to this body. From above, out of the pitch-black void, a flame slowly descended. A giant salamander god, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, surged upward. The system displayed, Boss Salamander has appeared. The monster let out a ferocious roar. Without hesitation, Subaru charged, attacking while carefully planning to avoid the accident from last time and mastering the use of lightning. I need to test how far my power can go. With that, he and the salamander lunged at each other. He used lightning, channeling power into his legs. Subaru easily sprang high into the air. Subaru leaped forward. In that moment, he felt reborn into his former prime. The monster charged too, opening its jaws to unleash an attack. A stream of fire was hurled straight at Subaru. Immediately, he infused lightning into his sword. The system displayed, lightning has been infused into the nameless demon sword. Subaru swung the demon sword with force. His slash tore the monster's flame cleanly in two. The system repeatedly announced, Tier 3 infusion nullifies the side effects of lightning. The nullification failed and his fatigue increased. Subaru ignored the warning. He still wanted to test another swing. This time, the demon sword slash cleaved across the monster's body, carving a perfect arc. As victory came, his system notified, dungeon conquered. The exiled salamander god's refuge leveled up, gaining 1 strength and 2 stamina. Subaru exited the dungeon. Dusk had already fallen. He glanced at his stats, fatigue 61. Subaru muttered to himself, the stamina cost reduction effect is better than I thought. I still have energy left, I could increase my power further. But he sighed and looked at the screen. It read, D-rank infusion, tier 3 skill type, nullifies side effects of skills and items used on the player, upgrade cost, 40,000. Subaru winced, isn't requiring double reputation points to level up a bit harsh. While Subaru gloomily thought, I wish someone would suddenly appear and offer me a good job. A voice rang out, hunting. He turned to look in the direction of the sound. From afar, a tall figure emerged in the darkness. The voice was very familiar. The figure slowly approached and asked again, you hunting? A familiar face gradually appeared in the moonlight. It was Isaac. This time he seemed glad to run into Subaru. We've known each other a long time, but this is unexpected. Meeting someone he didn't want to see right after a fight, Subaru muttered in annoyance, you're really clingy. Isaac waved his hand. I've really thought it through, you know, but in my anger I reached the limit of my patience. He continued to close the distance towards Subaru. Moreover, he taunted, why don't we finish this right here? Subaru looked at the man before him, disgusted, thinking, this guy really is. Cut to a bustling night street. Beneath the grand buildings, radiant young women strolled. Hawkeye entered a small tavern. While searching for someone, a hand waved at him. Over here. John had already been seated. He smiled cheerfully when he saw Hawkeye. Long time no see. John replied politely, yeah, how's the stream going? Hawkeye sat down, comfortably picked up his glass. The tea's the same, most viewers are the same, so the numbers don't change much. John took a sip and said slowly, actually that's better, things built from the ground up don't collapse easily. Hawkeye curled his lip at John's moralizing and asked, by the way, why call me out all of a sudden? You didn't call me just for tea, so spit it out. John praised him. Man, you're as sharp as your name, Hawkeye. He brought up Subaru Narukami, whom Hawkeye had evaluated the day before. Are you serious about that? Hawkeye sipped and answered seriously. Oh, that newbie. Like I said, I think his talent could surpass Subaru Narukami at his peak. Whether he can actually reach that position is another story. His eyes grew thoughtful at the prospect. After hearing Hawkeye's assessment, John pondered. I see, so that's your judgment. Hawkeye cheerfully asked. Why do you ask? John didn't hide it. I intend to recruit him to the company. Hawkeye agreed at once. You really have an eye for talent. Good. But he has too few viewers yet. You can't just recruit him. His recognition is too low. John toyed with his glass. You're right, but what you said made me confident about him. Then he made an offer. Do a collab between you and Subaru Narukami. We'll handle boosting views and recognition. Meanwhile, Isaac was still provoking Subaru. There were only the two of them here now. Subaru just wanted to go home, he replied indifferently. Yeah, that's right. Isaac kept babbling. This happened because you were carried into the dungeon, you know. You had no scratches, probably ran away right away. That's why I tell you to stay in your lane, buddy. He spoke nonstop like a machine, acting as if climbing up was just luck. Don't tell me you think you've become Subaru Narukami or something, dreaming of mastering lightning like that streamer. Isaac put a hand on Subaru's shoulder. That trash Subaru Narukami, if he's dead, he should just lie in the graveyard and rot. He showed his annoyance. All of you irritate me, damn it. Having said that, he looked to Subaru for agreement. Right. Subaru helplessly looked at the noisy man before him, and could only sigh. I didn't expect an era full of Subaru Narukami imitators. Subaru had a question to ask too. I'll ask you something. Why do you consider me such an enemy? Isaac was surprised by the question. He gave a simple reason. Because your name is Subaru. Subaru asked curiously. Why hate that name? Everyone likes that name, right? Isaac hesitated at his answer. Your mother. You know who my father is and you still ask that? Subaru grew more puzzled, not understanding. What does this conversation have to do with your parents? You're grown, why drag parents into everything? Isaac introduced Reinhardt, a high rank of the 9th floor. The name made Subaru exclaim in surprise. Reinhardt, don't tell me the famed Swordmaster One Cut. A memory from his past life surfaced in Subaru's mind. An urgent announcement blared. An unimaginable event has occurred. Subaru Narukami of Lam Nha, you appeared like a comet from Earth and defeated Ranker Reinhardt of the ancient language continent. With a single blow, Subaru left, leaving Reinhardt amid a land that had completely collapsed. It happened in less than 30 seconds. He lay in a pool of blood, struggling to crawl up. Wait, I can still fight. Before he finished speaking, his arm went limp. That was how a high-rank officer of the 9th floor was defeated. Back in reality, Subaru's reminder sent Isaac into a rage. You dog, don't use that name so casually. Subaru questioned, so the reason you consider me an enemy is because of the one-cut swordsman, not your father's nickname. His brow knit slightly as he continued. Do you know what Subaru Haas had to endure because of that? Isaac didn't want to hear any more. Shut up, if you babble on, he began his attack. Flames engulfed the two of them. Isaac snarled, no. Subaru stood and watched to see what he'd do. Isaac's hand slowly transformed as he declared, no more chatter, go die. Isaac gathered a fireball in his hand, repeating aloud, I hate Subaru Narukami. I hate Subaru Narukami so much it makes me sick. He has nothing special, yet he takes all the attention and acts superior for it. Because of a leader like him, the others grew complacent and died with him. He said with a face full of hatred, serves them right. Right now, somewhere in hell, they're probably rotting and getting their deserved punishment. Thinking that, Isaac broke into a satisfied smile. He unleashed his attack while cursing nonstop. You, with that name, it's your ultimate curse. His strike hurtled towards Subaru, causing a massive explosion. He sighed, thinking he had killed Subaru. Oh, I couldn't control my power. After all, he was a friend. What a terrible thing I've done. Isaac kept fantasizing about his strength. Next, maybe I'll go kill that damn masked streamer. Suddenly, Subaru's voice rang out from the ruins. A mask. Isaac panicked. He couldn't believe that after that blow, the boy could still be alive. Subaru strode out boldly from the thick smoke and flames, appearing as he had on the livestream Isaac mentioned. You mean this? A patch of scorched earth smoldered after Isaac's strike. The fire still raged. Isaac couldn't believe what he saw. Impossible. Subaru was still alive and not a single wound on him. He gasped in astonishment. You took my fire head on, how? Subaru was unhurried. He simply replied to Isaac's fury. Tough enough, right? With that, he suddenly lunged at Isaac. Listen to a spoiled brat like you. A punch was delivered with tremendous force straight into Isaac's stomach, making his eyes roll back. Isaac's pupils trembled violently as he let out a groan. Ugh. Isaac collapsed at Subaru's feet. He screamed in pain. Arg. Blood poured from Isaac's mouth as he screamed in agony. Subaru looked down in contempt, talking trash about them. Isaac wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to speak each word. Why can't you? Subaru calmly demanded. Today, who stands before you? Subaru Hasi, the one you bullied until he cried. This masked Subaru Narukami, or the Lam Nha Subaru Narukami. He gently removed the mask. His gaze fixed squarely on the man collapsing before him. Isaac still refused to submit. Don't mess with me, so you're that streamer Subaru Narukami, aren't you? He scrambled to his feet, sneering. The lightning isn't even that great, even trash like you can learn it. He gathered strength in his hands and continued arrogantly. You think with that level you can beat me? If a weak, pathetic loser who doesn't deserve my attention can learn it, then I'm even better than Lamb's Narukami Subaru, right? Subaru remained still, listening to his absurd rambling. Isaac roared in anger. Is that right, you bastard? He launched a sudden attack. Contrary to his haste, Subaru merely swung his arm gently. With a single strike, Isaac's arm was severed and flew high into the air. Everything happened in an instant, so fast Isaac couldn't understand what had occurred. Subaru calmly rebuked. Terrible, wrong answer. I'm amazed you can spew so much nonsense, completely off topic. Subaru's sword was pointed straight at Isaac's throat. He stammered, wait. What do you mean? He fearfully recalled Subaru's questions. Do you know what Subaru had to endure because of that? It made him uncomfortable, right? A brat like you talking bad about them. At that moment, Isaac suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He trembled violently. Don't tell me. Subaru watched patiently as Isaac fumbled to speak. You are a Lam Enhan Narukami. No sooner had he finished speaking than Subaru delivered a fatal strike. Blood spurted from him like a waterfall. He quickly finished Isaac off. Game over. Blood poured from his body onto the ground as he collapsed. Subaru put the mask back on and left. That was too lenient of me. Subaru spoke to Subaru Hase's body. Consider this my thanks for letting me borrow your body. Cut to the next morning, still at the familiar cafe, but today the staff were more agitated than usual. What's going on? Fanboys of Subaru Narukami or what? Doesn't he have any shame? Looks like he's streaming. Subaru sat in the cafe, staring at the device in his hands, paying no mind to the whispers behind him. As a streamer, he adhered to Subaru Narukami's face concealment policy. It's a huge advantage that keeps opponents from knowing his face. Outside, a woman entered. Sorry to keep you waiting. The woman was Hatsuka. She blushed shyly. Nice to meet you. I'm the one who contacted you. She quickly introduced herself. I'm Hatsuka, the manager. Subaru politely stood. I'm Subaru. Hatsuka awkwardly shook his hand. I'm truly honored to meet you. She blushed and looked up at Subaru's appearance, unable to help but exclaim, they really do look the same. She started to imagine further. What if Subaru Narukami is still alive and returns, and the one hiding his face with a mask is an imposter? She had stared at Subaru for so long that he asked, is something the matter? Hatsuka realized she'd gone too far. Yes. Hatsuka recalled John's careful instruction. Make a good first impression to win the client's trust. Got it? Never show any untrustworthy behavior. She worried she'd already ruined it from the start. Subaru couldn't understand why she was tearing her hair out. He asked aloud, are you a fan of Subaru Narukami? At that, Hatsuka's eyes lit up. Yes, an extremely devoted fan. Subaru explained, I'm not the real one, so calm down. Manager, I think you're younger than me. Hatsuka excitedly, no, I'm a fan of yours too. She was truly a genuine fan. Once she hit the right note, she couldn't stop talking. Actually, I've followed you since you had no audience. That means I was your first viewer when you defeated a mob drop and cleared Greg's challenge. Then you chose the lightning trial to face him fairly. I was so surprised, and after that, Subaru hadn't expected her to be such an ardent fan. Meanwhile, Hatsuka kept babbling, with moves so quick and skillful, just watching makes me exhilarated when you subdue it immediately. My hands were sweating. I've even encountered giant shard fragments. Subaru was stunned listening to every word she said. She really was the first viewer. She remembers more than I do. Behind the mask, Subaru smiled happily. I was so carefree back then, it's surprising you were watching. Being recognized, Hatsuka grew even more thrilled. Isn't it awesome? I think it's fate. That's why I came straight to the company and begged to be your manager. After expressing her fan thoughts, she quickly reverted to a professional manner. All right, from now on act professionally to earn his trust. The contract is prepared. Since you might be busy, I'll summarize. She slammed the contract down on the table. Regarding things like commercial ads, event broadcast clips, etc., will help create all kinds of added value that can be generated using the Narukami brand. Subaru took the contract and asked, so what do I have to do? Hatsuka answered, just keep streaming as usual, that's all we need. The job sounded so simple. Subaru was suspicious. Being a streamer is that easy? Hatsuka flusteredly explained, because you're the first to master lightning, and starting from the department head, our entire company holds you in high esteem. She silently encouraged herself. Good job, me, one last push. She asked excitedly, so what do you think? Are the terms satisfactory? Suddenly Subaru asked, are all the managers at Azure Sky like you, Hatsuka? Subaru's question wiped the smile off Hatsuka's face. She recoiled awkwardly. No, everyone else is much more reliable and professional than me. I'm not that bad. Seeing her flustered, Subaru quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant by the question. Subaru glanced over Hatsuka, silently analyzing and assessing the aura she gave off. She's not an ordinary player, someone with that level only working as a manager. Hatsuka worriedly muttered, we're doomed, 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 doomed. Inside the mask, Subaru's face showed a hint of concern. In other words, the opponents he would face from now on would be much stronger. There's no time to rest, he has to keep accelerating. At that moment, Hatsuka fretted, sulking and internally monologuing. I absolutely must create a trustworthy impression. What if he refuses? Should I force him to sign? Contrary to her thoughts, Subaru reached out. He accepted. I understand, you're someone I can trust. Hatsuka was surprised, not expecting him to agree. Ah, Subaru said sincerely, please help me. She was moved to tears, happily gripping Subaru's hand. No, I'm the one who should say that, please help me. The live screen lit up and Subaru appeared. This time his stream already had a fair number of viewers. The chat grew excited to see him. There he is. Hi everyone, I've been waiting for you. Hey new guy, you're too close, look at that mask. Same content again today. The livestream display showed 703 viewers. Subaru was astonished, 700 viewers right as he started, so fast. Oh, is this thanks to Hatsuka's announcement? Earlier, Hatsuka had posted an announcement detailing the skill distribution schedule. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting, Subaru began entering the dungeon. Then let's start right away. The system announced Act 6, Legend. The scene cuts to a forest, rain pouring heavily. An army is encamped here. Inside a hut, many soldiers are gathered, all surrounding the leader. Pelias spoke to Falco. Where's our benefactor? Falco replied, here. Another soldier cut in. This is suspicious. Should we trust someone who isn't even a knight? A few others agreed. Exactly, it's hard to believe an outsider suddenly appeared and single-handedly defeated the giant clan's boss. Unless Pelias witnessed it himself, you could have been deceived. Was that really the giant clan's boss? Wasn't it just a grunt? Pelias was furious at the soldiers insulting his benefactor. How can you say that? Suddenly a loud call came from outside. Lord Pelias. A soldier ran in to announce, the benefactor has woken up. Pelias hurried over. Benefactor, are you all right? Subaru stepped in. Thanks to you, I can walk normally without assistance. When Subaru appeared, the soldier's suspicion grew. Is that the hero who defeated the giant clan's boss? Politeness aside, he doesn't look very strong. Subaru understood what they were thinking. It seems you don't believe I defeated it, or you don't want to believe it. Previously, Hatsuka had shown Subaru a trick, adjust the mic frequency so only viewers can hear his voice. Subaru silently thanked her. It was a handy feature for a boring situation like this. He walked past the soldiers, muttering under his breath, how shameless. The chat began to enjoy it. Don't underestimate him. Did he just smile under the mask? Confident, huh? A polite hand was extended. An older soldier introduced himself. I'm Dale. Subaru responded courteously. Nice to meet you. Dale sighed. We try to protect the village, but people are still being trampled. Subaru asked, trampled? Dale sadly nodded. Yes, by that one. The vagueness puzzled Subaru. That one? Do you mean there's something even more dangerous than the boss? Dale agreed, yes. He recounted that the giants who once went to war with the gods were sealed away and disappeared. Most of the giants now are merely traces or remnants. But the one that appeared after Subaru killed the boss was different. He approached the giants of legend. At the mention, Dale trembled. It was unbelievable that such an entity still existed. The chat boiled over, so it's like level 8. No one has gone that far before. If it's real, how can we defeat it? Not only the viewers, but all the soldiers were in a panic. Subaru remained calm. Then we have no choice but to defeat it. Dale marveled, quite confident, but we're in a position of begging for help. It's an impossible request. Some still mocked. He says that because he hasn't faced it yet. Pelias spoke up, benefactor. He recounted an ancient legend of the 1,000-year mountain. Hidden on its peak is a shard of thunder. Pelias paused for a moment, the only one who could find it. I believe it can only be the benefactor. In the village, villagers fled in panic. Smoke and flames rose everywhere. A group of giants advanced, and behind them loomed a much larger silhouette. A giant many times taller than the others entered the village, muttering strange words. My child. He grabbed a soldier, screams rang out. He lifted the person high in his hand, then crushed them like a toy. I will send you off with the blood of humanity. The entire scene contracted into Subaru's field of vision. From above, Subaru rode his horse and looked down at the village. The chat snapped awake. The one defeated earlier is his child. It's huge. Is that a real giant? Subaru pulled the reins and rode away, glancing back one last time. He really was trying to kill everyone. The chat kept going. This trial is trying to kill people. Impossible things are happening. Before leaving, Pelias warned Subaru it would take about 3 days for the giant to arrive. If he couldn't find the thunder, he should flee to save his life. Before Subaru stood the 1,000-year mountain, a towering peak. To defeat the giant, the power of thunder was indispensable. It might be the key to this trial. Some viewers doubted. Maybe it needs at least 2 tries. Subaru replied confidently, no, there isn't a challenge in this tower I can't conquer. Immediately after, he realized he'd spoken carelessly. Damn, I blurted out a catchphrase. The chat cheered, so confident. Lol, I've heard that line before. The system kept announcing. Safety registered a quest with a 3,000 reputation point reward for defeating the target. Bam Job also registered a quest with a small reward. Subaru inwardly rejoiced. Good, I'm not discovered yet. He tightened the reins. The horse neighed and then stopped. They had arrived. Subaru dismounted and stared at the colossal cliff. Inside, a shard of thunder was being hidden. Subaru began searching among the rocks. Recalling Peleus's words, the thunder shard exists only in legend. No one knew whether it was a power, an item, or even a person. Subaru asked, do you know how to obtain it? Peleus replied regretfully, unfortunately, we only know the location and the legend. But one thing is certain. Peleus asserted, the one who once wielded thunder destroyed the giants. Cut to Hatsuka making a phone call. A voice rang from the other end. What's going on? Hatsuka shouted in delight, the contract is complete, department head. On the other end, John asked skeptically, what did you say? Really? He then proudly said, ha ha ha, you did it. Finally, Hatsuka has become respectable. Receiving the praise, she joyfully tossed her bag and rushed into the room. Hatsuka excitedly, right, this will earn me respect too. Wait, are you praising me? John answered, of course, I met Hawkeye, but there's something I want to tell you soon. Before he could finish, Hatsuka turned off the device and happily stretched out on the bed to relax. Alright, I'm done with work, time to watch the stream. She started Subaru's live stream. Watching it on screen while being seen live herself. This was the ultimate joy for an otaku. The stream just reached the scene where Subaru confidently asserted, there isn't a challenge in this tower that I can't conquer. Her eyes tracking the live suddenly widened. She sat bolt upright, her face full of suspicion. Hatsuka murmured. A line from over 20 years ago had just slipped out naturally. At that moment, on Subaru's side, a large rock trembled violently from a powerful impact. Below, the Chap buzzed nonstop. You're using your hands, don't tell me it's hopeless. Who said that? A deep dent appeared on the rock. Subaru didn't stop. He challenged, whatever's tougher than you, come at me. He swung with all his strength, fight to the end. The punch caused a massive explosion. The rock shattered into many pieces, and debris rained down around Subaru. Finally, he saw what he'd been searching for. There it is. Sturdy legs stepped atop the large slabs of stone. Subaru clenched his fists. Inside him, of course anyone would wonder, the feeling couldn't be fully conveyed over the stream. A colossal thunderous energy was calling to the thunderous power within him with great intensity. Beyond this door, he advanced with agility and determination. Comments popped up, that door is huge, looks like the giant's gate. How do you open it without a key? Break it, it's his specialty. But how? He gently reached out and touched the door. Inside, streams of golden light slowly revealed themselves. That's an obvious clue. He thought the real challenge would surely be within. A powerful punch drove down. Subaru leaped up. If you've called for me so fervently, then I will answer. The golden energy flew in and pierced the stone wall. He stood and watched the whole scene, feeling not a tremor within. The door slowly opened. He stepped in slowly. Comments continued. He's moving forward. A major event is about to happen. Let's go. Subaru was startled to see something, and his steps suddenly froze as if he'd just made a firm decision. He resumed moving forward with a resolute expression. A mechanical voice rang out, you are entering the path the thunder travels. You cannot leave until you complete the stage. Everyone stood quietly, each doing their part. Dale asked Peleus, do you really think he'll obtain the thunder? Peleus replied confidently, he can, I'm sure of it. He continued, even though he's an outsider, you place a lot of trust in him. He smiled cheerfully. That person has already proven himself. There's no reason to doubt him. So what if it's thunder? We're going to die anyway. A trembling voice spoke from behind. You don't understand. That giant, the power he possessed, I experienced it firsthand in that village. Peleus sat down beside him. Even so, we must not give up, right? Let's place our trust in him this once. That young hero did everything for us without asking for anything in return. His eyes welled with tears. It's easy for you to say. Before he could finish, suddenly everyone panicked. Everything shook violently. A terrified voice cried out. It's not good. A man rushed in frantic. He's here. Everyone was terrified, mouths agape, unable to believe it. Inside the cold cavern, Subaru looked around with icy composure. He walked in slowly, thinking to himself, what do you want me to do here? Comments popped up. There's nothing at all, so the thunder is just too fast to see. His gaze was thoughtful. That made sense. Before discharge, lightning is merely charges dispersed in the air, so of course I wouldn't be able to see it. So this trial wasn't about finding something with the eyes. The trial's name was the path the lightning takes, and a powerful bolt deep inside was calling him. Its pull grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly he froze, his pupils contracting violently. He struck the ground hard. Maybe this trial is lightning that can't be seen with the naked eye, dispersed through the air. And the deeper you go, the stronger it reacts. Suddenly a golden flash sparked, a rock shot forward, causing an explosion. Comments continued, what was that just now? What the heck was that? Inside him, he was sure that was right. Even knowing that, he still had to keep moving forward. You really have no taste. This time they're testing our endurance. His eyes went cold. Basically, if you can't endure it, you die. A mechanical voice rang out. E has awarded 100 reputation points. What are you afraid of? Many more people continued gifting reputation points to him. he strode forward proudly, resolute. Cold-eyed the quest reward, thank you all very much. A pot of soup was simmering, steam rising. Zigure sat quietly in a chair. He sighed, his expression thoughtful. Rena burst in so forcefully he was startled. He hurriedly covered something with his hand, surprising her. She exhaled and teased, what are you hiding? Watching something? Perverted are you? He stammered, I'm not hiding anything, I'm just tired in the eyes. She sat down beside him, smiling cheerfully. I heard your hair's growing faster, you know. He helplessly replied, don't say weird things, I told you it's not true. She continued, since you said that I stopped watching the stream. But oh well, he mumbled, I understand. So what are you going to do here? She took a bite of bread, calm. What reaction? You mean I can't relax on the sofa? He stammered, voice trembling slightly. No, not like that. If so, I'll endure and do my best. He angrily shouted, you don't have to say it like that. She covered her ears, annoyed. Hey, my ears are about to explode. Don't shout at me like that. He kept yelling, rest as much as you like, don't worry about me. His hand shook, sweat pouring as he held the phone. He said, you're always stubborn and never listen to others. She frowned, what a strange guy. Irritated, she stood up and said, such a bother. He curiously asked, where are you going? You know, she could have stayed longer. She could eat a few pieces of bread or even lie down if she wanted. Seeing her go into the room and slam the door, he sighed in relief and lifted his phone, almost being discovered. If she knew he was watching the stream, she'd surely make a scene again. I can't even imagine that scene. He looked worried, thinking, even if our positions were reversed, Subaru wouldn't forget us. A voice from the phone echoed, basically if you can't endure it, you die. Zigure was lost in thought. His personality and way of speaking really are very similar to Subaru. Thanks for the quest reward. However, he's nothing like Subaru when it comes to grinding nation reputation points desperately. Not knowing what was happening, a hand gently rested on his shoulder, a hoarse voice sounding, you should ask yourself that question. Rena placed her hand on his shoulder, his face went pale. Her voice carried a dangerous tone. Do you think I really didn't notice, trying to fool me? You're still so inexperienced. A mechanical voice rang out, create the path of lightning. Tears slowly fell. Subaru was silent, feeling how fleeting everything was. He walked slowly, as if he had no strength left. Suddenly, sources of golden light surrounded him. The system voice announced, progress 2.3%. His arms became hypersensitive, trembling uncontrollably. Inside him was a familiar feeling about lightning. He'd faced it more times than he could count. His gaze turned cold and resolute. The system continued to urge, progress 2.3%. He thought there was still a long way to go. He kept walking, still somewhat hesitant, but assumed the goal was very near. Comments popped up, why isn't he running? Wouldn't it be better if he ran? Hurry up, please. He coldly looked at the comments, I may stop reading chat from now on. To be honest, just run. It seems he's too badly injured to read chat, terrified to live and cling to life. He thought that achieving the objective was obvious, but if possible, he wanted to aim for even more. Subaru's face appeared on the computer screen. Hawkeye stared thoughtfully at the live stream on the screen. He recalled John's words, you and Subaru Narukami should collaborate. Thinking that, he said coldly, how long has it been since John personally took on a project? John set down a glass of water and said, I've always told you, right? In entertainment streaming, you can only do half the job. Understand that this is part of the evaluation. He slowly continued, who your family is and which players exist in this era determine fame. He smiled appreciatively. Exactly, Subaru Narukami's stream isn't fan interaction so much as a veteran player's vlog. Subaru may be a newcomer, but you just need to keep his usual commentary style. He spoke slowly, this might really be an opportunity. Riding a broom to become a star that can shine alongside him. Hearing that, Hawkeye seemed reinvigorated. He clenched his fists as if he'd made up his mind. His eyes flashed, his pupils contracting violently. Then he smiled, you might be able to run away here because you're not confident in climbing the tower, right? I also want to become greater than anyone, you know. He quietly looked up at the sky calmly, sitting in the chair with his hands lazily behind his head. A star. Reached out to touch a distant star. I really could become like that constellation. Returning to reality, he was shocked to realize he was reaching out towards something. His voice helpless, what am I doing during work? He stared at the screen, suddenly yelling this, are you crazy? On the screen, the live broadcast continued. Subaru stood there resisting the golden energy. His whole body was badly injured, but he still tried to fight back and move forward. His steps trembled, but he kept moving resolutely. Subaru kept gasping from the pain. Inside him, the stronger the lightning, the deeper it sank into his body. He looked at his hands thinking, this should be enough. He continued, even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the Ren and Du channels, began to fill with lightning. A mechanical voice rang out, progress 20.7%. The process of clearing the minor meridians is underway. The lightning is stabilizing within the body, mana +1. He thought I have to control it no matter what. The Ren and Du channels are the body's central conduits. The minor meridians refer to the vessels that connect the whole body. With the minor meridians cleared, inner power has spread to every corner of the body. He looked quite worried. Hasi Subaru hadn't gone through the minor meridian purification process. In other words, he was taking a shortcut. The system's voice was cold, adverse state, electric shocks commencing. Fresh blood dripped down. Subaru thought normally people would do this with their mana. Relying on external lightning makes it easier but brings unimaginable pain. Subaru slowly closed his eyes, resigned. Drops of blood. Along the paths he walked, staining the ground red. Hatsuka sat on the bed, holding her phone. She was watching Subaru's live broadcast. Her face worried, sweat dripping in large beads. Your minor meridians are already cleared. Are you planning to do this here? Inside his body, the lightning moved and did not rely on mana or inner power, but on external force. The pain must be indescribable. Most people wouldn't withstand it and would surely faint. Even if one died in the trial, it wouldn't affect reality. She stared at Subaru's image on the screen. The pain was the same as in real life. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling. So why were her eyes filling with tears? Why go this far? Subaru continued to walk as the machine's voice boomed. Progress 50.3%. The process of clearing the minor meridians is underway. The lightning is stabilizing within the body, mana +1. His body was covered with wounds. He collapsed to the ground, and it was all his fault. He was filled with despair, as if he were the one who had killed them. Seong-hyun stared at his phone screen and said, "I've always said this, right? There's no challenge that can't be conquered." He asserted confidently, "Don't worry." He said amid everyone's joy, "In the end, I am the victor." Subaru's voice was weak, seemingly exhausted. He raved, "If I hadn't been careless, if I hadn't pushed them with my excessive confidence." His gaze was clouded, tears streaming. Then no one would have had to die. Kazuki, his face smeared with blood, spoke earnestly. He gave a disdainful smile. "You failed because you were too arrogant." Subaru went mad and ran forward at full speed. All of them. His footsteps left pools of fresh blood behind him. He kept blaming himself. Powerless, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly without strength. He gasped, his hands battered with wounds stretching out as if to grasp a final sliver of hope. The scene shifted to a prairie with endless stretches of green grass. Subaru glanced at the leaves fluttering around him and murmured, "Where is this?" He suddenly noticed a group of people sitting around a campfire ahead. Subaru froze for a moment, his whole body tensed. His pupils dilated to the maximum as he blurted, "Everyone. Suhesoa Kaori, even Sigur and Renat." He hurriedly ran toward them, wondering, is this all just a dream? Before long, he reached near their backs. Tears welled in Subaru's eyes as he smiled faintly. Of course it must be right. My God, what a disgusting nightmare. At least tell me what I dreamed about. Just then, a voice rang out, "Subaru. You really led us to our deaths. I don't want to die." Those words stunned Subaru. Suhei Soya Kaiori. Chino, sitting to one side, interjected, "You always talk about grand things only too." She now had a hole in her abdomen, her tone full of resentment. "Why didn't you protect us?" He opened his eyes wide and could only call Chino's name. A roaring red flame burst up in the center. Subaru, drenched in sweat, stammered, I couldn't do anything against the fire that was burning them all." Subaru reached out, shouting, "Wait." He screamed helplessly into the sea of flames. "Everyone, don't go, wait a moment." Subaru winced, squeezed his eyes shut, and endured the loss. He collapsed, murmuring nonstop, "Please." But the flames grew and created a blinding light. That light brought Subaru back to reality. He sank to one knee, thinking, so this is the dreamscape that often occurs during meridian clearing. He nearly went mad. The system immediately announced, progress 97.87%. Clearing minor meridians, lightning is stabilizing in your body. Mana +1. Subaru's face darkened as he wondered who had devised this insane trial. He stood up straight before the blazing arc of electricity, thinking, thanks for the reminder. Why am I still alive? Kazaki's face gradually appeared in Subaru's mind. The scene shifted to chaos. Villagers stood behind a line of knights, each clutching a weapon, utterly terrified. A giant monster appeared just outside the barricade. They could only wait for the moment it charged. Suddenly it bared its teeth in a grin, as if taunting them. The knights murmured among themselves, "Are you kidding me? Is that thing the real boss? So the masked man really abandoned us." Then a voice called from behind, making the two men turn their heads. "Our benefactor will surely return." Pelias stepped forward and stated firmly, "You entrusted the fate of this village to a stranger whose name you didn't even know. So you dare to doubt him?" They hesitated and denied, "We did not." He frowned in disdain, "How shameful. And you call yourself a knight." Suddenly a hand patted Pelias on the shoulder. "You're right." Dale added, before blaming others, "Remember that protecting the village is our duty." A moment later he drew his sword. Dale pointed the blade forward and declared, "A knight is not someone to be protected, but someone who protects others." With that, he lunged forward at lightning speed. Raising his sword, he inspired those behind him to follow. "Today, let us die like true knights." On Subaru's side, the system announced, progress 99%. A circle appeared along with a blazing golden orb. He stared at it in bewilderment, wondering, what is that? But judging by the progress, it must be the objective. Suddenly, the system displayed, fatigue has reached 97, causing Subaru to pause as streams of golden spiritual energy flowed through him. Subaru ran toward the source of the energy, telling himself, one more step, The system warned, you must reduce fatigue, going further is very dangerous. Yet one of his feet still lifted. At the same time, Dale also took a running leap. He swung his sharp sword, cutting a decisive blow into the monster. Blood sprayed instantly from its body. The beast lifted its head and let out a terrified roar. It crouched and swung a punch at Dale but missed. Meanwhile, Peleus charged in with his sword in hand. He shouted loudly, "Leave the rest to me." Peleus quickly planted his foot on a nearby rock. Pushing off, he leapt in front of the monster. Momentarily surprised, it looked up to see Peleus charging. He tightened his grip on the hilt, his face full of killing intent. Seconds later, Peleus struck a blow right across the creature's face. It gritted its teeth, growling in pain, then leaned back as chunks of flesh flew out. Its entire body crashed to the ground. At the same time, Peleus landed to the side. The other knights cheered in joy. "We did it. Sir Peleus and Sir Dale finally defeated it." Die already, how dare you stomp around here like it's your home." The creature raised its filthy hand, all thanks to Sir Dale. Peleus lamented, "The most dangerous one you warned us about is dead. Finally, we can rest." He bent over, panting, and replied, "No." Dale looked up and continued, "No, I told you. Those others flip sides faster than a pancake. It turns out they're not so fearsome, it's just that Sir Dale and Sir Peleus are too strong. Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants." And before he could finish the sentence, he was stepped on by a gigantic foot. Dale looked at it in panic and declared, "It's him." Peleus yelled in fear, "This one is on a completely different level." Cut to Subaru, who reached out toward the circle. The progress announcement read 99.99%. Subaru clenched it tightly, murmuring, "I'll make you apologize in hell." Then the system displayed, progress 100%. His pupils flared brightly, his tone full of killing intent. "Kazuki, I'll take your head as a keepsake." Meanwhile, golden energies radiated around Subaru. Moments later, the lightning streams converged on him. Subaru turned his back, thinking to himself, and finally exhaled, sighing, "It's over." Suddenly, long black veins began appearing in the whites of Subaru's eyes. His whole body fell back as he absorbed the energy. The system kept announcing, "Minor meridian clearing complete. Magic amplification rate increased by 20%. Casting speed for all skills increased by 20%. All stats +2. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured. "If you still have the strength to land one more blow, then at least give me a warning beforehand." Afterward, he lay sprawled on the shattered ground. The system displayed, Legend Stage 6 completed. Cut to John sitting pensively in front of his computer screen. He looked at the comments. "The difficulty is insane." He fainted again. "Who knows how long it'll be this time." John muttered, "You can only be reckless up to a point. Oh, it seems he's not cut out for streaming." At that moment, his phone rang, a call from Hawkeye. He answered, saying, "I'm watching Subaru Narukami's stream right now." The caller exclaimed, "You are too. John is crazy, right?" John proposed solutions, calmly explaining so others could understand. Hawkeye grinned and said, "This guy will really become a star. As both a player and a streamer." He wondered, "You think so?" "Actually, I think it'll be tough for him. He clearly seems more like a player than a streamer." He scratched his head in agreement. "Right, that's the core content people follow this stream for. A Subaru Narukami similar to the original." Subaru Narukami is not a streamer but a player. In other words, we'll witness the birth of a new Subaru Narukami. John frowned and interjected, "In real time." At that moment, Subaru's arm on the screen began to move gradually. He struggled to stand, prompting excited commentators. "Waking up a bit early this time. Great to see he's alive. Finally awake, huh?" Subaru slowly opened his eyes, his breathing growing more rapid. He put a hand to his head, cursing inwardly, "Damn, what's my fatigue level?" The system immediately displayed 81. Subaru thought, "Good, it's lower than before. The higher stats must have helped." The final lightning strike was unexpected, but the result isn't bad. A stream of notifications arrived. Mission complete, reputation points awarded. Current reputation, 20,420. He marveled at the considerable savings. An icon appeared, rank D, a skill type that raises the skill cap of items and skills used by the player. Subaru summoned the lightning orb in his hand, thinking, but it's still not enough to upgrade the skill rank. If I defeat that giant, it might be enough, and this is the key to taking it down. The orb's info appeared, Thunder Spear, non-tradable, standard tier equipment weapon. An ancient spear carved from pure lightning. A single cast delivers a devastating strike. Remaining uses, 1. The chat went wild. "Insane drop. Can you throw 1,000,000 times? That thing dropped here. Are you kidding?" Incidentally, it's tied to his account. Subaru exhaled, thinking, although it's a single-use item, normally this doesn't appear even on floor 8, let alone this early. Then he said aloud, "Exactly, it doesn't really look like a spear, does it?" Seconds later, he reached out and pressed a button. Subaru then stretched his muscles and muttered, "High-tier items can change form based on certain conditions." Everyone immediately commented, "How do you even know that? You've been talking like a pro." Subaru entered the cave alone. "All right, let's go take it down." The crowd cheered through the small screen. "Blow it away with lightning, take it down." Cut to Puss, his face showing clear fear. Dale and he stared in bewilderment at the huge eye before them. The giant merely stretching upwards was enough to terrify everyone. He tossed his long silver hair back. The monster let out a terrified roar, mouth foaming. The system displayed, the giant seed has devoured the giant's records. A knight suddenly ran up to it, prompting Peleus to call out loudly, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Tears streamed down his face as he smiled helplessly. "I told you, didn't I? You people know nothing. Oh gods, I'm not like those fools." He fell to his knees, pleading, "Please have mercy on me." From above, the giant looked down and spoke, "A god, do not equate me with cowards. Raise your filthy hands at them." Dale hurried over to admonish, "What are you doing? Get up." Peleus, quick, lead the villagers as far away as possible, run. Suddenly, something made him freeze. He stood behind, screaming in panic. There was a thunderous crash, and at that moment 2 people dropped dead right in front of Peleus. He looked at the smoke and dust around him, thinking, there's no way to win. Peleus turned his face back to search for an escape route. He saw the giants behind the village and realized they had been blocked off. Peleus opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down incessantly. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself. Moments later, Peleus shouted, "I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it." The giant immediately replied, "Who killed the boy?" It bowed its head, voice full of killing intent. "Who?" He drew his sword and hesitated. "It was." Peleus pointed the tip of his sword in one direction and said, "Over there. The one who killed your son went that way, gathering strength to kill you and your kind." After saying that, he silently prayed, "Please take the bait." The giant continued to stare in the direction Peleus indicated. Then it turned and roared, "Lies, your words are stained with falsehoods. So the one who killed my son is not here, or you just pointed that ragged sword at a random spot down there. If you do not answer immediately." Suddenly a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain range, causing it to falter. The monster was utterly astonished at the sight. Peleus was no less surprised. On the other side, a lightning vortex erupted atop the mountain peak. He panicked, sweat streaming down, wondering a benefactor. At that moment, Subaru stood atop the mountain looking down. The system displayed, "Stage 7, thunder will now begin." He murmured, "Good, this is the final stage." A flood of comments appeared. "It's getting bigger again, right? It's still growing." Subaru thought, if something stronger appears, this challenge won't even count as second-tier content. The chat buzzed, "This is some warped preservation of misery. Even if I gather everyone, are you really going to fight that? Shouldn't you run?" Covered in countless scratches, Subaru said aloud, "It's fine, don't overthink it. I just need to land one hit." He summoned the Thunder Spear. He thought to himself, "It's not an opponent I can face head-on right now. I have to take it down before it reaches me." Seconds later, Subaru raised it high as the system announced the Thunder Spear was activating. A bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. It showed the Thunder Spear initializing, activation rate 10.1%. Then hundreds, then tens of thousands of lightning spears fired upward. They spiraled together like an endless vortex. Subaru stood there channeling energy into the sky. The system suddenly reported, "Fatigue has reached 84. His hand still refused to let go. "Fatigue has reached 85. Then Subaru curled his fingers as if gripping a weapon. An instant later, a spear appeared in his hand. A message arrived, activation rate 33.1%. Subaru squeezed it tightly in his grip. The system announced, attempting to suppress the Thunder Spear's side effects. Suppression failed, compatibility is very low. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, inwardly lamenting, "As expected, my skill level is still too low to wield a legendary item. Even so, this body must endure." An alert rang, fatigue reached 88, activation rate 50%. A flurry of comments appeared at Subaru's cold expression. Since learning thunder, he'd endured a great deal. Maybe he was starting to enjoy it. At this rate, he might get addicted. Subaru flinched briefly when he noticed the giant looking at him. So they had noticed? Commentators asserted, of course they'd notice, even my grandmother could see it. He pointed the weapon forward and exclaimed, "Exactly, after making a spectacle like this it'd be strange if no one noticed." The system reported, activation rate 78.5%. The giant looked at a streak of light before it and murmured, "Thunder." It stepped toward it, voice full of hatred. "So it was you who killed my child." The monster muttered as it ran, "It was you." Deleuze shouted as he saw it, "Where are you going? I'm the one you should be fighting." He briefly glanced to the side. At that moment, the giants charged forward through a sea of flames. The monster squinted at the mountain range, erupting with lightning, murmuring, "My son." Its face darkened as it continued. He must have suffered. The monster kept moving, whispering, "I will return that suffering." The heavy thudding of its footsteps grew more violent. The monster couldn't help itself and ran even faster. It swung a punch forward, roaring, "Both principle and interest to all of you." The giant launched itself with force towards Subaru to attack. It opened its wide mouth and howled. He clenched the Thunder Spear, the system notified, initializing Thunder Spear, activation rate 88.5%. He thought the odds are 50-50, either it hits or it doesn't. In the chat, people debated, "How are you going to strike? No joke, it's too fast. If you miss, you die instantly." Subaru's gaze was piercing. "Don't take your eyes off it." An image of Captain appeared. He instructed, "Don't look away no matter what happens. Keep your eyes on the target. That's where a spear will be launched. Forget about throwing straight or making a perfect arc. Clear your head of extra thoughts and predict its movement. You don't need to do that. Trajectory, don't worry about it. Forget the spear's weight and shape. You're not like other spear users because you are Narukami Subaru." Hearing Captain, Subaru gripped the spear tightly and a faint smile curved his lips. Back in the present, the system announced, initializing Thunder Spear, activation rate 95.2%. Subaru wondered, so what should I do? He sighed. After all, this wasn't an ordinary spear he was about to throw. He smirked. In that case, simple, don't throw it, fire it. The giant closed in on him, but he still held the thunder spear tightly. The Chap panicked. What are you doing? Launch it now. You'll hesitate and lose your chance. Subaru stared at the giant. It was almost upon him. It lunged forward. Its foot slammed into the ground, gathering force. The earth and rocks cracked. It charged like an arrow. It clenched its fist and swung. The giant leapt up strongly, soaring over Subaru's head. Lightning from his attack shot out in all directions, creating a powerful blast. He moved into an offensive stance. A notification sounded. Activation rate 100%. Initialization successful. His hand tightened. He pulled the spear in his hand back. Subaru resolved, there's only one chance no matter what. The giant roared, raised its hand at him, and dove down. He thought, I'll finish it with one strike. With that thought, he used all his strength to throw the thunder spear in his hand. The spear flew and struck the giant. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The giant let out a cry, tears welled in its eyes. Before dying, it muttered, my son, and then its body disintegrated. Through the smoke, Subaru's feet stepped out unscathed. He walked away looking cool. The chat exploded. It hit. Insane, so strong, look at this, no life wasted. A notification appeared. The thunder-devouring seed has been defeated. Stage 7, thunder completed. Then a series of level up messages. Strength +2, agility +2, HP +3, focus +1, magic +1. Received 5,000 achievement points and obtained the item Thunder Core. A glowing stone appeared before him. Subaru reached out. Thunder Core, is this it? As his hand touched the stone, it began to glow. The dazzling light forced him to close his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes in astonishment. Subaru looked around. Where he stood was a land of purple. Where am I? Suddenly, a giant human-shaped silhouette appeared in the sky, staring at him. He flinched. The pressure emanating from it caused Subaru pain. What's happening? I can't speak. He fell to his knees, unable to move his body. A series of silhouettes watched him as notifications flooded in. A mysterious entity is observing you. 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 Subaru widened his eyes. Are you trying to tell me something? The thunder core in his hand glowed, light shining through his fingers. The darkness was driven away by the thunder core, revealing a fresh sky. A notification appeared. Main stage, thunder will now begin. Through the thunder core, you can search for clues in the village. Having escaped that strange place, Subaru finally noticed the chat. Why did you sit down after it ended? Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream and is about to faint again. He lifted his head so it wasn't a cutscene. Sorry. I passed out the moment the chat saw him stand up. They cheered. How did you faint so many times in one test? As expected of Subaru, the shadow of Subaru is truly a legendary level trial. Subaru grabbed the chat board. Right, if you don't receive reputation points, a notification will pop up. Completed Ainenson's quest, received 3,000 reputation points. Completed the War Gods quest, received 3,000 reputation points. Current reputation, 40,120. The chat buzzed, so you're rich now? Alright, return to the village. Show us the core. He sighed, I'm a bit tired, so don't be upset. At a time like this, you're making things hard for me, you money-hungry jerk. He said goodbye, see you all later. Then Subaru disconnected. Subaru Narukami's livestream had ended. Scene shifted to a shop. Hatsuka's voice rang out. You really did well in that challenge. Subaru wondered, not really. She reassured him, no, it was absolutely perfect. Yesterday, the peak viewership even exceeded 3,000. He was surprised, over 3,000. Sorry, I was focused on the challenge, so I didn't notice. She flinched, no, that's a compliment, didn't you understand? Over 3,000 for a new streamer is extraordinary. The timing of how you ended the stream was perfect in a way, your fainting made it even better. Subaru confirmed, right, that's exactly the part people are most curious about. It felt like watching a show's next episode. Hatsuka asked, did you plan that? He replied, I plan to check the rewards with viewers in the next stream. That way my reactions will be genuine, not acting. She gaped, really? So you understood too? I guess that old man worried for nothing. Actually, I prepared a gift for you today. He was surprised. A gift. She crossed her legs and smiled mysteriously. A very special gift you won't be able to refuse. Hatsuka blushed. Search for a stream by someone named Hawkeye. Hatsuka blushing. Search for a stream by someone named Hawkeye. Subaru hears that and begins searching as she said. A blonde man chatting appears. Alright, as the title says, today's topic is this. Or wait, should I use a different topic for today? Anyway, no more messing around, everyone just watch first. Narukami the second, or is he the one who will become the original? People chatter excitedly. Hello, more Narukami content and otaku that challenge is really crazy, he continues. I'll explain every detail. After a long while, the evening sunlight slips through the doorway. He's still talking about the challenge he had to endure. This guy, in other words, gave himself an extra challenge while taking the exam. Hatsuka sits opposite, silently watching Subaru with a flushed face. Hawkeye raises a finger. Oh, sorry, let me sum it up. I don't need to say much about this point, so I'll put it in one sentence. Subaru listens silently as he says, he himself is Subaru Narukami. His tone is full of arrogance, no further explanation needed. He looks at Hatsuka, maybe the manager thinks so too. Suddenly she leans forward, can I ask something? He calmly asks. She stammers, I know it sounds strange for a manager to ask this, and I know it's rude. Her cheeks flush for a moment, sweat forming on her face. Hatsuka musters her courage. Why do you stream Narukami? She looks up, it's not just for the money, right? Subaru folds his arms and is silent for a moment, thinking. Hatsuka opens her mouth to him, a bit restless. His answer is very frank. No, it's for the money, there's no other reason. Her face turns even redder from embarrassment, steam practically rising. She sits down embarrassed. Money really is important. Sorry for asking such a strange question. Subaru replies, it's fine. She opens her bag, right, the gift. Let's talk about the gift. The Hawkeye you just watched is affiliated with Sound. And he's a reliable streamer with a 6-year contract. His analytical streaming style is profitable and he has a large fan base. He's very good at reading people. Take this Hawkeye stream from earlier and all future related stream revenue will be split 50-50. He asks suspiciously, split with whom? Hatsuka explains, of course with you since the derivative content comes from your material. Ads, donations, archives, everything. Subaru takes the thick stack of documents. Really, since signing with the management company, one good thing after another has happened. She blushes at his words, looking down at the table and scratching her cheek. You think so? He replies, yes, this is an unexpected gift. Hatsuka strokes her hair. This might sound sudden, but as a goodwill gesture, would you like to collaborate with Hawkeye? Time passes quickly. By now Subaru has returned to his home. He removes his mask when meeting people outside. Maybe he doesn't need the mask. And he doesn't need to stress the money issue anymore. He stands before the mirror looking at himself, thinking, the more connections I have, the harder it becomes to know how much to hide. He looks at the system board. Currently, Ambition Level 3 has upgraded the name to Rank C, a Level 4 skill. When nullified, the secondary effects of skills and items can rank up both the grade and level of a skill. Reputation points required, 80,000. Subaru doubts. Rank C requires 80,000 reputation points. His balance is currently 120. He's disappointed. Whether emphasized or not, money is still the top priority. At least the collab with Hawkeye was the day before yesterday, so I should be able to earn a decent sum. He reaches into the system space and pulls out a flower. I need to take care of a few things now. Cut to Hatsuka. She lies face down on the pillow. Her face still flushed, both hands red. Hatsuka remembers Subaru's godlike face. Her face still flushed, both hands red. Hatsuka recalls Subaru's godlike face. Maybe it's because of the money. She pounds the pillow with her fist and shouts, exactly. Her thoughts drift farther. Behind that stylish mask lies an extraordinary secret. If I dig deeper, I'll hurt Hatsuka. She punches the pillow repeatedly. I won't ask, I'm curious, but I won't pry. Subaru props himself up with one hand and points at her. Since I met you, Hatsuka, one good thing after another has happened. Hatsuka's face grows even redder like a ripe fruit. She swings her fist. Same here. The punch is so strong the pillow rips, exposing the stuffing. Feathers fly all over the room. She daydreams Subaru Narukami, a man with secrets no one knows. Seeing him in person only makes him look more amazing. Now switch to the 7th floor of Noxfera, where buildings are both magnificent and intimidating. In a glowing room in the main castle, someone is watching TV while working out. The screen is replaying Hawkeye's broadcast. I don't need to say more about this, so I'll sum it up in one sentence. The other man's hands are drenched in sweat. The creak of equipment echoes in the room. He speaks as he mounts the bar. I don't like it, pick one. Who is this guy to use familiar or formal address like that? Someone answers, some shabby bird called Hawkeye. He brags about an average viewership of 8,000. He is from Lam District, Kurikawa Ammon. Ammon drops his grip. A streamer, I'll experience him personally. He steps closer, but right now, more than Hawkeye, I want you to focus on Subaru Narukami in that stream. The other is surprised. Oh, the alias learned that move. On screen, the earlier battle of Subaru plays. Ammon exclaims, truly impressive. The other asks, you think so? He replies, Sako Suhei, the spear knight of Lam Ren, once said that when throwing, never take your eyes off the opponent. That's the most important thing. He is astonished. Wait, Ammon, you remember even those ordinary sayings? He looks up. I train hard to absorb everything about them, their breaths, everything. They are players who once stood at the top, but people have overlooked one important fact. Lam Ren not only has Subaru Narukami, every member is the strongest. And there are suspicious circumstances surrounding their death. At that moment, Hawkeye's voice rings out. He himself is Subaru Narukami. No further explanation needed. Ammon is displeased. What right does that show-off brat have to be so smug? and to speak of them so rudely. The other replies, "That's the biggest problem with streamers, right? They're willing to abandon trust and pride in an instant just to get attention." Unable to stand it, Ammon uses the remote to turn off the TV. He turns to him irritated. "Why did you even show me this?" He stammers, "Not me, Guildmaster Kyojo asked me to show you." Ammon is surprised. Isuki. He immediately orders his subordinates. Lightning is the symbol of Lam Ren, and Lam Ren is the precursor to our Lam district. A cart is pushed forward. We already know this streamer loves money. He rips off the covering cloth, and a dazzling golden light pours out. Ammon's eyes widen in astonishment at the sight. Beneath the cloth are stacks of gold bars. He continues, "We've secured enough budget. Bring him back at all costs." Ammon's voice shows clear disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" He strokes his chin, muttering, "He's a money grubber." The system notifies the second floor of the challenge is about to begin. In the village, everyone is working hard on repairs. Peleus waves his hand, directing everyone's tasks. Gather all the wounded in one place. Prioritize treating the critical, distribute medicine to the lightly injured as soon as possible. Suddenly, familiar footsteps catch his attention. Peleus involuntarily breaks into a relieved smile, as if seeing a saint. He calls out joyfully, "Benefactor, you're finally awake. How are you feeling?" "You collapsed just outside the village. We were very worried. If you hadn't woken up, I truly didn't know what we'd do." Subaru rotates his wrist, stretches, and replies, "Still dizzy." Peleus nods, "Yes, that happened yesterday, so it's understandable. Let's not discuss that now. Could we talk later at the inn? I have a few questions." He immediately bows in agreement. "Of course, ask as you like." Saying that, Peleus places a hand on his chest in farewell. "See you later." Subaru watches from afar, quietly judging him to be a good person. In the comments, several agree. Someone jokes, maybe it's time for his suffering to end. Congratulations on the wedding. A while later, back at the small wooden house, the first thing Subaru does is open the system board. Check the rewards first. Thunderheart, a unique bound item, no level requirement. Lightning resistance 30%, electric shock resistance 20%. He holds the shining gem in his hand and reads the description. Subaru exclaims in amazement, "No way, really?" A few listeners are curious. Is it good or bad, disappointing or exciting, maybe both? But only Subaru truly understands how perfect these stats are for a lightning user. No one knows that beneath the mask is a radiant smile. This thing is legit. While rejoicing over the new treasure, a knock sounds at the door. "Here, please accept this." A person steps in carrying a large basket of fruit. Both the online viewers and Subaru are stunned. Huff, fruit. Peleus peeks in to greet. "Did you sleep well? Are they teasing? Did a boyfriend visit? Someone missed you a lot." Afterward, the two sit facing each other and talk. After thinking for a moment, Subaru says, "So the legend is real." Although Peleus misunderstood his meaning, he's still excited. "Yes, I saw that light too. You saved the whole village." Subaru removes the item from his shoulder. This fell from the corpse of a giant. It's called Thunderheart. Even Peleus cannot hide his emotion. "Wait, no way." Seeing that expression, Subaru asks hopefully, "Do you know what it is?" Contrary to expectations, Peleus shakes his head. "No, it looks too strange." The answer hits Subaru like a bucket of cold water. The online audience erupts into chaos. Peleus blushes and bows his head shyly. "Sorry, I only know the old legends. I don't know if they're true or what happened afterward." Subaru sighs, "It's fine, tell me whatever you know." Hearing that, he begins to tell the story. "I only know two legends." "Two?" Subaru asks, curious. "The first legend says that the lightning was used to kill the giants, and it seems you are the one who possesses it, benefactor." "The second legend says that gods and giants once fought over the lightning." "Fought over it?" Subaru asks. Peleus nods, "Yes. The gods and the giants waged war to control the lightning. The giants lost. So this gem was deliberately made by someone." Subaru turns Thunderheart in his hand, wondering. Peleus explains, "So humanity could use the lightning. And because humanity needed it." His expression grows grave when he mentions gods and giants. "They were far too powerful compared to mankind." Looking at the stone, Peleus asserts, "This was created so humanity could face them." And when no sooner had he finished speaking than the system sounded, announcing it had clarified the long-forgotten legends of humanity. Challenge of Lightning completed. Skill leveled up, received 17,050 achievement points. Lightning rose from level 1 to level 3. Before he could react, the system teleported Subaru right before Peleus's eyes, sending him to the third floor. "Benefactor, what's happening?" Peleus calls out in alarm. The light fades and Subaru disappears with it, leaving Peleus bewildered. A magnificent palace appears. That is the third floor Ortonal. A teleportation circle lights up in the center of the great city. Subaru appears like a descended god, but the online crowd immediately captions him. Finally reached floor 3. The locals look on in disgust. Another fake Narukami, when will this trend end? Before the event begins, the system displays, Subaru Narukami Love donated 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations on reaching floor 3. How do you feel now? Caught off guard by the sudden interview, Subaru doesn't know how to answer. Feeling. He privately thinks of the past in this place. I've arrived here. Just then, a woman speaks up. Excuse me, Subaru turns reflexively. Yes. Recalling the moment, he feels a bit nostalgic. Back then, she looked extremely unapproachable. The girl explains shyly, I've just lost my party. Rena speaks while gesturing to indicate height. She looks somewhat like Subaru. Seeing her describe a tall man, Subaru rubs his chin in thought. He's a head taller than me, he says. Subaru points into empty space. He went that way. Rena exclaims with delight, really? Believing him, Rena thanks him profusely and runs off in that direction like a gullible child. She spins around as if searching for someone. After turning a few times, Rena stops and fixes her gaze on Subaru. Finally, Subaru speaks up. Let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. Rena beams with joy, exclaiming, wait, really? Are you sure? Subaru nods and walks ahead. Yeah, I don't have anything to do today. If Subaru just guided her and left. She runs alongside and strikes up a conversation. That's much better. The roads here are so confusing. I'm Kyukujina. What's your name? He replies. Subaru Narukami. Subaru still wonders whether the people he met back then are still alive. Back in the present, the system board still displays his feelings prompt. Subaru's gaze grows colder. Staring into the void, he answers, it feels like I've lost something important. The viewers tease him. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Did he just ditch Peleus? Getting emotional for no reason. To avoid being disturbed in the next stage, Subaru decides to end the stream. He says goodbye to everyone as usual. The next stream will be a collab with Hawkeye. People express regret. Wait, it's over. That was short, man. Save the chat history. Finally, the system concludes. Subaru Narukami has ended the livestream. In a large, luxurious room, a chandelier sparkles. A hand suddenly rests on the table where Subaru is sitting. Sorry to keep you waiting. John stands opposite, looking down at him. Hatsuka is on the way. Unlike climbing through challenges, moving between floors takes time. He says with a bright smile, extending his hand to shake. Pleased to meet you. I'm John Tail from Souten Entertainment. Subaru is slightly annoyed, muttering and recalling Hatsuka's words. So talkative, chatty boss. John doesn't hear clearly and looks puzzled. He shakes John's hand and replies, I've heard the manager mention you. Nice to meet you. John smiles again and sits opposite. Normally I'd have Hatsuka relay this, but I wanted to meet you personally. She's only praised a player this highly twice, so I'm curious. Subaru is a bit surprised to hear that. 2 times, John explains. The first need not be mentioned. When John names the person, Subaru is stunned. Narukami Subaru of Lamb in hand. He folds his arms and bows slightly. It surprised me. That strict judge has taken notice of him, who shares the same name, Narukami Subaru. He scratches his head and smiles awkwardly. I don't know about that. Allow me to ask something a bit sudden. Before Subaru can finish, John interrupts. Are you interested in a guild called Lamb and Han? Subaru is taken aback, eyes wide as he looks at him. Seeing that reaction, John reaches into his pocket and pulls something out. That reaction, it seems you're not entirely uninterested. Subaru asks, why ask all of a sudden? He takes out a device and looks down. Actually, that's part of the reason I wanted to meet you. John brings the device before Subaru. In 5 days' time, this will be the grand prize of a tournament held on the 3rd floor. Light from the screen reflects onto Subaru's face. Is he joking? The hand under the table suddenly emits small sparks. This is Rena holding the device displaying the notification line. Narukami Subaru has ended the livestream, and she broods. She sighs and says, it's over. Rena turns and walks into the forest, unsure whether the rest has also ended. The click of her high heels on the grass makes a rustling sound. She steps into an area where the grass is dusted with white snow. The deeper they went, the thicker the snow became. Rena stepped behind Sigurd and asked, is it over? He turned his head, his breath steaming white. It ended a long time ago. She looked puzzled and reproachful. Then what were you doing earlier? Sigurd wheeled about, considering. Before him stood a frozen figure in an attack pose, and farther off a group of people frozen the same way. Should we kill them or let them go? Rena decided firmly. Kill them. We know who sent them. He still hesitated, refusing. I can't be certain yet. That's why I'm weighing it. Sigurd lowered his head. If it were Kyojo, if he sent them, he wouldn't use such weaklings. She sighed at that, but letting them go will still cause problems. As she spoke, a glow emanated around Rena's body. If our position is revealed because of them, beneath the snow, sharp dagger points rose up. She raised her arm high, controlling them to hover in the air. Her hand stayed still, the daggers frozen in place. Then she flicked her fingers forward, and the blades immediately pointed where she indicated. Her face unchanged, she stared at the group ahead. Sigurd, seeing that, panicked and shouted, Hey. He spun to look at her and halted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a volley of daggers shot forward. They pierced through the frozen figures, their bodies impaled and sliced apart. No one escaped that rain of blades. When the scene ended, only a chaotic heap remained on the ground. Sigurd asked loudly, anxious, What are you doing? Rena kept her resolute expression and looked at him. Whether Kyojo sent them or not, if we let them go like that, they'll know we're still alive. Your hesitation is really not good. You need to be more ruthless. He turned his face away to avoid that look. You're right, sorry. Suddenly the device in Sigurd's pocket buzzed. He took it out to check, and held the screen out to Rena. Look at this. She snatched the device angrily and shouted, What the hell is this? Rena trembled with rage, her eyes glowing red. Those bastards. Sigurd folded his arms calmly. You're pretty annoyed, aren't you? Her hands shaking, she replied. Of course I'm angry. Rena looked at the shoes on the screen again and shouted, because those are Soya's shoes. He reached and took the device from her. This is bait, a trap to lure us into a snare. Hearing that, she grew even angrier, veins bulging. He realized we're still alive somewhere. But that doesn't mean we should stand idly by. We have to retrieve those items. Renat turned away sadly. I know what you're going to say. His brow sank slightly. I'm not good at covert operations, but you're always skilled at that kind of thing, aren't you? She immediately spun and walked off. You don't need to say it. Even if you didn't, I plan to act myself. Sigurd hurriedly grabbed Yena's arm. Wait. He quickly stopped her. I'm not saying you should rush in recklessly. Wait until the victor is decided, then act. That's the safest method. Back in the room, John held up the photo of the shoes and said cheerfully, relic of a Lam N-Han member, the Teleria item. This is the prize Lamku is offering for this tournament. As he was about to make the offer, Subaru quickly cut him off. I have it. The atmosphere around him became unbearably tense. John smiled but looked a little embarrassed. That's good to hear. I didn't expect you'd be this interested. This plan completely depends on whether you agree. Narukami paused slightly at that. John then returned to a normal demeanor and calmly explained, given you're streaming under the name Narukami Subaru, I think a storyline about pursuing Lam N-Han's relics would make compelling content. After hearing him, the face behind Subaru's mask filled with anger. How dare you? His hands clenched until they trembled, power radiating nonstop. Using Zia's relic as a publicity stunt. John, seeing his state, asked with concern, is something wrong? Is something bothering you? Subaru said nothing, his voice icy as he replied, let's do it. John, still worried, could not hide a flicker of delight. Really? That's wonderful. Subaru stood up and pulled out a chair. Then I'll take my leave. John sat looking up at him. Yes, I look forward to working with you. Subaru walked away. John still called after him loudly. I'll always be cheering you on from behind my screen. But Subaru didn't hear. Rage and indignation had taken over his mind. I won't let anyone else have it, never. Back in his room, he stretched out on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Subaru frowned slightly, wondering what format the tournament would take. Then he turned over and faced the wall. I'd appreciate it more if it were a one-on-one match. It seemed he wasn't in a position to be picky. A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It's Hatsuka. At that, Subaru quickly sat up from the bed. He glanced at the mask on the table. His eyes revealed clear, difficult hesitation. Finally, he moved to open the door. Before him stood Hatsuka with a gentle, composed appearance. Hatsuka shyly cast a demure glance at Subaru's face. In that moment of hesitation, he still chose to wear the mask, making Hatsuka think. He even wears a mask inside his own room. Subaru spoke, please come in. Hearing that, she blushed deeply and stammered, yes, you mean I should come inside. Subaru, not realizing how easily his words could be misinterpreted, replied innocently, if you prefer, we can talk in the hallway, I don't mind. Hatsuka, flustered, said, no. But in the end, she mustered courage and stepped in. Please forgive the abruptness. Inside, the atmosphere was oddly tense, and no one spoke first. Hatsuka glanced around. She thought privately that the room looked really bare. After a moment, she finally looked directly at Subaru. Subaru had been staring at Hatsuka intently the whole time, thinking, her magic depth is truly hard to gauge. Clearly, Hatsuka was not someone who should be confined to being just a manager. Hatsuka was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and asked, is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Subaru replied, no, it's just that you haven't said anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament. Hatsuka almost forgot the main purpose and hurriedly pulled out a file of papers. Sorry. She handed it to him and explained, this tournament uses a free-for-all format. It's a simple system where everyone fights to claim the grand prize. Thousands will have to fight each other mercilessly. The outcome could be victory, but you could also return to Mother Earth at any moment. Subaru skimmed it and said, so it's a single elimination match. Hatsuka nodded. That's right. Since there's only one prize, it's bound to be like that. She added excitedly, the location is a virtual training arena. Entry requirements, level 3 players only, an entry fee of 1,000 reputation points, unlimited participants. I'll upload documents of previous free-for-all tournaments to your drive, Narukami. Just skim them and you'll get the gist. Just as she spoke, Subaru's phone buzzed. Notifications appeared. Compilation of Narukami Subaru's divine free-for-all scenes. Narukami Subaru's undefeated free-for-all route. Narukami Subaru's free-for-alls end in 10 seconds. Narukami Subaru, how to become Narukami Subaru in free-for-alls. After reading, he thought to himself, it's all about me. Returning to the conversation, he set the stack of papers aside. I'll use these as reference. Thanks for the effort. Hatsuka scratched her head and replied politely, no problem, it's my job. Then she suddenly asked, also, have you heard anything from the leader? Subaru, puzzled, asked back, heard what? Hatsuka answered, actually, we received a message. As soon as she mentioned the 3 words Lam-ku, Subaru was immediately astonished, remembering the man named Itsuki. A murderous, furious intent rose within him. You mean from Lam-ku? Hatsuka explained, he wants to meet you once. Since there's no direct way to contact you, they emailed us. Subaru was surprised. They've started reaching out. She stammered, perhaps he intends to negotiate directly, offering higher pay, better benefits, and other terms. Subaru clenched his fist. Ignore it. Hatsuka quickly replied, yes, I understand. Then she paused. Wait, ignore it. Subaru said bluntly, I have no intention of joining Lamku, nor do the other guilds. Suddenly, Hatsuka stood up and raised her hands in celebration, as if a burden had been lifted. She smiled brightly. I was very conflicted about whether to tell you, but I'm glad I did. Saying that, she lightly moved toward the door. Enjoy the time until our collaboration. Watching her leave, Subaru muttered, she celebrates like it's her own achievement. He took off his mask and smiled. An ordinary employee so devoted to company work. She really is an extraordinary person. Cut to a stadium, two figures are talking. John and Hawkeye apparently whispering about some plan. John spoke first, so today's project is this, a talent comparison test between old and new Narukami Subaru. Hawkeye asked, what do you think? Sounds interesting, right? John replied calmly, confronting your own claims head-on is a bold approach. But if you lose, it will be a huge blow to you, understand? Hawkeye seemed unconcerned. He added, I welcome that because it yields results. I must accept whatever happens to win the viewer's trust. Then Hai's eyes lit up and he asked confidently, but have I ever lost a match? John laughed arrogantly. Indeed, in the end, everything depends on Narukami. Hawkeye scratched his head, probably so. Suddenly, a pair of high heels cut across their conversation. The leader was Hatsuka and Subaru. She smiled as she approached. Well done today, John responded warmly. Ah, hello. Hawkeye meeting Subaru was extremely excited, thinking this was his chance to become a rising star. Finally, he was meeting him. Subaru looked around, thinking to himself, this place is really big. Did he rent it privately? At that moment, Hawkeye reached out and said hello. Then he smiled and introduced himself. I'm Streamer Hawkeye and extended his hand. I'm Narukami Subaru, pleased to cooperate with you. He scratched his head awkwardly. Wow, it feels like meeting Narukami Subaru in real life. Meeting today's main character moves me. I'm a fan, a hardcore fan. Subaru hurried to explain, I'm still just a rookie nobody, can't compare to you. Hawkeye, John interrupted, okay, save the introductions until after the stream starts. That's how streamers meet each other. Hawkeye suggested, then let's continue this on stream. The system panel appeared immediately. Hawkeye had started a live broadcast. He looked at the screen, waved, and smiled. Hello everyone, Hawkeye here. Thanks for tuning in today. At that moment, status messages began popping up one after another. A cunning thought rose in Hai's mind. Word had it that the announcement was hot in the community, and as soon as it started, there were already 12,000 viewers. He spoke up, today is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I've invited that person here. His feet immediately appeared on the stage floor. Hawkeye introduced, tada, it's Narukami Subaru. He replied, hello everyone, Narukami Subaru here. Info panels kept showing notifications. He responded to comments, no, I've never seen his face either. I hear even his manager hasn't. Narukami, do you have a secret? Subaru scratched his face and answered, not really. Besides, I'm handsome. Hawkeye was also surprised by the overwhelming interaction from the online community toward Subaru. He thought, hey, this is livelier than my own stream. Indeed, the influence level far exceeded expectations. Subaru continued engaging enthusiastically with viewers. He said, sorry, but I won't lose to any of you, not fighting, just a friendly exchange. Hawkeye inwardly admired, his banter skills are better than I thought. Meanwhile, Subaru kept answering, a girlfriend? No, friends either, none. At this moment, Hatsuka breathed a sigh of joy upon hearing the important news, leaving John helpless. After a while, Hawkeye said, all right, stop teasing our important guest. Let's move on to the main event. No sooner had he finished than the system announced, the challenge will begin now. Suddenly the lights turned on. The golem monsters gradually activated. Thousands, tens of thousands of golems stood ready to charge into battle. Hawkeye explained calmly, why did I choose this challenge? I'll explain. First, it's entirely to measure controllability. Then he hinted mysteriously. And the second reason is I can prove whether I'm right here, right now. Meanwhile, Subaru received a notification. Kekek sent 100 reputation points. He seriously thought, do you think you can beat them? But Subaru replied calmly, if I weren't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the offer in the first place. The screen quickly displayed those preparing to compete. A comment appeared, you can feel his confidence. Haha, is he really going to break the record in one run? Another comment, maybe I'm so nervous. Subaru's palm unconsciously clenched as he stood in the center. The system reported, Mucho Spicy has assigned you a task. If you kill 43 plus in one run, reward 10,000 reputation points. If you fail, your face will be exposed on camera. Subaru hesitated, raising a hand. No, that's too soon for me to risk taking off my mask. System notice, MTIS has assigned a task. I also want to see the face, so I sent 2,000 points. Manking Toilet gifted 3,000 reputation points. Lava Beast added 3,000 points to sweeten the deal. Task received from C1EA5T, B1EA1T. Subaru raised a finger. Thanks for the gifts. I promise to reveal my face if I fail. Comment, you weren't going to refuse from the start, right? Oh my god, only the person has to be punished. and yet they still share the task rewards. Hawkeye laughed. Yeah, that's right. With this task, all reputation points will go to Narukami. He quickly started the timer. Alright, let's begin. His finger finally pressed the button. It's showtime. The screen immediately began counting down the time. The golems swiftly flew up into the air, preparing to attack. Subaru's eyes sharpened, fearless, as he activated lightning. His body quickly lunged toward the golems. Subaru's arm was wrapped in powerful electricity, and his palm immediately grabbed a golem's face. In the blink of an eye, he easily took one down. Comment, just one strike, he hasn't even used the demon sword yet, too easy. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe he was witnessing live lightning. Subaru's solid hand quickly gripped the sword hilt. In a single motion, he easily knocked down countless golems. System time announcement 0239. Comment, this guy is so fast. Theoretically, at this speed he'd reach 70 kills, but it'll get harder. Countless golems with sharp eyes stared intently, and began charging wildly with intense ferocity. Subaru's foot swiftly kicked straight into a golem's face, 23 kills. His body was now suspended in midair. Comment, oh my, the legendary scene is being recreated. Is this a circus? Aerial combat is Subaru's specialty. The golems all simultaneously turned their gaze upward. Subaru's palm swiftly spun the sword hilt with practiced ease. At last he gripped the hilt tightly and raised it high. In a flash, Subaru drove it straight down into the ground. His powerful innate ability generated electric currents that radiated outward. 22 kills, 26. The sword tip was wrapped in electricity. Comment, amazing. Those nearby watched the battle intently. Comment, he's definitely going to win first place. He might actually pull it off. Condolences to everyone who assigned him tasks. Hawkeye's eyes suddenly froze at the sight before him. The timeline was still shrinking on the bright screen. Subaru was still fighting wildly, beyond control. In the blink of an eye, a golem's body was split in two. 22 kills, 42. Subaru tried to steady himself, panting heavily. 5. He finally returned to his original state with sharp eyes. Before him appeared countless golems wielding weapons in their hands. Subaru planted his foot, took a running start, and dashed forward. The sword's tip instantly pierced through a golem's neck. The time on the bright screen was steadily winding down. The final number finally returned to its starting position. System notification, the challenge has ended. Total kills 43, record has been updated. The system announced in large letters, first place, Narukami Subaru. Comment, AIO 43, an insane achievement. Unbelievable, he's only one short. Oh my god, this is a historic moment. Hawkeye rushed over, 43, he's tied with Narukami Subaru. It's a tie, so close, what do you all think? Comment, that gives me goosebumps. I thought only luck could get you to second. I also thought second place was hard enough. I thought it was just a random lucky bunch. Roombling gifted you 100 reputation points. I'm so scared I'm peeing my pants. I subscribe. Hawkeye laughed. Thanks for the 100 reputation points. Roombling commented, Fit Weeper Heist gifted 200 points. Praise him for that. Hawkeye replied, you again, Fit Weeper Heist 100 times already. Please change your username. Anyway, thanks for the reputation points. Comment, Mushroom Village gifted you 1000 reputation points. Hawkeye scratched his head. Are you asking if this is Narukami Subaru's livestream? Ah, no it isn't. Comment, Reinhardt gifted you 10,000 reputation points. Suddenly Hawkeye's gaze froze at the name that appeared, Reinhardt. Comment, seriously, is it Reinhardt? Must be fake. The one-cut swordsman here, what if it's true? It really is. A big name in chat, at worst it's mid-tier, no big deal. High scratched his head awkwardly. Reinhardt, thanks for the 10,000 reputation points. Can't believe a top-ranked player is watching this stream. Subaru thought, the one-cut swordsman. Suddenly an image flashed through his mind. Comment, Reinhardt gifted you 1000 reputation points. I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru's run inspired me. Oh my god, he actually did it. Hawkeye laughed. Really? I'm honored. Subaru glanced to the side. Why is he watching this stream? Could he already know about what I did to Isaac? Comment, Renat gifted you 1000 reputation points. I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru, will you collaborate with me? Suddenly his gaze froze as he looked up at the screen. A comment appeared, Jose, this newcomer is really rising. I knew he'd blow up. Subaru didn't respond, just awkwardly scratched his head. John and Hatsuka simultaneously signaled their agreement to him. Subaru hesitated and said, I need to focus on the challenges first, so I'll have to decline. John and Hatsuka stared in surprise. Subaru immediately bowed. Sorry, I've used too much energy already. Hawkeye, can I ask you to end this for me? He fumbled. Huh, what? Hawkeye watched Subaru's figure walk away. No, wait, Narukami. John hurriedly said, Narukami, why would you turn him down? That's a huge opportunity to boost your streaming career. Hatsuka added, I'm shocked too. Subaru nonchalantly, is that important? John, bewildered, collaborating with a ranked player, especially a high-ranked one, almost never happens. He blankly replied, is that all? If being ranked is so important, then I'll become a ranked player myself. When Subaru finished speaking, he just stood and looked at Hatsuka and John. Suddenly, Hai spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Narukami, as expected, your performance was outstanding. When the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share. By the way, since the stream is over, can I ask you something? During the fight just now, you seemed different, like you weren't at your best. Are you injured or something? Subaru thought to himself, so Hawkeye noticed that too. I thought I hit it pretty well, but it seems Hawkeye truly lives up to his name. Whether it wins or loses, it'll cause trouble for me anyway. Hawkeye smiled. Causing trouble for you? Subaru replied in a low voice. The highlight of the stream is whether I can surpass Narukami Subaru. That's where growth is shown. If I don't win today, I'll get a temporary boost, but the hype around that showdown will plummet. And if I lose, people will just say that, after all, he's not truly Narukami Subaru's rival. So in this test, I need a result where both figures stand on equal footing. That's why a draw is the only optimal outcome. Hawkeye flustered, so you could have beaten him if you wanted. Subaru shifted his foot to the side. Who knows? Now we can't change the result anymore. Everything depends on how people interpret it. Elsewhere, a hand filled with rage formed into a fist and came down. A flag bearing a lion's emblem appeared, and a man punched a table in half. That figure was none other than rank 121, Guild Master Reinhardt. He said bitterly, "You insolent brat." A dropped phone also showed notifications that viewers had left the livestream. At that moment, someone outside who heard the noise hurried into the room. Lord Reinhardt gave an awkward laugh. "What's going on?" Hearing that, Reinhardt grew even angrier. He grit his teeth. "It's that Subaru Narukami you mentioned." He asked, "The streamer, right?" Reinhardt answered, "Yes, Subaru Narukami. That brat refused my offer." So he nervously flattered, "How dare he refuse your offer?" "Sir," before he could finish, Reinhardt continued, "I intended to crush him in front of everyone and snuff out those annoying rumors, but now everything's ruined. I don't care about the reputation points spent. What enjars me is that an unknown rookie dares wound my pride." The other man didn't answer. He silently went to pick up the phone from the floor and respectfully handed it to Reinhardt. "Your device, sir." Reinhardt snatched the phone back and asked, "What about the matter I asked you to handle?" He scratched his head and evasively replied, "If you mean Isaac, we're still searching as best we can. But someone his age disappearing for a few days isn't unheard of." Before he could finish, an invisible hand squeezed his throat. He was lifted into the air, his face turning purple with pain. Reinhardt coldly demanded, "Are you insulting me?" He struggled to answer, "I am," so he couldn't continue, as the air was being slowly drained and tears and snot ran down his face. Then Reinhardt waved his hand, and the man's body followed. He was hurled to the side, crashing into the wall and cracking it open. Dizzy and disoriented, before he could gather himself, Reinhardt stepped forward and said, "Since when have you started questioning my orders?" Seeing that murderous intent, he clasped his hands, knelt, and pledged, "Forgive me, I'll keep searching immediately." Cut to scene. The phone was ringing with a call from the boss. Hatsuka looked dazed and bored, not wanting to answer. But when she picked up, she put on a breezy tone. "Yes, hello, good evening, director." John's voice came over the line reproachfully. "Does my call bother you that much? Where's your energy? Why that tired voice? At least speak to me like you would to Narukami." She thought to herself, "Here we go again." John continued, "We've built trust over many years, even if it's just business now. Back then we were." Hatsuka suddenly cut in, "Weren't you calling about a collaboration proposal with Reinhardt?" John replied, "Yeah, damn it, right, we can't pass up an opportunity like this." Hatsuka dejected, "But what can we do?" John reassured her, "I know, but he's still a streamer. He knows this is a big chance. Why don't you try persuading him again as his manager?" Upon hearing that, she said seriously, "Narukami Subaru cares more about climbing the tower than collaborations." To be honest, a player thinking that way makes sense. John, frying eggs on his side, scolded, "You only get excited when you're arguing with me." After a moment, Hatsuka announced, "I'm hanging up now." John tried to stop her. "Wait, hold on." But she ignored him and immediately ended the call. Hatsuka thought, even though I spoke boldly, this really would be a huge opportunity for him. So she mustered her courage and knocked, Narukami, while telling herself, "Maybe I'll try one more time." Suddenly the door swung open, startling her. Subaru said, "Hatsuka, you see he still wears a mask, so I'll ask, why wear a mask?" Subaru answered, "For now, yes, it makes me more comfortable." Then he asked, "Are you curious about my real face too?" Caught off guard, Hatsuka stammered, "Yes, I mean no." She quickly backtracked, "Well, the mask makes viewers associate you with Subaru Narukami. Obviously, you are Subaru Narukami in their eyes, but maybe one day you'll have to reveal your face." Suddenly he said, "Why is everyone so obsessed with Subaru Narukami?" Hatsuka thought seriously and explained, "I can think of a few reasons, like he's an Earthborn with bad stats, or the fact that just surviving makes him cool. But most importantly, Subaru Narukami is our hope." He still looked puzzled and asked again, "What do you mean?" Hatsuka recalled old memories and told him, "You may not know this, but the first time I came to the tower, there was almost nothing there. Monsters were everywhere, there was nothing to eat, no way to earn money, stability was an illusion. The only way to survive was to climb. If you climbed, you earned reputation points. With reputation, you could settle down. and bit by bit, people began to believe this world could really be ours. At that time, the greatest players left us hope that the tower could be conquered, that we could make a home in this world. And the one above them all was Subaru Narukami. His achievement wasn't just about climbing the tower. He was the first to prove it was possible. Back in reality, Subaru asked skeptically, "You really think that?" Hatsuka playfully leaned closer and replied evasively, "That's a secret, like the face behind your mask. Maybe one day I'll tell you." He changed the subject, opened the door, and politely invited Yua. "Anyway, you came here for something, right? Sorry for the rapid questions, please come in and let's talk." Hatsuka blushed, hastily waved her hands. "It's nothing major, I'll be off now, good night." With that, she turned and left. Subaru stood there watching her disappear. Elsewhere, Hatsuka sighed inwardly. After rambling on, she suddenly didn't even want to convince him anymore. Why does he always try to invite me into his home? It makes my heart pound. Subaru still stood at the door muttering, "Hope huh." Cut to a white room. The system sound chimed. "Welcome back, Subaru Narukami love. Thank you for 1,000 reputation points." He replied, "I hope we win today too." Mission villain, the system shows that the Golden Lion gifted you 500 reputation points. You really aren't going to cooperate with Lord Reinhardt? J-Roll 3 gives you 5,000 reputation points. Nice to meet you. I'm Mondo from the J.R. Graco Guild. I have something important to say. Are you free? On the livestream screen, Subaru sighed. Viewers kept commenting, asking about his upcoming decision. Which side will you join on the third floor, or will you keep soloing? He thought that cooperation is crazy. Viewers and donations are pouring in. At this rate, I want to give people what they want and they'll give me reputation. While he was thinking, the system announced it was initializing the third floor challenge. A panel presented two choices for Subaru to select, the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conard Kingdom. Faction shifts are almost everything in this floor's challenge. They hate each other, so Subaru's missions will change depending on which side he joins. Finally, the system displayed Subaru's choice. You have chosen the Conard Kingdom. Only about 3% of players choose Conard, and there's a reason for that. Third floor, Conard Kingdom, the mercenaries rest. As soon as he stepped in, a man noticed him and the chat filled with excitement. A newbie, perfect timing. I'm bored out of my mind. So the man stepped closer, clearly up to no good. As the two brushed past each other, Vulture shoved hard into Subaru's shoulder. Unexpectedly, he didn't fall but instead shoved back, causing Vulture's foot to twist as he struggled to keep his balance. Done with that, Subaru swept by like a gust of wind, ignoring Vulture's stunned stare. Vulture shouted, "Watch where you're going." But inwardly he marveled at Subaru, he's too strong. Seeing him turn to look, Vulture got riled up and snarled, "What the hell's your problem?" Subaru calmly replied curtly, "You're the problem, you bumped into us on purpose." Vulture, offended, lunged forward, grabbing his collar and yelled, "You brat, you're clearly just a common rank E, how dare you talk back to a rank B." Those nearby turned to watch and gossip. "Huh, a fight, who's the newbie?" Vulture's picking on an E again. Subaru nonchalantly, "Rank B, huh, great, let me try something." Vulture, puzzled, "Huh, try what?" Before he could finish, the gathered gang closed in around Subaru's feet. He immediately raised his knee high and delivered a lethal strike to the opponent's lower jaw, leaving Vulture with a uniquely shattered set of teeth. After that he went limp, his body sent flying through the air, and ended up sprawled on the floor, leaving everyone around in shock. "Huh, what just happened? He flew out, did I just see a flash?" Maybe he's sick, but if he were sick, he wouldn't be launched back like that. In the noisy crowd, a man took notice of Subaru. Others charged forward, roaring, "You gonna teach him a lesson? He just kicked Vulture. I saw it. How can an E dare show off like that? Bastard, I'll tear that mask off your face, skin and all." Before long, Subaru was surrounded by a mob. One savage man snarled, "This will be your grave, newbie." He remained silent, his gaze cold and watchful. After a scuffle, the crowd was left bruised and beaten. Their initial swagger had been replaced by fear. "What the hell is he? He's not human." Then a man stepped forward and spoke. "Young man, you're strong." He held out his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Raymond. I am an adjudicator." Earlier someone came up to start a conversation. "Young man, you're strong." He extended his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Raymond. I'm a senior adjudicator." "I've never seen you around here. What tasks have you completed?" Subaru replied. "As you know, third-rank mercenaries can only get limited jobs." At the same time, the chat box began grumbling. "What a waste of time. Give us another topic. Is he causing chaos just to get more jobs? That B rank name is already taken. Besides, the third floor trial is to complete many mercenary jobs and earn 10,000 points. The total reward for E rank mercenaries is at most 50 points. So many players look down on it and get stuck here for about a year." Subaru looked over his battlefield and thought to himself, "I need a shortcut. I can't waste time in this situation. I can't just level up leisurely like this." Raymond said, "A shortcut? Come to think of it, are you a new player? Usually you don't see those around here." "Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order." Subaru answered, "There must be a way to minimize that order." Raymond waved his hand at that. "Do you really think special treatment for players who will leave anyway is helpful?" At this point, Subaru fell silent for a moment. There is only one way to clear the third floor immediately, he said aloud. I'll make your dream come true. That remark puzzled Raymond, who asked, what do you mean? At once Raymond was extremely surprised. He gaped and exclaimed, wait, you mean you'll conquer that place? Only A-rank mercenaries ever get there. More importantly, the real issue is. Before he could finish, Subaru cut in. I know about the pride battle between Osman and Connard in that unmanageable dungeon. The Thunder Cavern is a special dungeon on the third floor. No player, mercenary, or knight in history has completed it. Between the kingdoms of Connard and Osman, there exists an enormous, impassable mountain pass. What both nations fought for was the conquest of the Thunder Cavern, which would allow them to easily traverse the mountains. It has long been their shared ambition to prevent invasions and gain military advantage. Subaru continued, if you give me an A-rank authorization certificate, I'll complete it. I promise I won't abuse it. Raymond looked pensive when he heard that. Seeing this, Subaru thought, if he refuses me right here, things will get troublesome. I'll have to defeat him if it comes to that. This thought immediately set the chat ablaze. Oh my god, run, you'll end up like the previous one who died. However, his answer went against Subaru's expectations. Raymond gave a knowing smile and said, then I'll write you a letter of recommendation so you can join a raid. Raid teams are always short on personnel. At this point, the chat could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, he's safe. He doesn't even know he just escaped death. Raymond turned and began to leave, saying, the raid will depart in 5 days. I'll bring the recommendation letter right away. Wait a moment. At the same time, the system announced, the villain quest has assigned you a task. Solo clear the dungeon to earn 20,000 credit points. The safety pouch has assigned you a task. Is this the safe money? 10,000 for the same task. Completing 10 layers has assigned you a task. 5,000 for the same thing. Don't be smug. At this, Subaru thought to himself. In exactly 5 days, the third trial ends. Did Lamku plan this? By then, Raymond had returned. He said, complete the Thunder Cavern. To be honest, I'm a bit skeptical. I once challenged that cavern myself when I was young, and I lost half my team that day. Subaru took the letter from his hand and replied, that won't happen this time. His confidence puzzled Raymond. What, then why do you want a letter of recommendation? Subaru replied firmly, because I intend to go in alone. At that, the chat seemed ready to explode. Comments sprang up. Is someone actually going for it? I mean, he cleared the second floor alone too, but anyone can clear that. This is a much tougher territory. Instantly, Raymond exclaimed in shock, are you crazy? The Thunder Cavern is a mission that requires 20 people to handle. You say you'll go there alone? Subaru immediately answered, I've heard Connard is much more short-staffed than Osman. Whether they can gather more than 20 people is the real question. To be honest, that's difficult. I'll assume you already have companions. However, he didn't hesitate and replied, I don't, at least not right now. At the same time, on a precarious mountain ridge, someone walking on planks was watching Subaru's stream. That person murmured in surprise, impressive. He plans to handle it alone. He's just like Subaru, if only this weren't live. Meanwhile, Subaru said on the stream, you ask if I won't do the other trials. Yeah, I'm not interested in them at all. And so, I'll also take a break from streaming for a bit. The chat reacted incredulously. What the heck, he just started streaming. Rena's face showed surprise as she exclaimed, huh, no oh my. But everything had already been decided. A notification appeared, Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. She felt a little deflated and said, I thought this would help me pass the time on the third floor. However, shortly after, her expression brightened and she said, he really reminds me of him. He always follows his own path no matter what anyone says. This is as if Subaru really were streaming live. Alright, he's joining the match too, right? I may follow and talk to him, but I hope he doesn't win. Back with Subaru, he's now wandering with young Hatsuka. She exclaimed as expected. That's exactly how Narukami would behave. You're really like the original. Subaru replied, but the viewers don't like me. Hatsuka explained, if you only come here to pick up ordinary jobs, your stream won't have anything special. Don't you think so? Subaru was surprised by this explanation and asked, you think so? Thanks for the advice. Then Hatsuka asked, so what do you plan to do next? Subaru answered, I'll go hunting until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents will appear, so I think I should level up a bit. In his mind, he thought, I also need to know how many lightning strikes I can endure in my current state. I want to test the power of the Thunder Core. I'll never give Soya's memento to someone else. Elsewhere, Jinzaki Naoto, a Lamku player, was walking with a very sour face. He kept grumbling, don't mess with me, damn it. Normally, if Lamku calls, you run there with your tail between your legs. How dare he let me come all the way here to be called? I don't care if he's Thunder or whatever. Why should I take orders from some nameless third-floor nobody? As he stepped through the door, he barked, hello, I'm here. Nearby, a hand waved and called, over here. It turned out to be old John. After they sat down, John finally spoke, so you're Jinzaki from Lamku. I heard you have an issue you want to discuss about one of our live streams. Naoto replied with a sour expression. That's right, but where is the person involved in that matter? John said. He isn't here right now, he's busy. Naoto, sounding superior, complained, A newcomer acting like that is too arrogant. Busy. Is there anything more important than this? John replied with a wry smile. That's a private matter, so we can't answer that. Then he asked Naoto in return, more importantly, we've already stated our own wishes, haven't we? That's why he's not here. Naoto responded, we intended to speak to him directly about that. However, John offered a evasive excuse. Unlucky, it'll be hard for everyone to meet him. Hearing this, Naoto immediately showed irritation and growled. Isn't it because you don't want us to meet him? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I go back and say I couldn't meet Narukami Subaru, I'll be the one punished. He slammed the table and shouted, I know your game, you intend to keep your golden goose forever, don't you? Think about it, shouldn't Narukami Subaru join a major guild instead of constantly streaming? Don't you think so? John remained calm and answered, who would have thought famous streamers now earn nearly as much as players? He leaned back in his chair and continued, there's always been players who denounce streaming as a profession. I've met that type before. Naoto immediately shot back, sir, the way you speak makes it seem like you want to make Lam-ku our enemy. But John cut in, please hear me out to the end. We prioritize the streamer's wishes over other things. Since Narukami's decision is set, our company will fully support it. Hearing that, Naoto sneered, for a middle-aged man like you, Mr. Clay, you don't understand how this world works, do you? Do you really think Lam-ku will let this go? At that, John replied immediately, you're the one who doesn't understand. Some people in this world cannot be swayed by threats. So if that's all, you should leave. At that moment, John emanated a terrifying aura from his whole body. It was so frightening that even Naoto went pale with fear. He immediately jumped to his feet and shouted, hey, but inwardly wondered, what the hell was that? What was that overwhelming mana just now? He added, leave, who do you think you're talking to? But John simply waved his hand to indicate he should go. As Naoto left, he turned back threateningly and said, I swear you'll pay for this. Bold words, but in his head he couldn't shake his fear. Fate, what was that? Was I imagining it? In response to that threat, John just sighed and said, so frightened. 3 days later, in the third-floor dungeon, the nest of the celestial serpent, a serpent. A giant celestial serpent coiled its vast body and lunged toward Subaru, its fanged maw wide open. Subaru calmly waited for it to come. His eyes flashed. He took a fighting stance and swung his sword high. Then he brought down a standard slash straight into the serpent's throat. Its mouth was smeared with fresh blood, and with its screams, red blood sprayed everywhere. The celestial serpent writhed violently, its massive body trying to flee, and let out a piercing, agonized roar. Subaru calmly stood to one side, the sword resting on his shoulder still stained with blood, waiting. He coldly said, all right, a test run like this is enough. He immediately gathered momentum, leaving the explosion behind him. And lightning fast, he dashed toward the celestial serpent, muttering to himself that he should finish it here. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere along the path he sliced through. Subaru leapt up mightily, raised the sword high, and charged at the blood-smeared, gaping maw of the celestial serpent. Subaru leapt up mightily, raised the sword high, and charged at the blood-smeared, gaping maw of the celestial serpent. Subaru sat listlessly on the serpent's body, hearing successive system notifications in his ear. You have defeated the boss, Celestial Serpent. You have leveled up. Your strength increased by 1, stamina increased by 1, focus increased by 1, while he gazed at the treasure he had just obtained, pondering. He muttered calculations. A serpent fang, this should sell for about 10,000 credits, or at least that was the price 20 years ago. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a slew of information before his eyes. Name, Haas Subaru, affiliation Earth, level 35, strength 36, speed 33, stamina 34 plus 2, focus 30, mana 36. Seeing the stats, he reminded himself, level 35 already. I gained 9 levels in just 3 days. That's good enough, don't be greedy. Saying that, he suddenly stared into the distance and in a voice like a breeze said, Tashiya is waiting. Hatsuka saw him arrive and smiled brightly, waving. Responding to her signal, Subaru quickly went over, pulled out the chair opposite, sat down, and didn't forget to ask her a few friendly questions. Anything fun? Hatsuka's eyes sparkled. She couldn't stop smiling as she asked him, have you seen that? Startled, Subaru asked, seen what? Hatsuka couldn't contain her disbelief and exclaimed, you still haven't seen it. Subaru asked again, exactly what is it? Halfway through asking, he suddenly remembered something, scratched his head awkwardly and embarrassedly explained, that collab video, sorry, I was busy grinding levels. Hatsuka kept smiling, waved off his apology and sincerely said, I'll say it again, Narukami, it's totally fine. Even if you didn't mean it, that's what makes Narukami Subaru. As she spoke, she rummaged in her bag. She then brought a folder to him and simply said, but there's one difference between you and the original, check this. Subaru, not understanding what was happening, instinctively let out a small sound. Hatsuka explained, this is the revenue statement from your recent collab stream with Hawkeyes. He flipped through the document and was astonished, 49,789 credits, more than expected. Suddenly Hatsuka grew serious, I can give this to you anytime, but actually there's another reason I wanted to meet you today. Hearing this, Subaru paused as he read the document. She said hesitantly, I have a friend named Kiyoharu, he's a gambling addict, or rather someone obsessed with betting. Anyway, through him I learned something. She felt shy inwardly. This was a friend she was even reluctant to introduce to others. Subaru, seeing her stop, asked, "And that guy?" Hatsuka solemnly explained that there's a type of bet where you wager on the victor and collect a payout. The higher a player's win probability, the lower the payout rate. In other words, profit is smaller but much more reliable. She paused for a few seconds to gauge his reaction. She continued, "Right now your payout rate is 6.1 times. But there's a player with a rate of only 1.2 times. The balance is now entirely tipping toward them. Basically, they're the overwhelming favorite to win." Hearing that, Subaru calmly asked, "Who are they?" Based on the information she had gathered, Hatsuka spoke a name, Omar Schneider. Then she eagerly introduced key information about him. A player from the Green Zone who had persisted on floor 3 for 10 years, obsessed solely with conquering the lightning domain. Because of that crazy stubbornness, he was famous despite not being a streamer or ranker. At that, Hatsuka grew serious and warned him that Schneider was likely planning right now to find a way to meet you, since for him your solo challenge to conquer the lightning domain announced on stream was a provocation. As she reached the dramatic part, she suddenly paused, embarrassed, basically like spitting and mocking the 10 years of his grinding. Subaru spoke up to remind her to put that aside. She was too close. Excited by the conversation, Hatsuka had even climbed onto the table to sit. Realizing the awkwardness, she immediately flashed a practiced, confident smile. Then she sat down properly, looked away bashfully, but didn't forget her duty to warn him. Between the Lightning Domain Challenge, this tournament, and the next trial, there's a high chance you'll run into him, so I'm just warning you, please be careful. On floor 3, Ortenarl, night had fallen and the tightly packed houses were lit up. A creaking carriage rattled down the quiet street. A few passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously at the carriage. Inside, two people were whispering to each other. "Finally, tomorrow has come. We're about to meet that arrogant bastard who boasted he'd solo the lightning domain." In the carriage, they fed each other's flattery. One would speak and the other would chime in. He thought, "What the hell am I doing? He's only spouting nonsense because he doesn't know what the lightning domain is really like. Don't worry about it." Captain Schneider said nothing, staring distantly out the window while fiddling with a coin. After a few seconds, he finally spoke with contempt. "I don't care, he's got reputation to brag about." Still, he admitted one thing, though the man's career was short, he was a new master of lightning, the sort we've long coveted. He paused, toyed with the coin, and said no more. The bald one, seeing him contemplative, asked if that might be true, but wasn't he being too arrogant? The redhead next to him agreed. Exactly, just because he commands lightning he thinks he's the real Narukami Subaru or something. Before the man finished, Schneider barked, "Stop." He reproved them with measured reasoning. Now is not the time for jealousy or envy, and belittling or disparaging his achievements is completely unacceptable. The bald one, not understanding, asked irritably, "So you want us to respect him?" Schneider stopped fiddling with the coin, clenched it in his palm, and calmly replied in a short sentence, "If necessary." Then his tone turned cold. "I can do that." From his sleeve, he revealed a string of small, gilded knives. At that, the other two were startled. They glanced at one another, sharing the same thought. Talk is easy, but honestly, the captain's pride is seriously wounded. The bald man, looking at Schneider's sullen face, couldn't help but mutter inwardly that this was bad. That streamer speaks carelessly. How will he take responsibility when facing a monster like that? The carriage fell silent again. Schneider still scowled, chin propped, staring into the distance. Back at Subaru's place, his familiar mask and sword lay neatly on the table beside him. Only now did he reread the document Hatsuka had given him, inwardly scolding, "This guy is out of his mind. He only rose 5 years ago and entered the green zone at the same time." Thinking that, he continued seriously to read the next part of the file. The file listed Schneider's achievements. A late-blooming player dominating the stage in the Lightning Domain Challenge, Omar Schneider of the Green Zone had reached the very limits of the Lightning Domain, only one step short. Reading this, he murmured to himself the name, Omar Schneider of the Green Zone. He then made a few remarks. "He looks very confident putting on a tournament like this, but if there's already a hometown candidate for the championship, then it's all understandable." Suddenly, Subaru gave a strange, mocking smile and said, "Anyway, sorry, Kyojo, but I'm back in the game. Let's see if things really go the way you want." The moonlight lit up the sky, casting an eerie glow on the mask and sword on the table. The next morning at Ortenarl Central Market, the crowd bustled with people. At one stall, the shopkeeper examined the hide on the table and told the young man seriously, "No matter how good the material, in this condition there's not much I can do. The way you hunted it was too sloppy, the skin's all scratched up." Then he named a price, 1,500 credits. The young man protested loudly, "What, that's it?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard arrogantly and said coldly, "Sell it or not, it's up to you, that's my limit." The young man, embarrassed, accepted and said, "No, I'll sell." After the disappointed youth left, the shopkeeper rolled up the hide, thinking smugly that he got lucky today. Red troll hide can self-regenerate, so it's valuable. Too many people still don't know that. At that moment, Subaru brought the celestial serpent fang to his stall. Seeing the treasure on the table, the man gasped, "That's a serpent fang." Subaru cut to the chase and asked, "How much will you pay for it?" The shopkeeper squinted at the fang, trying to find flaws but couldn't. Slightly annoyed, he thought, "There's nothing to criticize. This is S+ grade with almost no damage." Still, he was a crafty old fox and privately confident he had chosen the wrong bargaining partner, whether the seller was a pro or not. Putting on an act, he feigned regret and said, "Condition is very good. I would grade it high B or A. Gotta say the hunter who got this has decent skill. If not for that tiny scratch, I'd call it S rank without hesitation. But unfortunately you came at the wrong time. Supply of serpent fangs has surged recently, so demand is plummeting," he said, taking out his calculator. Then he put a figure before him and, acting magnanimous, added, "However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a discount, 8,000. Hearing the offer, Subaru pondered silently. Considering it's 20 years old, this isn't bad. Then a voice cut in, "In that condition, it's easily worth at least 15,000 credits. At the sound of the man's voice, both Subaru and the shopkeeper turned. Schneider had slowly come up behind Subaru and told the shopkeeper that serpent fangs are rare, so sellers basically set any price they want. Caught off guard, the shopkeeper flustered and retorted, "That's blatant lying." Subaru and Schneider faced each other for the first time in silence. Finally, Schneider spoke and asked, "You're Narukami Subaru, aren't you?" Subaru, seeing he knew his name, directly called back Schneider. In a maid cafe, the lavish setting was decorated with trendy items favored by women. Arms crossed, Subaru asked, "Why don't we just get to the point?" Nearby, a few girls whispered, "Is that Schneider?" Irritated, Subaru said, "We're not close enough to be meeting so leisurely like this," he thought wearily, and anyway. He looked at the sweet parfait topped with pink cookies, then at Schneider, wondering if such a dessert suited his image. Then the man spoke up, "You once declared you'd conquer the lightning domain." Subaru challenged, "So what?" The man immediately replied, "You're an arrogant drifter." Schneider frowned and continued, "At first I thought so. A guy who just climbed to floor 3 suddenly steps out and declares he'll conquer the lightning domain." Subaru asked the man, "So you've changed your mind?" Schneider set down his spoon and answered, 50-50. The man said, "But I admit at least half of you, because you have talent, overflowing talent." Schneider sighed. He still found it hard to believe you were being compared to Narukami Subaru. Subaru watched the man and judged inwardly. He thought him an eccentric, but his gaze was very serious. Irritated, he demanded, "So what? You didn't stop me just to hand out gold stars, did you?" Schneider said, "I have a proposal." The man ground his teeth angrily. "Take back what you said." Schneider ordered, "That solo conquest claim you made the other day, admit it was arrogance born of ignorance. Open your stream and apologize sincerely." Subaru commented calmly, "That doesn't sound like a proposal at all." Schneider declared, "Of course, I'm not forcing you to do it now. If I beat you in this tournament, you'll have to admit your immaturity." The man said, "That's when you'll have to bow your head." Subaru sighed and replied, "All right in return if I win." He bargained, "Give me all the information you know about the lightning domain. You proposed this, so you must accept that condition." Schneider rose and said, "No problem, after all I can't lose." The man frowned and added, "At least for who you are now." Then Schneider left. Subaru sat still, murmuring to himself, it seems his 10 years weren't meaningless after all. At the entertainment company office, a blue-haired guy shouted, 10,000 people. His phone screen displayed the notification. He exclaimed that with that prize, the number of participants was indeed insane. The blue-haired man was Kiyoharu. He glanced at the screen and muttered that if this had been held when he was on floor 3, he would have entered at least once. The screen showed 2 names, Schneider 1.2, Narukami Subaru 6.1. Kiyoharu smirked, judging that Narukami Subaru was too big-scale and risky, while Schneider was a top-tier stock with proven returns. He calculated silently. With this many participants and Schneider's odds at 1.2, the answer was obvious. Professional bettors like him favor confidence over probability. Kiyoharu trembled as he tapped the screen. "All right, all in on Schneider." A call interface suddenly popped up and a voice came from the phone. "Pick up." Kiyoharu panicked and dropped the phone onto the desk. He yelled that he'd nearly had a heart attack. He stood up and addressed the camera. "You're definitely watching me, aren't you?" The call connected at 0006 and Hatsuka's voice came through the phone. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kiyoharu picked up the phone and replied awkwardly, "Hello." Hatsuka had hit his nerve. He was gambling again. Kiyoharu froze for a moment, then demanded, "I knew it. Where did you hide your eavesdropping device? In the office or my ear?" Hatsuka replied, "What are you talking about? More importantly, teach me how you do this." He asked in surprise, "Are you getting into gambling?" Hatsuka answered, "I'm going to try betting on Narukami." Kiyoharu shouted, "Idiot, you don't regret wasting your credits." Hatsuka walked and questioned him, "So you think Narukami will actually lose?" He immediately explained, "No, I don't underestimate Narukami. I mean, you should analyze style, power stats, and odds to calculate the probability." Kiyoharu tried to persuade her. "Schneider isn't someone who should stay on floor 3. They say what he achieved there surpasses even the real Narukami. So a streamer who just climbed up claiming he'll beat Schneider, who's honed his skills for 10 years, is just a pipe dream." Hatsuka put the phone away from her ear and thought irritably, "It's too noisy." Hatsuka immediately proposed, "So, bets like we always do, my entire next month's salary." Kiyoharu closed the deal. "All right, let's play." A person in a black cloak suddenly walked past her. Hatsuka froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Kiyoharu's voice rang out, "No whining allowed." Hatsuka turned to look at the black-cloaked figure walking away. She ended the calls. Kiyoharu grumbled angrily, "That woman, don't hang up on me like that." He frowned and said, "Why did she suddenly bring up betting? What's going on?" Elsewhere, Schneider was walking with a man. The man asked, "How is he?" Schneider replied, "Not a novice." The bald man exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible, could the captain actually lose?" Schneider immediately glared at him. The man ground his teeth and said, "Seeing him in person makes it clear." He confidently declared, "I can't lose, absolutely not." On a rooftop high above, someone was watching Schneider. They murmured, "So that's him, the championship contender Schneider." She smirked and judged, "He has a fair amount of mana. Looks like I don't have to worry about any comebacks." A few days later, blue flags bearing dragon emblems were hung up. On the day of the tournament at the Altanar Arena, townspeople and adventurers flowed everywhere. Subaru walked down a long corridor bathed in sunlight. He approached the closed door of the arena floor. Subaru pushed the door and stepped out. The moment he stepped onto the arena, the spectators around the stands erupted in cheers. A few people whispered in surprise, "That mask, it's Narukami Subaru, that streamer. He's participating today. Voting is closed. His betting odds must be second, then who is first?" The opposite door opened, and a figure gradually stepped out. Schneider marched into the arena carrying his polearm. The man stared intently at Subaru. The crowd immediately began chanting, "Schneider, Schneider." The stands were filled with the repeated shout of his name, "Schneider, Schneider, Schneider." Fireworks burst into the sky, signaling the match was about to begin. A silhouette appeared from above and announced, "Thank you all for waiting." The blonde girl quickly introduced herself, "I'm Mizuha, a member of Blue Zone and the MC for this tournament. Nice to meet you all. The tournament will have qualifying rounds and a final." Subaru stood with the other contestants and looked up to listen to Mizuha. "Now, let's take a look at the prize. The reward will go to the single winner of the final. Let's behold the champion's prize." She raised her hand and a vivid red light shone. Mizuha shouted, "The shoes once worn by the god Hermes." The red light grew blinding as the MC continued, "The pride of Blue Zone, heritage of the legend Hatsuka Soya from the main label." A pair of shoes appeared in midair. Mizuha yelled, "Teleria shoes, and they're right here." Subaru looked up and stared at the shoes, thinking, "Wait for me, Soya." Clenching his fist, Subaru murmured, "Your shoes, I will definitely take them back." In the stands, Hatsuka was watching him. She smiled, thinking Narukami must be about to start streaming, when suddenly the person beside her muttered, "Those bastards, how dare they?" Hatsuka tilted her head to look at the person next to her, and immediately recognized who it was. She looked at the person in the black cloak and mask. Hatsuka recalled the person she had met earlier. A system notification popped up. Subaru watched the chat streams of comments flying by. "Narukami Subaru has started streaming. Nice, he's live. Hello, go for the championship. Long time no see." Subaru skimmed the chat lines. "Long time no see everyone. The channel owner is the one who disappeared. I've been here the whole time. For real, is this the Lightning Domain stream channel? What's Loi Kwang stream?" Sounds like slang for new clips flooding in from highlight videos. New clips from Jericho. "I'm sitting in the stands watching. What, streaming while in the arena?" Subaru frowned at the chat exploding nonstop, feeling his brain couldn't load at all. What an intense vibe. Just reading the chat was exhausting. The system suddenly displayed another notification and the atmosphere shifted. "Narukami's sister Love has registered a task. Support him with 30,000 credits if he wins." Seeing the reward, Subaru immediately switched to combat mode, placing his hand on the sword hilt behind him and excitedly replying, 30,000 credits, thank you so much, wonderful. Win overwhelmingly, please. Well, I'll probably lose overwhelmingly in second. I'm staying just to watch him lose. Then MC Mizuha appeared in the air, ready to begin. She waved her hand high, fireworks exploded brilliantly, drawing everyone's attention as she shouted that the tournament was starting. The stands immediately erupted, the cheers threatened to blow the roof off. People kept exclaiming how cool it was. The scale was truly on another level. Subaru looked up at the whole arena, unable to help admiring the event's extravagance. No wonder it was Blue Zone. This scale isn't prepared overnight. The arena space shifted to green. Players were simultaneously teleported into the forest and began the first round. The qualifiers had begun. From a distance, the entire arena was enclosed by a mysterious green spherical barrier. The system started announcing the rules. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Qualifiers begin. Death means elimination. Accept yourself, everyone else is an enemy. ends when 1,000 survivors remain. Subaru stood in the forest with a calm expression, eyes scanning as if calculating moves, fight and survive until then. Survivors, 10,259. It's a free-for-all brawl. He pondered tactics quietly, extremely chill compared to the tense atmosphere. Nobody will target me in the qualifiers, so I can conserve energy. The system reappeared with a barrage of consecutive viewer donations. Clumsy Mouse registered a task, deathmatch. Can't resist, 100 CR per kill. Pepperoni Pizza registered a task, only love a deathmatch. I'll add 100 CR per person. Mission Villain registered a task, 1000 CR for killing Doncho, 10,000 CR for killing Oma Schneider. Subaru tilted his body slightly, sensing danger behind him. His alertness instantly maxed out and he spun around. Another player shot past like the wind, gritting his teeth and sprinting without looking back. Hey, aiming at Narukami's kid right from the start, that's ruthless. Seeing that, Subaru quickly drew his sword. In an instant, his gaze darkened and a dangerous smile tugged at his lips, 200 credits on the move. The system updated with new figures and the combat atmosphere thickened. Survivors 8,544. Powerful footsteps approached. Each step heavy, decisive, carrying invisible pressure. Schneider appeared, walking with his polearm, radiating oppressive might. Schneider glared straight ahead. Petty players didn't register in his eyes. He had only one target. He usually ignored others, but there was one person he was determined to take down. Subaru Narukami. Schneider suddenly sensed danger. His pupils contracted, his reflexes frighteningly swift. He quickly leaned to one side, narrowly dodging the arrow. After evading the strike, Schneider turned to face his attacker, his eyes showing interest. The archer hiding behind the bushes emerged, his face a mix of annoyance and regret. The arrow shooter stepped out from the brush, clearly frustrated. What a pity. Other players quickly appeared and gathered to talk. The blonde in the group tried to step forward with a sneer, but was immediately stopped by the red-haired, cap-wearing one. Come on, those who bet on this hit, cough up 100 credits, don't move, you're the red ones. A big but cowardly shaved head voiced concern, only to be sneered at by the blonde and the brown-haired guy, who confidently insisted that numbers mean an automatic win. This won't work. If we don't finish him with that strike, we won't win. Exactly, he's just some loser stuck on floor 3 for 10 years. It's fine, we outnumber him. Seeing this, Schneider couldn't help frowning, his gaze turned cold. Not a bad plan, but you picked the wrong opponent. At that remark, another sword-wielding man sneered instead of being frightened and stepped forward confidently. Who are you talking to? Just loud because you're about to die. Before he could relish the moment, a flash of light occurred, and in an instant his head was severed. He collapsed, killed so swiftly no one could clearly see the strike. At the sight, the surrounding players froze. Their brains couldn't process it. Chaos erupted with panic screams everywhere. What just happened? That wasn't a spear's reach. Schneider paid no mind. He spun his polearm, generating a strong gust. The pressure around him was suffocating. He said sternly, I've faced countless people like you. With that, Schneider lunged forward, swinging his polearm without hesitation. Power erupted like a shockwave, hurtling toward the cluster of opposing players. Those nearby were cleaved in two, the formation shattered in an instant. Other players trembled at Schneider's terrifying strength and instinctively recoiled. The tension was extreme. Schneider continued to spin his polearm and stepped closer. Listen carefully, shortcuts won't work in this tower. Saying that, Schneider approached the players while spinning his weapon with a dangerous look. The only thing that could have protected you, this is the end. The players panicked and backed away repeatedly. Images of Schneider were broadcast on the stands. At this point, all the players fled in chaos, but none could escape. Each swing severed nearby players and formations collapsed immediately. However, a few still tried to stand and fight. Hey, don't run, it's just a test, don't be so cowardly. Still, this was no longer a fight. In the stands, a woman dressed like Narukami quietly observed the battle, her eyes calculating. She analyzed Schneider's capabilities. If he reaches higher floors, he'll surely climb the rankings. He completely stands out among the players. Suddenly, a piercing shout cut through her thoughts, making her wince. Damn, that reminded me. She turned to the side and saw Hatsuka glued to her phone, prompting curiosity. Hey, keep watching, everyone here is such a coward. She glanced at Hatsuka's phone screen. She was surprised to see Hatsuka watching Narukami's livestream. When his name was mentioned, Hatsuka turned and asked in surprise, Narukami, do you know him? Hatsuka looked at the mask and suddenly recognized it, excitedly. That mask, you're definitely his fan, right? Hearing her admit it, Hatsuka blushed shyly and whispered in introduction, I've been a hardcore fan for 20 years. My name is Hatsuka. Hatsuka smiled gently and asked her with a soft look, and you? Cut to the forest, the system announced. Subaru walked through the silent woods, survivors 1,342. How many did I get just now? Killed 97, no, 98. He also killed the one who ran, so 98. Hearing the system, he looked up at the sky with a pensive gaze. Has it come time to finish this? Subaru hesitated. The prize money was tempting and his brain flipped into calculation mode. 200 credits per person, 200 credits per person. A thought suddenly flashed through Subaru's mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Deciding, Subaru drew his sword. His stance was calm, but his aura turned dangerous. Why not advertise that he's here to bait players in? Viewers watching the stream grew curious, wondering what he planned. The chat exploded. What is he doing? Is he fishing for hate to make money? Such backwards thinking. Others kept hiding. He carried the air of a champion. Suddenly, Subaru swung his sword into a tree trunk with such force that sparks of lightning scattered around. Around the trunk, golden light flared and enveloped the entire tree. The strike split the bark wide open. In the end, only a charred stump remained, with smoke smoldering up. The giant trunk crashed down with a thunderous boom, shaking the whole forest. Then the scene ahead gradually came into view. Schneider stood frozen in the clearing. As he drew closer, Subaru saw hundreds of corpses sprawled at Schneider's feet. Hearing the commotion, Schneider snapped around. His eyes flashed dangerously as if spotting his prey. Found you. Subaru turned and gave a light sword flourish, facing Schneider with confidence. Immediately, the chat exploded with messages. I thought I found him first. The boss has appeared, lol. This is definitely 10,000 CR. Schneider, 10,000 CR is pocket change for him. The two stood opposite each other. Schneider spoke first, impatiently. Perfect timing, don't stall, end it here. The system announced a mission. Seeing the reward, Subaru's lips curved and his spirits visibly lifted. Mission villain registered a task, 1000 CR for killing Doncho. This one is 10,000 CR for killing Omar Schneider. 10,000 cred, looks like I'll get paid sooner than expected. They stood watching each other, the tension unbearably high. Survivors 1202, the system had just finished announcing. Subaru silently tallied, 202 more until the qualifier's end, then his eyes widened in astonishment. A surge of power flew toward him. Luckily, he dodged in time. A gale rose and leaves whipped about as Subaru stood silently on guard, watching the figure before him. Schneider stared at him and spoke coldly, only 202 left, I have time to spare. Subaru raised his sword into a combat stance while quietly assessing. What hit earlier wasn't a skill, but a martial technique. If he took his eyes off that spear tip, everything would be over. The spear could easily reach beyond normal range. While Subaru pondered, Schneider spun a series of exquisite sword strokes to gain position. Then he struck powerfully toward him. Seeing the invisible force hurtling in, Subaru braced himself to meet it, not daring to look away. Once again, the familiar mechanical voice announced, Unnamed Demon Sword is absorbing the user's HP. Its stats increase proportionally to HP consumed. The greedy /LV4 is resisting the Unnamed Demon Sword's counterattack. Subaru tightened his grip on his sword. When the surge reached him, he quickly crossed his blade to block it. They strained and struggled for a while. Finally, Subaru managed to counterattack. Suddenly, he froze in disbelief. Schneider, lightning fast, had somehow moved to stand directly in front of him. The sharp tip of his spear was inches from Subaru's face. As the spear lunged in, he nimbly stepped back to avoid it. Subaru scraped along the ground and planted his feet to steady himself. Schneider didn't let up, relentlessly striking again and again at Subaru, all of which he neatly dodged. Now at last he counterattacked. Subaru raised his sword high. He sliced down in a blow that sent Schneider flying backward. And thanks to his seasoned reflexes, Schneider managed to stay on his feet. The two fell silent, lowering their weapons at the same time. Suddenly, Schneider spoke first, asking, why don't you use lightning radiance? Subaru replied confidently, isn't it wasteful not to use it? After all, it's almost over anyway. Hearing that, Schneider stiffened in disbelief. Feeling insulted, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth. So you mean using it on people is a violation? At that moment, the system announced, Survivors 1007. Realizing his intent, Schneider grew angrier and hissed, impossible, you're stalling. No sooner had he finished than he flashed forward like a lightning strike towards Subaru. Subaru quickly raised his sword to block the spear, but he showed no fear and taunted him back. What, don't tell me that's really your best. The system chimed again, Survivors 1003. Schneider snarled, you bastard. As the two grappled, the machinery pealed its bell. Survivors 1000, the preliminary round had ended. Before exiting the game, Schneider sneered at him. Next time we meet, you'd better be well prepared. Subaru calmly replied, fine, see you, I'll hold on to that 10,000 credits for now. After loading finished, the system announced movement to the waiting room. A virtual screen appeared before Subaru. You have been moved to the waiting room. You have 30 minutes of rest. Once he calmed down, he looked at his trembling hand and thought how close he'd been to being pushed back in the final seconds. If the fight had gone on a bit longer, comments from viewers kept streaming in. Damn, if there were no time limits, I'd have been so focused I forgot to breathe. Seeing the viewer count, he murmured, 10,000 viewers, then recalled his earlier talk with Hatsuka. She'd said the manager called that a wall for streamers. If a streamer breaks 10,000 even once, they can survive in this industry. Thinking that, Subaru felt quietly satisfied. 10,000, huh? I'd succeeded in drawing attention as a streamer. Both the stream and the fight with Schneider went well. But one thing still worried him. It's unbelievable that even someone of Schneider's caliber couldn't overcome lightning radiance. Outside, the sky was clear and fresh above a simple wooden house. Gazing at the glaring sun, the man sighed wearily. Muttering to himself in frustration, he complained that he wasn't playing a spot-the-difference game and wondered what the hell he was doing every day. Right now, Schneider still held the advantage. Why was a guy like him on floor 3 to begin with? He yawned and stretched. The device in his hand buzzed with a mechanical reply. The deeper you go, the harder it is to close the level gap. If Narukami has one thing over Schneider, it's lightning radiance. Of course, if he truly had comparable talent, there could be a dramatic upset. The system faltered slightly as the man stared at the device in his hand. The system voice continued, but based on this, it doesn't seem to be the case. Back with Subaru, the cold system announcements kept coming. Mission complete, you are digging 2 graves, donated 9,800 credits. Mission complete, my Vongole donated 9,800 credits. Meanwhile, viewers' comments streamed in admiringly. Lol, he claims rewards so fast, making money even now, impressive. Can't deal with this big shot, he's just greedy. Subaru read a few comments and replied a couple lines. Whatever I can take, I'll take, thanks so much everyone. Notification bell rang and a virtual screen appeared before Subaru reporting. Spent 80,000 credits. Skill level of Greedy Wedge LV4 increased. Remaining credits 16,029 C. Greedy Wedge Bearing skill classification LV5 suppresses the side effects of skills and items. User can upgrade and ascend. Credits required 160,000 C. Reading the dense lines, he calculated silently. B rank hub. If so, maybe using that would be fine. Subaru pondered for a long while. The viewers, seeing no activity, chatted. Why so quiet all of a sudden? He's planning strategy in his head for the main tournament. Greedy but still looks cool lol. Night fell, the full moon hung high at a place of mystery. Mizuha stood stunned, staring at the pair of shoes enveloped by a shield and floating in midair. She whispered doubtfully, really? The story is that a thief will appear after this. And his true identity is, she trailed off uncertainly, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Suddenly a voice called her, Mizuha. She turned to look. The other person immediately bowed and reported that reinforcements from the guild headquarters had arrived. Mizuha cautiously asked, again, who's leading them? Before the other could answer, a man stepped in and quietly said, it's me. Recognizing him, Mizuha was so surprised she stammered. Why are you personally coming down to the 3rd floor? Lord Kurakawa tersely replied. The guildmaster is in a bad mood. As he approached, Mizuha asked further, is it because of Narukami Subaru? Kurakawa put his hands in his pockets, looked toward the window and said slowly, both Narukami Subaru and Schneider, yes. But another issue has arisen, he added, glancing down below. The people on the other side of the glass were still laughing and chatting merrily. He inadvertently noticed a masked individual and thought to himself what a huge reserve of mana that person must possess. As he pondered, he looked at Hatsuka standing next to that person. His curiosity deepened. Why would they be here? The other suddenly lifted their hand to their mask and hesitantly said to the person beside them, Removing the mask, the girl introduced herself a bit shyly. I'm Tammy. Calling me one-san makes me a little embarrassed. Hatsuka smiled brightly to dispel her embarrassment and sincerely praised her. Wow, you have an aura that's clearly anything but ordinary. I can tell you've trained for a very long time. Then she asked familiarly, also that face of yours, Tammy, are you using glamour magic? Tammy smirked slyly. Hearing Hatsuka, Tammy found it hard to believe and wondered inwardly what was wrong with this girl. She tested how much Hatsuka could see. Was she an assassin sent by Kyoyo? Yet Tammy's actions seemed bolder than a typical assassin. While Tammy evaluated her silently, Hatsuka kept babbling praise. She must have her reasons. Strong people tend to hide themselves. Tammy finally spoke, saying slowly, however. Before she finished, Hatsuka cut in, no longer pretending to probe. She spun a cold 360 degrees and asked bluntly, I'll say this up front, you're not here to interfere with the tournament, right? Noticing Hatsuka had seen through her intention, Tammy didn't hide it and admitted plainly, and if I did, so what? His whole body exuded murderous intent, his dangerous gaze fixed on her as he declared firmly, I will stop you, by any means necessary. A sudden beam of light flashed from behind, making Subaru startle for a moment. The phantom wall separating them gradually disappeared, accompanied by an announcement. Break time is over, finals begin. The other players were thrown into confusion when the barrier vanished. What the hell, have we been right next to each other all this time? I didn't hear anything. The screen displayed the rules. The finals will be held in a territory occupation format, seize the enemy's territory. Immediately, the area each person stood on transformed into different colors. Subaru quietly scanned his surroundings. Just as predicted, no one moved. He squinted and calculated. If he fought now, he could at most claim one tile, but later, defeating just one person could yield many tiles. Waiting a bit before acting is the basic strategy. However, Subaru didn't wait. He surged forward and in an instant knocked one person's head clean off. He landed lightly and sighed. That would be the usual move, but I'm being paid 300 credits per head. Elsewhere, another player was under fierce attack, and the one striking was none other than Schneider. His purple territory quickly expanded. Schneider immediately eyed his next target. The man went pale in panic. Wait, I haven't done anything yet. Schneider paid him no attention and drove his blade through the man. His eyes darted back and forth. Where is Narukami Subaru? A straight path lay littered with bodies soaked in red, victims of Schneider's sword. He suddenly turned his head, a cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. The arena seemed dominated by two factions, Schneider's purple and Subaru's yellow. The grisly slaughter continued, and at that moment their eyes met. Though far apart, he still sensed the man's icy stare. But Subaru abruptly turned and headed in a different direction. Schneider saw this and roared in fury. Hey, why are you going that way? Planning to run. Viewers flooded the chat with questions. Has this guy lost it? What's wrong, bro? Wanna talk? Just fight him. He coldly tossed out one line, not the time. Subaru still had a target in front of him. I need to grind credits first. They heard it and were helpless, speechless at him, so greedy, he's farming radiance. After a while, another person collapsed under his sword. Hot blood ran down the razor edge. Subaru's territory also expanded greatly. He thought to himself that the skill level of Tier 3 players was much lower than he'd expected. He hadn't realized the gap between them and Schneider was so large. At that moment, the system suddenly notified, player Dongchao has invaded your territory. There are currently 2 players in the territory. You are prohibited from moving to another territory. No sooner had the message ended than a bold man stepped forward. He brandished his spear in a show of force. You are Narukami Subaru, right? The chat immediately buzzed. Dongchao from the blue zone. Looks like he's one of Schneider's subordinates. This matchup just got interesting. Dongchao curled his lip in a sneer. I'll get scolded for defeating you here. Subaru tightened his grip on his sword cautiously. Blue zone, huh? Dongchao suddenly lunged toward him, shouting, sorry in advance, Captain. He stabbed the spear straight down into the floor beneath where Subaru stood. Then using the momentum, he launched himself high, spun lightly in midair, and delivered a kick toward him, but Subaru quickly ducked to avoid it. Seizing the moment, he immediately swung his sword and cleaved the shaft of the spear in two. Losing his support, Dongchao staggered. What the? He crashed to the ground in panic. His weapon had been cleanly split. Subaru's sword was pointed straight at Dongchao's face. Just as he was about to thrust, the man hastily blurted out, I take back what I said, Captain. Subaru didn't understand and delivered a decisive blow that finished his opponent. He exhaled in puzzlement. What's wrong with this guy? The chat buzzed. One-shot swordsman Dongchao, huh? Swordsman my ass, he's trash. How did he even get into the blue zone? The system warned again, player Schneider has invaded your territory. Someone commented, you're famous, huh? Looks like people are queuing up for their turn. A shout rang out, Narukami. Subaru immediately narrowed his eyes and glanced back. Just as the alert said, Schneider suddenly rushed in to strike from behind. Finally caught you. He lunged the spear straight at him, but Subaru reflexively blocked with his sword. Their weapons pressed hard against each other, sending sparks flying from the friction. They pushed each other apart at the same moment, but Schneider swung down again, threatening, use lightning radiance. If you don't, you'll die on the next strike. Excited viewers commented, decide, kill him or let him live. What a gentleman, still waiting for a transformation. Subaru was driven back. He planted his foot to steady himself. For some reason, Subaru suddenly sheathed his sword behind his back. Seeing that, Schneider taunted, what planning to run? He immediately raised his hand, summoning streaks of lightning radiance, and declared, I'll give you exactly what you want. System message, deploy lightning radiance. Lightning core is resisting lightning radiance. Increase lightning skill effectiveness by 20% and grant resistance to the adverse electrified status. Not stopping there, Subaru snapped his fingers once more and again. System display, greedy wedge level 5 is resisting lightning radiance side effects. Now he wielded a spear activated with lightning radiance. Running is for the weak. Watching all this, Schneider momentarily froze. Was he materializing elemental attributes into a weapon? Could he really do that? Subaru retorted, do I look like I'm running? He grit his teeth and shot back, no. Subaru sneered, then let me ask you this. He pointed the spear now wreathed in lightning radiance at Schneider. Now are you going to run? Schneider thought tensely, if I can break it, this time I can overcome him. After a moment, Schneider curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. No. A few days earlier, Dongchao suddenly asked, Captain, may I ask something a bit rude? He replied, asking that is already rude. He tilted his head in confusion. I just wonder why you're so obsessed with lightning. Given your power, you could reach tier 5 or 6. Schneider shrugged, who knows? He explained that stubborn guys like him often forget. When they lost the reason they started, Dongchao said awkwardly, come on, answer properly. Schneider expressed, call it belief if it sounds noble, obsession if it sounds worse, but one thing I'm certain of. He affirmed that whether he succeeds or not, it will change his life. That's why I never give up. After saying this, Schneider faintly curved his lips. Back in the present, he slowly raised the spear. His wrist spun continuously as the spearhead traced cold trajectories. The spin grew ever stronger. Schneider fixed his gaze on his opponent and said in a low voice, "And you, I feel you're about to become my second obsession." After a long spin to gather power, he finally tightened his grip on the shaft and lunged straight forward. His steps were rapid, neat, and resolute, carrying an unwavering will. Opposite him, Subaru planted his feet hard on the floor, his gaze sharpening. "To honor 10 years of my hard training, I won't hold back." With that, he sprang up, slicing through the air toward him. The distance between them quickly closed. Their spear tips finally collided in a flash. Both roared, pouring all their strength into the clash. Neither yielded an inch. The impact force spread violently. The ground beneath them began to crack in a web of fissures. Dust billowed up, shrouding the space. Under that enormous pressure, the entire area detonated. In the stands, Subaru and Tammy stared at each other. She remained silent, waiting for the other to speak first. Finally, Hatsuka spoke up because she revealed, "I'm Narukami, Subaru's manager." Before Tammy's stunned look, Hatsuka awkwardly explained, "I mean, if the tournament is ruined, it would seriously affect his stream. I can't just let that happen." Her eyes shone with admiration. "You really are his manager? No way, I can't believe it." She teared up as she complained, "It's true, getting this position was a nightmare, you know. I had to get past all the blind, stubborn fools who opposed me and everything, those clueless idiots. You call me that?" Tammy grew more excited. "Amazing, I've obsessed over his stream like crazy since the Wolf Warrior match." Hatsuka was equally thrilled. "Are you an OG superfan? Wait, so you were originally a fan of blue-eyed Narukami Subaru too?" Suddenly, a loud explosion cut their conversation short. The screen showed footage of a blast. She hurriedly grabbed her device to check the situation. Hatsuka cried out in horror, "Impossible." The battlefield had become a pile of rubble. Amid the smoke, silhouettes of two men facing each other emerged. Blood trickled from the corner of Schneider's mouth. His body had been pierced through a large part. Unable to hold on any longer, Schneider collapsed. Subaru stood quietly, staring at the man's corpse for a long moment. In his heart he murmured, "See you soon, Schneider." At the end of the match, the system announced, "You have captured a total of 283 territories. The winner is none other than Narukami Subaru, with 283 territories." Cheers and victory celebrations followed. She was so happy that tears fell. Contrasting that atmosphere, she fell into thought. Tammy's insides were deeply unsettled. She couldn't believe it. She refused to accept that in the end, the one to receive the biggest prize would be. At that moment, Mizuha appeared. "Now let me announce it once more." She repeated, "The glorious winner of this tournament is." Then she shouted the name, Narukami Subaru. Mizuha signaled to continue. She announced the prize. The long-awaited reward would now be given to the winner. At that moment, Tammy stood up and left. Hatsuka watched her retreating back in confusion. On the stage, the prize shoes had found their deserving owner. Now they rested fully in Subaru's hands. He wondered to himself, has it been 20 years already? Subaru's gaze briefly clouded. Recalling the past, there was a roar, "Come on." Back then, Tashiya questioned everyone. "I told you not to touch my shoes. Who took them? Speak up." One guy intervened. "What's wrong, Tashiya? Are you having a fit again?" The guy in the green shirt grumbled, "Man, you're being difficult. Enough already, I'm full." Under the green shirt were a pair of shoes stretched to the limit. Tashiya's face flushed red. "My shoes." Tashiya rushed over regardless. "I've warned you a million times not to wear them." Tashiya was furious because they'd lose their shape. Remembering those moments was truly fun. Back in the present, many comments speculated that bankrupt Narukami Subaru was turning to item trading. Maybe he'd sell them out of greed. They'd surely fetch an astronomical resale price. He immediately crushed those guesses. "I won't sell them." The audience kept insisting I'd get a high price if I listed them. Mizuha estimated a figure, maybe a few hundred, perhaps up to 1,000,000 credits, but Subaru still refused. "No matter the value, I have no intention of selling." The viewers began to bait him with offers. "Sell them to me, name your price, we'll pay anything. If you want items, I have plenty better in my inventory." They threw out outrageous sums. "How about 2,000,000 credits? 2.1 million? I'll do 2.5 with an extra item. 3 million, no, 4 million. Subaru lost his patience. "Go away and disappear from my sight." Then a massive bolt of electricity appeared. A streak of lightning formed and struck straight down onto the center of the stage. He warned everyone sternly, "Let me be clear, I will never sell them, not even for 10 million credits." She trembled, trying to salvage the situation. "That's the answer, ladies and gentlemen," Mizuha inwardly cried. "Why me? Why am I dragged into this?" Matter handled, Subaru excused himself. "All right, I'm off." With that, he grabbed the shoes and quickly left the arena. One night in a bustling district, in a shadowed corner, two silhouettes stood. Kurikawa sincerely praised him. "He actually won. This was completely unexpected by me." Hanamaki Hiyori from the Blue Zone disagreed somewhat. "Wasn't he amazing? I mean, he faced Schneider. What do you think? Could he become a genuine Narukami Subaru?" He wasn't sure either. Who knows? Recently, she revealed, people say things like, if the original Subaru can do it, the new Subaru should be able to as well. This piqued Kurikawa's curiosity. Original, new, what does that mean? Hiyori explained that that's how people refer to the two of them. Blue-eyed Narukami Subaru is the original and the streamer is the new one. Oh man, you're really out of touch. He admitted nonchalantly, stupid, and isn't the order reversed? If anything it should be, if the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru can too. She couldn't understand, aren't they basically the same? Kurikawa shook his head, not alike at all. Hiyori cursed inwardly, what a nuisance, this is exactly why blue-eyed superfans are the worst. He asked irritably, I heard you muttering the whole time, she said eagerly, anyway, what do you think will happen next? Isn't it exciting? Kurikawa reminded her firmly, no matter what happens, we still have a duty to take care of. In the end he decided, let's go catch the shoe thief. Hiyori hurried after him, wait, are you sulking? Hey, wait for me. Just as they turned their backs, a group of people appeared behind them, looking hostile. Meanwhile, the chat kept dissecting the shoes, aren't they kind of old-fashioned? They look nice, not my style. Is that the famous pair? Bet they'll fetch a sky-high price. That's a touchy subject, brother. Subaru quietly wished, Tashiya, even now I'm glad to see you again. He also sincerely added, thanks for the missions, because of you my heart hurts less. The chat erupted, not your heart, your wallet hurts more, right? You look so calm, didn't expect you'd be so composed. Don't underestimate credit-hungry monsters like us. At that moment a notification popped up. Subaru told the viewers, okay, let's see Teleria unique rank, required level 30 plus, movement speed plus 25%, bounce plus 15%. The shoes of the rogue thief Hermes grant the ability to double jump twice per day. Remaining uses 2 resets daily. They couldn't believe it. That's it. How is high jumping useful? Only twice a day. Someone bluntly mocked, chat, don't you think they're kind of lame? You don't get it. Movement speed gear is rare. If you were rankers, you'd go to hell and back to get one. Subaru received a new message. Narukami-san, are you still streaming? I just saw someone suspicious. I have a bad feeling about her. He wondered silently, what's going on? Hatsuka kept repeating, please be careful, she might be targeting the prize. That night the streets outside were still lively with festivities. In Tammy's purple-haired head, what the hell am I doing, standing right in front of Tashia's shoes? Her steps froze as she thought, at this point I have no other choice. So Tammy made a bold decision. To avoid being recognized, I'll have to cut off his ankle. Her figure gradually merged into the crowd. A sudden beam of light flashed from behind, making Subaru startle. The phantom wall separating them gradually disappeared, accompanied by an announcement. Break time is over, finals begin. The other players were thrown into confusion when the barrier vanished. What the hell, have we been right next to each other all this time? I didn't hear anything. The screen displayed the rules. The finals will be held in a territory occupation format, seize the enemy's territory. Immediately, the area each person stood on transformed into different colors. Subaru quietly scanned his surroundings. Just as predicted, no one moved. He squinted and calculated. If he fought now, he could at most claim one tile, but later, defeating just one person could yield many tiles. Waiting a bit before acting is the basic strategy. However, Subaru didn't wait. He surged forward and in an instant knocked one person's head clean off. He landed lightly and sighed. That would be the usual move, but I'm being paid 300 credits per head. Elsewhere, another player was under fierce attack, and the one striking was none other than Schneider. His purple territory quickly expanded. Schneider immediately eyed his next target. The man went pale in panic. Wait, I haven't done anything yet. Schneider paid him no attention and drove his blade through the man. His eyes darted back and forth. Where is Narukami Subaru? A straight path lay littered with bodies soaked in red, victims of Schneider's sword. He suddenly turned his head, a cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. The arena seemed dominated by two factions, Schneider's purple and Subaru's yellow. The grisly slaughter continued, and at that moment their eyes met. Though far apart, he still sensed the man's icy stare. But Subaru abruptly turned and headed in a different direction. Schneider saw this and roared in fury. Hey, why are you going that way? Planning to run. Viewers flooded the chat with questions. Has this guy lost it? What's wrong, bro? Wanna talk? Just fight him. He coldly tossed out one line, not the time. Subaru still had a target in front of him. I need to grind credits first. They heard it and were helpless, speechless at him, so greedy, he's farming radiance. After a while another person collapsed under his sword. Hot blood ran down the razor edge. Subaru's territory also expanded greatly. He thought to himself that the skill level of tier 3 players was much lower than he'd expected. He hadn't realized the gap between them and Schneider was so large. At that moment the system suddenly notified, player Dongchao has invaded your territory. There are currently 2 players in the territory. You are prohibited from moving to another territory. No sooner had the message ended than a bold man stepped forward. He brandished his spear in a show of force. You are Narukami Subaru, right? The chat immediately buzzed. Dongchao from the blue zone. Looks like he's one of Schneider's subordinates. This matchup just got interesting. Dongchao curled his lip in a sneer. I'll get scolded for defeating you here. Subaru tightened his grip on his sword cautiously. Blue zone, huh? Dongcho suddenly lunged toward him, shouting, "Sorry in advance, Captain." He stabbed the spear straight down into the floor beneath where Subaru stood. Then using the momentum, he launched himself high, spun lightly in midair, and delivered a kick toward him, but Subaru quickly ducked to avoid it. Seizing the moment, he immediately swung his sword and cleaved the shaft of the spear in two. Losing his support, Dongcho staggered. What the? He crashed to the ground in panic. His weapon had been cleanly split. Subaru's sword was pointed straight at Dongcho's face. Just as he was about to thrust, the man hastily blurted out, "I take back what I said, Captain." Subaru didn't understand. One decisive blow finished the opponent. He exhaled puzzledly. What's wrong with this guy? The Chap buzzed, single-handedly cut down the swordsman Dongcho. Swordsman my ass, just trash. How did he even get into the blue zone? The system warned again, player Schneider has invaded your territory. Someone commented, "You're famous, huh? Looks like people are queuing up for their turn." A shout rang out, "Narukami." Subaru immediately narrowed his eyes and glanced back. Just as the alert said, Schneider suddenly rushed in to strike from behind. "Finally caught you." He lunged the spear straight at him, but Subaru reflexively blocked with his sword. Their weapons pressed hard against each other, sending sparks flying from the friction. They pushed each other apart at the same moment, but Schneider swung down again, threatening, "Use lightning radiance. If you don't, you'll die on the next strike." Excited viewers commented, "Decide, kill him or let him live." What a gentleman, still waiting for a transformation. Subaru was driven back. He planted his foot to steady himself. For some reason, Subaru suddenly sheathed his sword behind his back. Seeing that, Schneider taunted, "What, planning to run?" He immediately raised his hand, summoning streaks of lightning radiance, and declared, "I'll give you exactly what you want." System message: deploy lightning radiance. Lightning core is resisting lightning radiance. Increase lightning skill effectiveness by 20% and grant resistance to the adverse electrified status. Not stopping there, Subaru snapped his fingers once more and again. System display: greedy wedge level 5 is resisting lightning radiance side effects. Now he wielded a spear activated with lightning radiance. Running is for the weak. Watching all this, Schneider momentarily froze. Was he materializing elemental attributes into a weapon? Could he really do that? Subaru retorted, "Do I look like I'm running?" He grit his teeth and shot back, "No." Subaru sneered, "Then let me ask you this." He pointed the spear, now wreathed in lightning radiance, at Schneider. "Now are you going to run?" Schneider thought tensely, "If I can break it, this time I can overcome him." After a moment, Schneider curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "No." A few days earlier, Dongcho suddenly asked, "Captain, may I ask something a bit rude?" He replied, "Asking that is already rude." He tilted his head in confusion. "I just wonder why you're so obsessed with lightning. Given your power, you could reach tier 5 or 6. Schneider shrugged, "Who knows?" He explained that stubborn guys like him often forget. When they lost the reason they started, Dongcho said awkwardly, "Come on, answer properly." Schneider expressed, "Call it belief if it sounds noble, obsession if it sounds worse, but one thing I'm certain of." He affirmed that whether he succeeds or not, it will change his life. "That's why I never give up." After saying this, Schneider faintly curved his lips. Back in the present, he slowly raised the spear. His wrist spun continuously as the spearhead traced cold trajectories. The spin grew ever stronger. Schneider fixed his gaze on his opponent and said in a low voice, "And you, I feel you're about to become my second obsession." After a long spin to gather power, he finally tightened his grip on the shaft and lunged straight forward. His steps were rapid, neat, and resolute, carrying an unwavering will. Opposite him, Subaru planted his feet hard on the floor, his gaze sharpening. "To honor 10 years of my hard training, I won't hold back." With that, he sprang up, slicing through the air toward him. The distance between them quickly closed. Their spear tips finally collided in a flash. Both roared, pouring all their strength into the clash. Neither yielded an inch. The impact force spread violently. The ground beneath them began to crack in a web of fissures. Dust billowed up, shrouding the space. Under that enormous pressure, the entire area detonated. In the stands, Subaru and Tammy stared at each other. She remained silent, waiting for the other to speak first. Finally, Hatsuka spoke up because she revealed, "I'm Narukami, Subaru's manager." Before Tammy's stunned look, Hatsuka awkwardly explained, "I mean, if the tournament is ruined, it would seriously affect his stream. I can't just let that happen." Her eyes shone with admiration. "You really are his manager? No way, I can't believe it." She teared up as she complained, "It's true, getting this position was a nightmare, you know. I had to get past all the blind, stubborn fools who opposed me and everything, those clueless idiots. You call me that?" Tammy grew more excited. "Amazing, I've obsessed over his stream like crazy since the Wolf Warrior match." Hatsuka was equally thrilled. "Are you an OG superfan? Wait, so you were originally a fan of blue-eyed Narukami Subaru too?" Suddenly, a loud explosion cut their conversation short. The screen showed footage of a blast. She hurriedly grabbed her device to check the situation. Hatsuka cried out in horror, "Impossible." The battlefield had become a pile of rubble. Amid the smoke, silhouettes of two men facing each other emerged. Blood trickled from the corner of Schneider's mouth. His body had been pierced through a large part. Unable to hold on any longer, Schneider collapsed. Subaru stood quietly, staring at the man's corpse for a long moment. In his heart he murmured, See you soon, Schneider. At the end of the match, the system announced, you have captured a total of 283 territories. The winner is none other than Narukami Subaru, with 283 territories. Cheers and victory celebrations followed. She was so happy that tears fell. Contrasting that atmosphere, she fell into thought. Tammy's insides were deeply unsettled. She couldn't believe it. She refused to accept that in the end, the one to receive the biggest prize would be. At that moment, Mizuha appeared. Now, let me announce it once more. She repeated, the glorious winner of this tournament is. Then she shouted the name, Narukami Subaru. Mizuha signaled to continue. She announced the prize. The long-awaited reward would now be given to the winner. At that moment, Tammy stood up and left. Hatsuko watched her retreating back in confusion. On the stage, the prize shoes had found their deserving owner. Now they rested fully in Subaru's hands. He wondered to himself, has it been 20 years already? Subaru's gaze briefly clouded. Recalling the past, there was a roar, come on. Back then, Tashiya questioned everyone. I told you not to touch my shoes. Who took them? Speak up. One guy intervened. What's wrong, Tashiya? Are you having a fit again? The guy in the green shirt grumbled, man, you're being difficult. Enough already, I'm full. Under the green shirt were a pair of shoes stretched to the limit. Tashiya's face flushed red. My shoes. Tashiya rushed over regardless. I've warned you a million times not to wear them. Tashiya was furious because they'd lose their shape. Remembering those moments was truly fun. Back in the present, many comments speculated that bankrupt Narukami Subaru was turning to item trading. Maybe he'd sell them out of greed. They'd surely fetch an astronomical resale price. He immediately crushed those guesses. I won't sell them. The audience kept insisting I'd get a high price if I listed them. Mizuha estimated a figure, maybe a few hundred, perhaps up to 1,000,000 credits, but Subaru still refused. No matter the value, I have no intention of selling. The viewers began to bait him with offers. Sell them to me, name your price, we'll pay anything. If you want items, I have plenty better in my inventory. They threw out outrageous sums. How about 2,000,000 credits? 2.1 million? I'll do 2.5 with an extra item. 3 million, no, 4 million. Subaru lost his patience. Go away and disappear from my sight. Then a massive bolt of electricity appeared. A streak of lightning formed and struck straight down onto the center of the stage. He warned everyone sternly, let me be clear, I will never sell them, not even for 10 million credits. She trembled, trying to salvage the situation. That's the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Mizuha inwardly cried, why me? Why am I dragged into this? Matter handled, Subaru excused himself. All right, I'm off. With that, he grabbed the shoes and quickly left the arena. One night in a bustling district, in a shadowed corner, two silhouettes stood. Kurikawa sincerely praised him. He actually won. This was completely unexpected by me. Hanamaki Hiyori from the Blue Zone disagreed somewhat. Wasn't he amazing? I mean, he faced Schneider. What do you think? Could he become a genuine Narukami Subaru? He wasn't sure either. Who knows? Recently, she revealed, people say things like, if the original Subaru can do it, the new Subaru should be able to as well. This piqued Kurikawa's curiosity. Original, new, what does that mean? Hiyori explained that that's how people refer to the two of them. Blue-eyed Narukami Subaru is the original and the streamer is the new one. Oh man, you're really out of touch. He admitted nonchalantly, stupid, and isn't the order reversed? If anything it should be, if the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru can too. She couldn't understand, aren't they basically the same? Kurikawa shook his head, not alike at all. Hiyori cursed inwardly, what a nuisance. This is exactly why blue-eyed superfans are the worst. He asked irritably, I heard you muttering the whole time. She said eagerly, anyway, what do you think will happen next? Isn't it exciting? Kurikawa reminded her firmly, no matter what happens, we still have a duty to take care of. In the end, he decided, let's go catch the shoe thief. Hiyori hurried after him. Wait, are you sulking? Hey, wait for me. Just as they turned their backs, a group of people appeared behind them, looking hostile. Meanwhile, the chat kept dissecting the shoes. Aren't they kind of old-fashioned? They look nice, not my style. Is that the famous pair? Bet they'll fetch a sky-high price. That's a touchy subject, brother. Subaru quietly wished, Tashiya, even now, I'm glad to see you again. He also sincerely added, thanks for the missions, because of you my heart hurts less. The chat erupted, not your heart, your wallet hurts more, right? You look so calm, didn't expect you'd be so composed. Don't underestimate credit-hungry monsters like us. At that moment, a notification popped up. Subaru told the viewers, okay, let's see Teleria unique rank, required level 30+, movement speed plus 25%, bounce plus 15%. The shoes of the rogue thief Hermes grant the ability to double jump twice per day. Remaining uses 2 resets daily. They couldn't believe it. That's it. How is high jumping useful? Only twice a day. Someone bluntly mocked, chat, don't you think they're kind of lame? You don't get it. Movement speed gear is rare. If you were rankers, you'd go to hell and back to get one. Subaru received a new message. Narukami-san, are you still streaming? I just saw someone suspicious. I have a bad feeling about her. he wondered silently what's going on. Hatsuka kept repeating, "Please be careful, she might be targeting the prize." That night the streets outside were still lively with festivities. In Tammy's purple-haired head, what the hell am I doing, standing right in front of Tashia's shoes? Her steps froze as she thought, at this point I have no other choice. So Tammy made a bold decision. To avoid being recognized, I'll have to cut off his ankle. Her figure gradually merged into the crowd. In the silent night, Subaru stood on the rooftop, gazing out over the city ablaze with lights. He stared at the tablet in his hands, wondering if this was the reason everyone chose to disappear. On the screen were old news articles about the guild's disbandment and rumors of Subaru's death years ago. 20 years had passed. To him, Kyojo now seemed like a ghost in some distant place he couldn't reach. Subaru realized that for a newcomer like him to catch up to Kyojo, he needed something far more special than this. Just like the Thunder Spear he had shown off in the recent tournament. Although he had recreated the legendary Thunder Spear to defeat the monster on the second floor, and had been confident that he understood everything about the power of lightning. Reality, however, doused him with a bucket of cold water. To truly master it, the road ahead remained long. It was a colossal power that even gods and giants longed to possess. A power humanity risked everything to seize so they could stand against fate. Subaru suddenly realized he had never used lightning correctly at all. All the secrets lay there, the Thunder Cavern. He believed that if he conquered that dungeon, he would find the answer to everything, including the nature of lightning and the method to become even stronger. Meanwhile, in a lavish place, a table piled with pastries and afternoon tea had been laid out. Yuika sat there looking bored, propping her chin on her hand as she stared at the communication screen. Feigning not to hear, she ignored the rambling voice from the other side. The man on the screen was kneeling and apologizing for his arrogance. Yuika didn't bother. She coolly replied that the voice of a defeated, empty-handed loser would never reach her ears. He went insane, screaming that he'd paid all the money. He began to grovel, begging, calling Yuika boss, and lamenting that he had no money to pay the electric bill. He even barked woof woof like a dog for amusement, but Yuika felt only disgust and told him to stop immediately. Yuika pondered for a moment, then came up with a different idea. She asked him if he would do her a favor to make up for it. At a shabby tavern, the doorbell rang as a customer entered. Itsuki sat alone at the bar with his usual gloom. Subaru, still wearing his familiar mask, quietly approached. Subaru moved up to the bar. He sat next to Itsuki and ordered the same drink as him. The bartender immediately served the new customer's request. Taking a sip, Subaru clicked his tongue, remarking that the beer here was cheap. He hadn't expected a renowned guild member like Itsuki to be so stingy. Itsuki only gave a wry smile, saying that when the guild was crowded, he often ended up broke covering everyone's nights out. He said he had grown used to this cheap-tasting beer. Otherwise, he didn't know how he'd face them. Itsuki's gaze darkened when he mentioned how they had all joined him in the selfish decision to conquer the Thunder Cavern. He recalled the time when everyone was poor, with no guild support. Hunting to level up was the only way. They clinked glasses, a quiet moment amid painful memories. Back then, even the registration fee was a big issue. If you failed halfway, players would lose everything and end up in an even worse situation. On that fateful day, the whole group went hunting together to earn a little extra money for the entry fee, or at least to level up a bit. A day Itsuki would never be able to forget. He told it in a choked voice. They encountered a giant sky serpent. 7 inexperienced players had no chance of surviving against that monster. A scene of chaos unfolded as his teammates frantically fled in despair. Subaru looked into the ashes of the memory. Itsuki bitterly asked if he could guess the outcome of that day. 4 people never came back. His teammates, no, his closest friends, could not return. The blood-smeared face of a friend resurfaced in Itsuki's memory, eyes blazing with pain. Itsuki choked up internally. They had all been the dearest friends he ever had. Back in the present, Subaru listened quietly and then softly asked whether they hated Itsuki for it. Itsuki sighed and admitted that such resentment was inevitable, since he was the only one who survived unscathed. He bowed his head wearily. The old accusations still echoed relentlessly in his mind. Subaru silently watched the pitiful man who had lived tormented for 20 years. In the memory, a teammate grabbed his hair, screaming and crying, asking why the Thunder Cavern mattered so much. They shouted that it was all because of Itsuki's stubbornness that things had come to this. Faces distorted in the dark kept screaming, asking why he alone had survived. Subaru was stunned by the cruelty of the accusations Itsuki had endured. He told Itsuki to stop, but Itsuki just smiled thinly and asked if he was pitying him. He said everyone would have given up after that, but he couldn't, because he was the one who had dragged them to their deaths. Subaru listened in silence to the senior's bitter confession. Itsuki collapsed his head onto the bar, admitting he had been obsessed with that dungeon for years. Then he looked up at Subaru with a changed expression, saying that because of him he had found hope. Subaru was slightly surprised to hear the word hope come from Itsuki's mouth. Itsuki decided to tell Subaru what the Thunder Cavern was really like. The scene shifted to an isolated mansion amid a silent night forest. Heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden floor inside the house. Faint streaks of lightning energy surrounded the feet of the strange man as he walked. Unknown Frost user clenched his hands in thought, wondering whether Kyojo truly saw through his plan. He checked his communication device, astonished to see someone had seen through Riene's stealth technique. Anger began to flare. The man tore at his hair in frustration as things went off course. His eyes flashed a cold blue light, full of murderous intent in the darkness. He muttered Kyojo's and Itsuki's names, contempt etched clearly on his face. A surge of extreme cold erupted, freezing the entire room. He vowed not to let them die easily. In his rage, he suddenly paused when a new notification appeared on his tablet. It was an apology message from Riene, but delivered in an extremely mocking tone. She said she couldn't get her shoes back and joked that it probably wasn't a big deal. After reading those lines, he shouted angrily into the comms at his teammates' incompetence. His yell of "Are you kidding me?" echoed through the silent forest. Meanwhile, in the ornate dungeon hall, Subaru's livestream officially began. Viewership spiked, and fans eagerly asked if he planned to clear the dungeon today. Subaru greeted the audience and confirmed he was streaming so everyone could watch him conquer the dungeon. While busily interacting with the chat, he suddenly noticed someone calling him from behind. A stylish young man stepped forward and asked if he was really streamer Narukami Subaru. The young man smiled warmly, saying it was a coincidence because his group was also planning to conquer this place. He pointed to his teammates and suggested Subaru team up with them to support each other. Subaru looked at his tablet screen and began to feel that something was off. At that moment, a message from Yuika popped up warning that they were just trying to ride his fame. Raymond stepped forward and invited Hasu Subaru to team up to conquer the Thunder Cave. In the comments, people were buzzing at seeing Subaru in the flesh. Subaru turned to ask again to be sure, like, what did you just say? The red-haired girl standing beside him chimed in, saying they also planned to go there and would definitely be useful, not just tagging along. Subaru fell silent for a long moment, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward, while Raymond scratched his head waiting. He exhaled, probably weighing whether he should go with these people. Finally, Subaru agreed, but bluntly declared they were only traveling the same route and were not allies. Raymond visibly relaxed at that. He explained that since he'd already accepted the request, he couldn't back out. The system required it, so he had no choice. Having said that, Subaru decisively turned and walked away. He glared warningly, saying he wasn't in the mood to go easy on anyone who got in his way. Raymond stared after Subaru's cold silhouette in bewilderment, not having time to react further. Subaru added one final line for certainty. "We are not teammates, we're just moving together." Elsewhere, a red flag bearing a beast skull emblem fluttered against the blue sky. The scene shifted to the gathering point of mercenaries on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Conrad. A large crowd had assembled before the massive iron gate. No one expected the cave to attract so many mercenaries. Damon, an S-rank mercenary, looked at Subaru's profile with disdain. He couldn't understand why Raymond would choose an E-rank like him. Damon approached to taunt Subaru, saying otherworlders like him were only good at throwing their lives away. He even calculated in his head whether to use Subaru as bait for the vultures, making the stream viewers shudder. Sensing the thick murderous intent directed at him, Subaru's eyes flashed with extreme vigilance. Damon and his subordinate stood there with fierce expressions. He looked like someone who'd bathed in human blood. The scene cut to the rendezvous point on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Osman. Two groups of hunters stood sharply opposed to each other right outside the city gate. The bearded hunting captain regarded the newly arrived young man with an unfriendly look. Polymen from the Blue Zone Guild appeared with a smug face, demanding that half the people there should clear off. He even invoked the name of Guildmaster Kyojo to force the captain to obey his orders. Polymen slapped the captain's shoulder arrogantly, reminding him that he had messed up and angered the guildmaster. He sneered that it was pathetic they'd been stuck on floor 3 for 10 years only to lose to a rookie. The spearbearer felt sick hearing it and tried to rush up to teach Polymen a lesson but was held back. Polymen casually turned away and snarked that he hoped this time they'd actually clear the Thunder Cave. The bald man angrily asked the captain if they should shut that guy up for good to save his ears. The captain said to ignore him. After all, the team was full of rookies, so swapping a few people wouldn't affect the overall situation. He looked ahead with determination, vowing that this time they would conquer that cave no matter what. The group began to move into the dark trail. The sheer cliffs looked gloomy and fraught with danger. Damon stayed at the rear, squinting around and feeling that something about this place was off, not quite natural. Damon muttered that the cave entrances opening on a cycle looked almost artificial, and the stream viewers started to speculate. A calculating gleam showed in his eyes as he looked toward the entrance. Before them was the Thunder Cave, streaks of bluish lightning striking continuously as if to incinerate anyone who dared approach. Damon explained that normally the lightning strikes non-stop, and you can only only enter during certain time windows. When Raymond asked how many times he'd tried, Damon casually said this was his third time, and he was one of the few who had returned alive. Subaru found it strange and asked if he'd nearly died but still wanted to try again. Damon said he didn't have extra lives to waste like some idiots. Raymond wondered why he was tagging along. Damon said he was after only one precious thing. Damon's eyes were bloodshot with hunger. He coveted something called the Trace of Thunder that could change his life. He declared that if he obtained it, he would retire, not recklessly risk his life going deep like Subaru's lot. Damon glared and warned Subaru and Irank not to do anything stupid, even viciously saying if he wanted to die, he should just get it over with. In front of them was the cave entrance with lightning striking relentlessly, forming an impenetrable wall of electricity. Damon explained that the lightning would stop in about an hour and the gate would open. He held a small squirrel as an experiment. The poor squirrel chirped and trembled in the mercenary's rough hand. Without a shred of mercy, Damon threw the animal into the heart of the lightning before the entire group. Immediately, a massive lightning strike hit, vaporizing the squirrel in an instant, leaving only a blinding flash. Damon turned back and said if they didn't want the same fate, they should sit quietly and rest. But Subaru paid no heed to the warning. He quietly stepped straight toward the death zone. Seeing the Irank kid take the risk, Damon panicked and yelled, asking if he was deaf. Subaru calmly thought to himself that this looked no different from the challenge on Millennium Mountain's second floor he had experienced. The people behind gaped in shock, thinking Subaru must be tired of living to throw himself into death. As soon as he touched it, the system announced the skill Heart of Thunder was resisting the Thunder Gate, making him completely immune to electric shocks. Lightning struck violently, but Subaru stood firm like a statue. The Thunder Gate began the process of verifying his qualification. The entire area trembled as the thunderous energy reacted intensely to Subaru's presence. The electrical current surrounding Subaru's body grew stronger as the system's skill verification interacted directly with the gate. The wall of lightning suddenly dissolved, revealing the ultra-rare item long hidden, Trace of Thunder. Subaru reached out, and the last of the bolts gradually died down as he prepared to touch the prize. To everyone's astonishment, the valuable item slowly materialized before the cave entrance. It was a shimmering shard of spirit essence, radiating pure thunder energy. Damon and the hunters gaped when the legendary item appeared right before their eyes. The bodyguard stammered in disbelief, unable to understand how an E-rank could accomplish the impossible. Subaru picked up the item, wondering if it had been waiting a long time for a worthy person to appear. But no sooner had he obtained the rare item than a brutal attack suddenly struck him from behind. Subaru's gaze hardened as he sensed sudden betrayal from his own teammate. The powerful blow sent Subaru flying. The system immediately warned him that he had been ambushed by a team member. Damon stood there with greed written all over his face. The system announced that because Subaru had been attacked first, he would not be penalized for striking back. He sneered that Subaru was just lucky, then ordered him to hand over the item immediately if he wanted to keep his life. A scruffy bearded man named Damon stepped forward, growling that Subaru had just gotten lucky and should hand over the goods while he still could. Subaru didn't bother being polite, retorting why he should obey. These hunters claimed to be locals, so everything here automatically belonged to them. Damon scoffed, saying that even if Subaru came from another world, the rules here remained the same. He hoisted a massive axe onto his shoulder, taunting Subaru to see if he was trembling with fear of death. Subaru kept a calm expression behind his mask. Though dying in the trial wasn't real death, the pain it inflicted was painfully authentic. A horrifying prospect appeared. The loser would endure excruciating pain and possibly severe psychological trauma. Damon closed in, muttering that anyone would become pathetic when facing death. Raymond and the others went pale as they realized the rumors about Conrad's hired men murdering and robbing were true. Raymond tried to stay calm, calling Narukami's name to urge him to act rationally. He shouted for both sides to sit down and talk it out properly, begging them not to spill blood. But Subaru struck first. Blood sprayed, and he coldly declared he now had a justified reason to deal with them. Subaru's eyes flashed behind the black mask, a deadly intent emanating coldly. An unlucky hunter was finished by Subaru in an instant. He proclaimed he would turn these men into real vultures. Damon's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe someone labeled E-rank could be so fast and strong. Not giving them time to recover, Subaru lunged straight at the leader with wind-tearing speed. A powerful kick struck Damon squarely, making him howl miserably. Subaru sneered, asking if surviving a single blow was the last shred of pride for an S-rank hunter. Damon scrambled to his feet, raging that he'd been tricked, and demanded to know just what the hell Subaru was. Subaru's blade traced a bloody arc through the air, completely overwhelming his opponent. Damon's arm was cut deep. He trembled and gasped, using a demon's sword. then insulted Subaru as cowardly for relying only on a weapon. Subaru's blood-red blade dripped droplets of blood onto the ground, looking terrifying. Subaru looked at the defeated man with half-lidded eyes, telling him not to lump himself in with trash like that. Seeing Damon still muttering curses, Subaru said coldly that if he was so bitter he should save up in his next life to buy a proper sword. A decisive swing of the sword ended the one-sided fight. A system notification appeared confirming Damon had been officially defeated. The hunters following them froze for a few seconds, only able to gasp at Subaru's overwhelming power. Subaru picked up the dropped item, casually asking the people behind if anyone else wanted it. Raymond frantically waved him off, insisting the item belonged to Lord Narukami. Stream viewers began cheering him God tier. A massive surge of energy erupted, shaking the entire cavern area. Subaru sheathed his sword and coldly ordered the team to keep moving. Purple lightning crackled along the glowing red cliff walls, signaling dangers ahead. The group silently followed in single file, heading deeper into the thunderous cave under Subaru's lead. Yuika looked worried, asking Raymond whether it was okay to follow someone as abnormal as Subaru. Raymond reassured them that as long as they didn't do anything as stupid as those before, they'd be fine. As they walked, Raymond sneakily checked his phone, smugly thinking that a streamer has to flatter users like them. He chuckled inwardly, believing that as long as his past smear posts didn't leak, everything was still under control. The atmosphere inside the cave shifted completely, with crackling electric sparks dancing everywhere. Shouts rang out as both the entrance and exit were blocked by something. Schneider appeared, warning them that the first thing they'd face here was the Thunder Wolves. Huge wolves with glowing eyes and fur crackling with electricity bared their fangs and charged. Without hesitation, Subaru plunged into the pack. Schneider warned that picking them off one by one would quickly exhaust them. Alone, Subaru fought his way through the savage wolves, leaving Raymond and the others to panic and shout behind him. Uncle Schneider explained that usually the biggest is the leader, but these thunder wolves played it the other way around. The true leader was actually the smallest in the pack, a cunning little boss. Subaru hurled himself into the pack with extremely agile movements. He activated the step-by-step cloud skill, allowing nimble aerial movement. For a brief 3 seconds, Subaru could ride the wind like a god. He rose high and then delivered a fatal blow down onto the snarling, clawing monsters. Standing amid the circle, Subaru suddenly thought of someone named Tashiya. This loneliness felt strangely familiar. The wolves began to concentrate their power, the lightning around them thickening. A sharp explosion resounded as bolts of electricity scattered throughout the cavern. Subaru twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the alpha snap. A massive surge of thunderous energy detonated, sweeping everything around. He landed safely, but the wolves continued to growl, ready to pounce and tear him apart. Subaru channeled lightning into the demon's sword, preparing a decisive technique. He said coldly that he'd use lightning to answer lightning. That's how he played. A powerful vertical slash cleaved the boss in two, wolf blood sprayed, staining the area red. A system notification appeared. Subaru had defeated the boss and leveled up, with strength and agility stats soaring. Meanwhile, Raymond's group still struggled, desperate against the swarm of wolf pups as numerous as ants. Schneider watched from afar, calmly nodding that killing the leader would decide the battle. Subaru stood before the pack and uttered a single commanding word: sit. Immediately, the entire pack obediently sat like well-trained puppies. The system reported Subaru had successfully tamed them. He sheathed his sword, and the wolves were now completely submissive beneath their new master. Raymond gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Subaru tersely told him to keep moving deeper. Subaru strode forward, ordering the team to depart. The once ferocious thunder wolves now walked quietly behind him, sending chills through everyone. Raymond and the team could only watch Subaru's retreating back, filled with doubt about his true identity. Subaru stood in the middle of the cavern, contemplatively surveying his surroundings as if calculating something. He stopped at an open spot, confirming it was the prime position to start his plan. His gaze sharpened as he ordered the pack of wolves to prepare their howl. The howls of the thunder wolves echoed through the nooks and crannies, bringing with them flashes of powerful lightning. The freeloading hunters trailing behind panicked, not understanding what this Narukami was trying to do to attract such attention. The wolves' howls drew a swarm of giant insect monsters crawling out of the darkness. The monsters began to encircle the group, electricity crackling around their tough shells. The hunters started begging Subaru to stop, fearing the monsters were too many and knowing they couldn't hold out. Subaru coldly drew his black sword, declaring this was his working style: clear everything in one go. He casually told them not to worry for him, since he had the wolf pack as protection. Subaru's eyes were full of contempt, reminding them that from the start they were nothing but uninvited hangers-on. With that, he plunged straight into the midst of the monsters, ignoring the hunters' desperate screams behind him. In the monitoring room, the hunters' blood-curdling screams on the screen made the assistant startle. She anxiously asked the director whether they should intervene, since Subaru's actions seemed reckless. The assistant stared at the screen, feeling that Subaru's treatment of his teammates was somewhat cruel. The stream still showed the bloody melee between the wolf pack and the monsters. The director smiled, produced a tablet, and asserted this was a specially calculated case. It was a recruitment post for a tour of the Cave of Thunder with Narukami Subaru, a perfect trap for profit seekers. The director judged it was nothing more than a free transit trip. No wonder the hunters rushed in crazily. In truth, their abilities were far from sufficient to survive this harsh cavern on their own. The assistant wondered whether the audience would react negatively to seeing Subaru abandon his companions like that. But the director understood that if those bloodsuckers were allowed to keep freeloading, Subaru would never have a peaceful run. Subaru was using these people as an example, warning anyone who might try to freeload in the future. On the screen, Subaru continued to fight extremely effectively, his flashing sword strokes cutting through the monsters. System notifications kept popping up. Subaru leveled up with strength, stamina, and focus all soaring. He looked at the cleared monsters with nonchalance, as if he'd just done a daily chore. Subaru turned back to ask the hunters if they still had objections to his going solo. The chat erupted into heated debate. He stood among the piles of slain monsters, directly warning anyone who intended to exploit his strength. Subaru's murderous glare made even viewers watching through the screen feel a heavy pressure. The scene of Subaru standing alone in the blazing cavern was broadcast live to thousands of astonished viewers. In the monitoring room, the director laughed heartily at the young man's overly calculated scheme. He realized all of Subaru's actions and words had been pre-programmed to create the greatest impact. Admittedly, this Narukami was no simpleton. He knew exactly what the audience wanted to see. Just then, the director's phone vibrated. The caller was Yuika, whose display name humorously read Boss Who Nags. On the other end, Yuika was walking down the street, hurriedly reporting Subaru's situation to the director. The director cut in, wanting to confirm only one thing, whether she had shown that recruitment post to Subaru. His eyes lit up when he heard Yuika's affirmative answer. Everything was unfolding just as predicted. Yuika seemed a bit flustered, not understanding why the director cared about such a small detail at this moment. The director exhaled in relief, confirming that everything had been prepared to protect Subaru's image. He declared it was time to show the world that behind Narukami Subaru stood a powerful, authoritative organization. Subaru's wolf pack howled ferociously, beginning the real purge aimed at the profit seekers. The tailing hunters paid dearly for their greed as the wolf pack tore them apart amid their desperate screams. Damon angrily shouted Schneider's name, looking pathetic now with blood on his face. In contrast to that panic, Schneider stood firm with the demeanor of a seasoned hunter. While swinging his sword to fend off the wolves, Damon grumbled that Schneider was deliberately making things difficult to spite his joining the team. Schneider paid no heed to the complaining. He focused on observing and prepared to draw a weapon from his back. Whispering found it, Schneider launched a dagger at blistering speed, tearing through the air. The dagger, crackling with blue electricity, shot forward to the astonishment of those nearby. Damon was still in shock, unable to believe the precise technique he had just witnessed. The dagger plunged into the skull of a thunder wolf, ending it instantly before it could even howl. Damon sneered that Schneider had finally acted, yet only chose to deal with a petty monster. But Schneider calmly commanded the wolf pack to sit, as if handling obedient pets. Damon stood dumbfounded, not understanding why the fierce creatures had suddenly frozen. All the accompanying hunters were stunned to see the thunder wolves obediently sit down in such an unusual manner. Damon stammered, asking Schneider what the hell he had done to control these monsters. Schneider replied coldly that they understood nothing about the Cave of Thunder. Even high-ranking people in the blue zone were clueless. He advised Damon to turn back immediately if he didn't want to disgrace himself in front of his subordinates. Leaving the bewildered group behind, Schneider proceeded deeper into the lightning-filled cavern. On the other side, Subaru, wearing a hunter's outfit and a mask, was preparing for a major battle. A giant boss called Thundermaw Boss appeared, its mouth full of sharp teeth and venom dripping continuously. The monster lunged to attack, generating powerful tremors that shook the entire cavern. Subaru swiftly dodged its strike by a hair, leaving a trail of blue light with each movement. A cataclysmic burst of energy occurred as Subaru began his counterattack on its weak spot. He landed steadily, dust and smoke billowing around him after the immense collision. Schneider's voice rang out like narration as he recalled that it had taken him 3 long years to reach this place. Subaru stood before a gigantic circular gate, which Schneider asserted was the true starting point of the Cave of Thunder. The system announced that Subaru was entering the first gate of Thunder, the boundary of life or death trials. The Thunder Challenge officially began. promising dangers far beyond anything he had faced before. Subaru stood before the gigantic circular gate, where a notice declared he had entered the first Thunder Gate. He thought to himself that the Thunder Cave so far wasn't much different from ordinary dungeons. But according to Schneider, the real changes were only beginning from here. A system notification appeared, confirming that the Thunder Challenge had officially commenced. Subaru looked up at the giant dragon relief carved into the cliff. He walked under the gaze of spectators who were curious about the strange mural on the wall. In Subaru's memory, Schneider had once said it took him more than 5 years to get past this place. The dragon image on the wall seemed more alive than ever, prompting questions from onlookers. Currents of electricity ran along the cracks, as if the stone beast had just moved. The system began evaluating Subaru's qualification for the thunderclap power. A blazing gaze appeared from the void, towering directly behind him. A massive electrical claw reached out, enveloping the space around the hunter. Subaru felt immense pressure, though he still wasn't clear how this power would operate. A radiant blue thunder dragon formed in full, majestic and menacing. It was Ragnall, judge of Thunderclap, looking down at the tiny challenger. Schneider had warned Subaru that defeating the wolf warrior Greg was nothing compared to this entity. He cautioned him never to think about confronting Ragnall. A single glance was enough to show this was an opponent of an entirely different caliber. Schneider explained that Ragnall's challenges changed for each person, sometimes enduring millions of lightning strikes, other times being completely sealed inside a pentagon of utter darkness, or being forced to fight giant monsters he summoned. Ragnall spoke, asking whether he was the one who wished to conquer this challenge. Subaru replied calmly, surprising the viewers on the stream with his demeanor. The judge showed interest because Subaru had already proven countless qualifications beforehand. He demanded that Subaru produce what was hidden inside. Subaru slipped his hand into his pocket, realizing this detail Schneider had never mentioned. He pulled out a brilliantly glowing object under Ragnall's observant gaze. Ragnall recognized it as the Trace of Thunder and wondered if anyone else possessed it. Subaru's eyes hardened behind his mask as he faced the powerful entity. He thought to himself that since he was the only one with a thunder skill, that made sense. Ragnall declared he would begin imposing the challenge upon him. The requirement was simple yet perilous: swallow it. Trace of Thunder hovered in Subaru's hand, a priceless crystal containing thunderous energy. He hesitated briefly, wondering whether he should truly obey the dragon's command. The crystal shimmered, carrying risks greater than any reward. Subaru thought using it now would be wasteful, but he was already prepared for the next trial. He decided not to back down, because doing so would tarnish his own honor. Subaru lifted the stone to his mouth, determined not to be ashamed before anyone. He swallowed the Trace of Thunder, and the system immediately confirmed the action. Subaru's eyes widened as the notification appeared. The challenge would begin inside his body. Crazy bolts of electricity erupted from within, turning Subaru's body into an energy reactor. Elsewhere, the supervising girl yelled in frustration when she saw Subaru doing something reckless again. The supervising girl grumbled angrily, wondering if he understood how much that stone was worth. She thought Narukami was truly obsessed with money. She looked at the call display with Kiyoharu, hoping he was okay. She told Kiyoharu she was almost there. The person on the other end was surprised that she was so close. She sighed in exasperation as she looked at the monitoring screen. When Kiyoharu asked what was wrong, she was silent for a moment. Finally, she offered a heartfelt apology. She reminded him not to forget his promise, since once decided there was no turning back, and stressed how broke she was. Then she wished Kiyoharu luck with the supervision job. She turned off the comm device, her face still worried. Meanwhile, in a lavish hall, a man with blue-purple hair was watching the situation. Kiyoharu was astonished by what he saw on the screen. He stood amid Floor 5 Buren incantation, thinking he never expected to return here. Back with Subaru, he closed his eyes to concentrate all his spirit. A system notification appeared. The Thunder Challenge began erupting inside his body. A terrifying electrical explosion enveloped Subaru, the blue lightning illuminating the space. His eyes shone with electric light as the system reported the Trace of Thunder had stabilized in his body, increasing his mana. However, the cost was steep as his fatigue meter kept jumping upward. Subaru screamed in pain as shocks ran through every tiny blood vessel. He realized this time was completely different, as if something was blocking the flow of his magic. The Trace of Thunder began to seize control of his body, preventing Subaru from moving at will. He discovered the Heart of Thunder was fiercely suppressing the Trace of Thunder, two streams of power clashing inside him. Fatigue hit 81, yet Subaru struggled to rise amid the continuous flashes of lightning. He suddenly understood that although the two looked similar, their natures were completely different. Subaru recalled the hint about swallowing. Perhaps its true meaning wasn't limited to that crystal. He pulled out the Heart of Thunder, a unique item with extreme growth potential. Subaru didn't hesitate to put it in his mouth, deciding to bet everything on the act. The resistance between the two thunder energy sources grew fiercer than ever. Power erupted, throwing everything around and causing the ground beneath him to crack. Subaru's entire body was now wreathed in frenzied black and gold electricity. his silhouette blurred among the bolts. Above, the dragon spirit Ragnall manifested majestically amid a veil of deep blue storm clouds. Ragnall looked down at the challenger and smiled knowingly. So you've finally realized. Just by looking at that dragon-shaped current, you know something's about to happen. Subaru stood within a towering pillar of light, lightning swirling around him as if to swallow him whole. All the essence of the lightning converged into his chest, becoming a blazing thunderheart. At last this treasure lay neatly in Subaru's hands. The previous owner's name was truly wasted, having a treasure but not knowing how to use it. Seeing Subaru panting like that made it clear the price to absorb it wasn't cheap at all. The young man was sweating bullets, thinking he had almost met his maker. A thunder dragon spirit appeared, bearing witness to the successor's new power. From Subaru's chest, a brilliant surge of golden electricity erupted, sweeping away the darkness. The system kept announcing skill level-ups. His lightning skill had reached level 5. Not stopping there, the skill's rank also shot up to S in one go. Totally awesome. Elsewhere, a group of hunters led by a weathered captain had just stumbled in. The captain looked seasoned. The moment he entered, he sensed something was wrong. The whole party froze when they saw the dragon mural on the wall had vanished without a trace. The bald hunter scratched his head in bewilderment, feeling as if someone had just tidied the place up. He naively asked if the captain had erased the painting, but of course that wasn't the case. The captain insisted someone had snatched it, and that person was definitely ahead of them. At the mention, everyone immediately thought of Narukami Subaru, though they didn't understand how he could have done it. The long-haired hunter started to panic, afraid Subaru had taken all the group's rewards. He urged everyone to hurry before they lost their share, but the captain remained extremely unperturbed. The captain smirked. After all these years, finally someone competent enough had come to change things here. His every step was still slow and full of authority. He glanced, silencing the long-haired man so he wouldn't ruin his boss's pleasure. The captain recounted how he had once defeated Subaru in a heartbeat at a previous tournament. His underlings, hearing this, were even more puzzled. What was there to respect about their boss's vanquished foe? But he still reminded them to focus. The supreme goal now was to survive. The long-haired hunter began to feel a chill down his spine, unsure what awaited him ahead. The group halted before a massive gate that looked solemn and dignified. The captain placed his hand on the gate, certain the end point of the cave lay just beyond, and he believed Subaru was right behind this very door. As they stepped through, the system announced they had entered the second Thunder Gate, revealing a magnificent hall. An ancient throne appeared, with an invitation for the conqueror to sit upon it. The group cautiously walked along the red carpet leading straight to the throne. Their eyes darted around searching, but they saw absolutely no one. The captain once again affirmed decisively that Subaru was not here. The long-haired man asked in surprise. Clearly Subaru had gone ahead, so where had he disappeared to? He speculated Subaru had probably sat on the throne and opened a secret door to proceed further. The captain shook his head in dissent. He sensed a danger lurking nearby. The moment a foot accidentally stepped deep into the throne's domain, the system immediately issued a red alert. They had violated the throne's forbidden zone. At once, a streak of azure lightning descended from the sky into the center of the hall, dazzling the eyes. And from that light, the Thunder Knight Peleus appeared, leaving the hunters gasping in terror. The system now displayed a confirmation of the Thunder Knight's presence. Peleus emerged majestic in silver armor crackling with electricity. The hunters began to panic, puzzled that a boss monster would take human form. The hunting captain stared at the opponent, knowing this was an obstacle they had to overcome. To him, Peleus was an absolute wall that no one had yet been able to surmount. The name Thunder Knight Peleus appeared like a reminder of death. The captain recalled that Peleus had never spoken his name to any challenger before. In an old tavern, he had once speculated on the connections between the Thunder Trials. He was the only one who knew the knight's name, but the man's true identity remained a mystery. Peleus stood motionless amid the blazing battlefield, cold and solitary. The captain was certain that Subaru's lightning skill and this knight were closely linked. Back in the present, sweat poured down his face as he faced the suffocating pressure. The armored footsteps of Peleus rang steadily, each step emitting sparks of electricity. The knight advanced, recognizing that an old acquaintance had returned. The captain realized Peleus was actually waiting for someone else, not his group. He curiously asked whether the knight had met the person he was waiting for, but the answer was no. The captain slowly drew his weapon, preparing for the worst-case scenario. The junior hunters, eager to make a name for themselves, shouted and charged to surround the foe. "Stop right there," the captain shouted in desperation. He knew rushing him blindly would be suicide. Peleus gently swung his spear, and a blazing red beam tore through the space. With a single basic stroke, the knight easily felled the careless attackers. Blood spattered everywhere. Peleus disdainfully called it cheap theatrics. The hunting captain turned pale as he watched his comrades fall in an instant. The long-haired hunter stubbornly leapt forward, refusing to heed further warnings. He unleashed an all-out strike, hopping to make a difference. The clash of metal rang harshly, and lightning erupted violently at the point of contact. The hunter's eyes shrank as he realized the gap in power was far too great. He gritted his teeth to withstand it, but his body had already begun to tremble under Peleus's pressure.